Hello everyone, welcome back to Two People Talk About the biggest show on the entire internet. It's not just a show, it's a media empire. But right now, we are going to be talking about the Harry Potter franchise. And now, I know what you're saying, you're sitting there, you're saying, why even talk about this franchise? Everybody's talked about it to death.
It's old news.
It's old goddamn news. But we are going to be going through all 8 movies, and there's an interesting perspective here because my co-host and confidant, Edward... Shall I say your full name and address?
You can say every single detail about me. My bank account details, everything.
His social security number is... But you have never seen a Harry Potter film. Is this correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you told me that all you really knew about these movies, kind of going into them, was like... You knew who Harry Potter was. You knew that there was a Voldemort.
I knew he was a bloke with a scar on his head.
You knew he had a fucked up face and he was deformed.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like I was alien to...
You weren't completely alien to it, because you can't.
You cannot avoid Harry Potter.
It was such a big thing at the time. And it's over 20 years since the first movie, and we obviously watched the first movie first.
Exactly, of course. So
as you tend to do when watching films, you tend to watch the first one.
But yeah, I'd seen bits and pieces when I was a kid. You know, my sisters were big fans of it, so you know, I'd walk in, they'd be watching Harry Potter, I'd watch a bit here and there, but I never like really sort of
was obsessed with it
lore or anything like that.
I'm the complete opposite, where I was like literally obsessed with Harry Potter.
You're a Potterhead.
I was a pothead, as the Harry Potter fandom is known.
From a young age.
I was hooked to pot. I was hooked to the pot all day.
I respect it.
But I went to like... When I went to America, we went to Florida, and there was a Harry Potter world there. I went to Pinewood, where they filmed it multiple times.
No, I didn't even know they had a Harry Potter world thing in the US.
They do, yeah.
They really love it over there, huh?
Yeah. And I've got a bunch of wands, I've got a bunch of memorabilia, maybe I'll throw it up in the video, but I was a super fan. So I found it interesting that we have these two completely contrasting views on this. And it was genuinely so fun to watch it and just be like, how does he react to like a twist, like twists and things that I feel like are just like I've always known about them. Like I've never not, it feels like I've never not known about like the plot of this movie.
Yeah.
So it was interesting to see like your reactions live.
You sort of relive it, I guess.
And then let's just go into it. As a basic plot line, Harry Potter's parents die. He goes to just a great home. And I think first of all, they do a great job of making you feel sorry for Harry Potter, I think.
Well, I mean, those opening scenes.
Just the worst,
pretty brutal.
The most cartoonishly evil family ever put to screen. And then obviously, he gets a letter, he goes to Hogwarts, and you've got all of this stuff here. And I think one of my favorite things about this movie is just like the Britishness is a pretty big part of it, because over here in Britain, we don't have a lot. Okay, we're starving out here.
There's not much going for us.
There's not much in terms of media in big movie franchises. There's not a lot.
No,
okay,
not at all. Really.
You could say like Lord of the Rings, which was written by an English guy, but they're about their own world and things like that. But like in terms of a movie that is set in a specific time period in Britain and has loads of British characters, like Harry Potter is the thing.
Yeah, well, it feels familiar.
It does.
To us, yeah.
There's like this movie is pretty much pure nostalgia for me, and like even going, I thought the music is great and just the swelling like. Or this movie, I don't want.
Very magical.
I was going to say that, but some could describe this film as magical in a certain way.
Yeah.
Like, what was when you were kind of like, oh no, the train. The train is the first thing.
Oh yeah, it starts with the train.
That was the first thing where you were like, fuck, that's cool.
Yeah.
As like a kid, that's why I loved it as a kid, was just imagining that like any school
it's
could be as cool as that.
Enchanting, you know, I like it.
It is. That's the word for it.
Yeah.
And it's because I imagine a lot of Americans probably think that this is just average schools, but. Turns out, guys, we don't actually. When we went to school,
we are fantasizing about it.
We did not go on a steam train.
That is, believe it or not, that was not the norm.
No.
Yeah, maybe some private school people, maybe.
Yeah, let us know in the comments section. Did you go by private jet? Did you
let
go?
us know.
No, but like I just love like the childish like fulfillment of like being on this cool train with your friends and then like ordering all of the chocolate off of the thing.
Oh yeah.
That whole stuff was so fucking cool, and just like this movie is just the later movies do get like a little bit darker, and I really do like the direction they go in.
Is this the lightest?
I'd say the first two are the ones that are the lightest in tone, and I think that they really.
That's good to set it up though.
It is,
yeah.
Because you kind of like the movies evolve with the characters, so when the characters get older, the movies get more mature to suit the characters. But because they're literally like 11 and 12 in these movies. Yeah. Like the tone matches.
First day of secondary school vibes.
Yeah. of like, wow, isn't this place beautiful or whatever the fuck. Not let anybody
in a castle.
In a fucking castle.
A magical castle.
What do you think of like the interaction between Ron and Harry in that? Because I just love all of the like their three.
The main characters are brilliant.
The main like dynamic
because
between them
their
all.
personalities are like so strong.
And those kid actors, like sometimes there's like a line which is like, shaky.
Of course, yeah.
But like,
I think that's like you should expect that with any like.
But it's honestly charming though to like have them be like kind of like, what's all this then type
Hermione
thing.
is hilarious.
She's so
her
funny in this
facial expressions at certain times, her sarcasm.
She's so expressive. I think in these early ones, Hermione really sells like being this snotty little like teacher's pet.
That's what I got from watching it.
Like I think they all fit like little kind of stereotypes, but not too overdone. It's like because they obviously have things other than the stereotype, right? Yeah. But like I like that they can fit into these little. You can relate to it. You can be like, you probably know someone at school who
fits each sort.
Who was like Hermione, sort of a teacher's pet, and then Ron is like.
He's the funny one.
He's the funny guy.
Yeah.
But he's also kind of cruel in a way that children can be. Like the way he just like disses Hermione. Like Hermione doesn't even do anything that bad. She goes like, "Oh, it's Wingardium Leviosa, not Wingardium Levioso." And then after the class, he's like, "That fucking bitch! What the heck?" No wonder she has friends.
She might have said it in a quite arrogant tone, but at the end of the day, she was just trying to help him.
Yeah, and I think that is realistic to kids because kids can just be unnecessarily cruel.
Oh, kids have no filter.
Absolutely
whatsoever.
not.
They will say whatever is on their mind and disregard how it makes the other person feel.
And I love that.
No chill.
And I think that's what's important to the success of these movies is I think the authenticity of like the kids.
Yeah.
Because when they talk. Like, even though they talk in kind of, like, posh ways, like the way that they will sort of say, what if I make a fool of myself at Quidditch today?
Yeah.
It still feels authentic to what kids would say and react to in that situation. And they just do such a great job of making Hogwarts, like, literally the perfect place any kid would want to go.
Yeah.
Like, they magic the food onto the tables out of nowhere. You've got all of these, like, detailed houses and things like that. I remember in primary school, we had school houses, but they were literally red, yellow, green, and blue house.
A lot more bland and less exaggerated.
There wasn't like the fucking Slytherin house with a snake as a mascot, and like the houses weren't sorted by personality.
I think our school did try mascots when we were like towards the latter stages of primary school, but it never really.
It just never stuck.
They might have actually abandoned that idea altogether.
But like, it's just such it's such wish fulfillment, and I think that's great. And then obviously we meet Draco here, and like at that little section, and Draco's great in these movies. He does actually become an actual character later on, but like
he kind of is already.
He is, and like his character is just like to be.
You can tell they had big plans. Well, obviously
they're setting something up.
Yeah.
And like his like snotty little exterior of like being the rich kid who sort of owns everything. Like he
knows that like family history matters, like in the school.
Like my blood is better than yours.
He tries to befriend like Harry Potter in the beginning
because he's like, this guy's gonna give me clout, bro. Yeah. This guy's gonna give me clout.
Like, everyone knows the Potter parents.
Absolutely, and just like I love
how devious he is as well.
He's a devious little man. Or like we were saying when he rats out on them and he's just got this smug little grin just in the corner, and then she's like, all four of you are going to get detention. He's like,
perhaps I heard you wrong, miss.
Miss, may I inquire, but I believe you said 4 and not 3?
Yeah.
God, he fucking sucks, but he's also great.
Yeah.
I think, and I think they do a good job of building up the world and like introducing you to the lessons and the teachers.
Well, you literally just go through their school day, basically.
Yeah, and it's like
while spreading it out over the course of the term times and whatever.
And I feel like a lesser movie would probably just ignore all of the school stuff because they'd be like, kids don't want to know about that. But when like,
oh no, we love the little details.
Yeah, when the school life is as interesting as that, learning about like the potions class, and I'm gonna say like the set design in these movies is fucking incredible.
Phenomenal, yeah.
Like how packed every classroom looks and the halls, how great they look, and like I've physically been to where they filmed it in Pinewood, and it's so unnecessarily detailed, like how big the grand halls are and all like everything, and like all of the portraits on the walls. And it's like, we were saying this, if you were an extra as a kid in that movie, that would just be like the fucking best thing ever. Yeah. Just like being able to be there and wearing the uniform.
It's the sort of thing you tell your grandkids.
That would be so fucking
that level.
Valid. It's valid, okay?
Yeah.
I think there are certain issues with this movie where like, because I've watched it so many times, there are parts where it feels a little bit slower, and I think for me, the Quidditch part is a little slow, and then I think the actual last part where they're going through the little trials and stuff is a little bit slow. But like that is just because I've watched it so many times. But how was that for you? Was there like a specific point in the movie where you were thinking, oh, maybe this sort of dips a bit?
No, not really, to be fair. And
no, damn, you were hooked.
Yeah, especially since
You've never seen it
at
before.
the beginning, I saw it was 2.5 hours long. I thought, okay, well, there's got to be some like points where I'm going to be less engaged. But honestly, I didn't really find that. I didn't mind the Quidditch part because I'm pretty sure it comes back to be a thing in the next.
Yeah, it does come back. No, that's good then. And it doesn't.
Yeah,
it doesn't feel too long. It doesn't feel too long, even despite being.
That went by very quickly. I think.
And like it's so efficient with its time. Like I think it.
Man, I almost wanted to watch another one, just like
straight off, just like bang, like that.
Let's go.
And it's like it does enough to justify because there's a lot to set up in this universe, and I think it does a fantastic job of doing that.
Yeah, because you think that's quite a daunting task
to
set this up well, considering how much
there is to talk about.
Yeah.
Like sometimes they'll just drop that like there are dragons in Romania or whatever.
Okay.
Anyway, but like I think that's fine because it's like it's not something that's important to the narrative, and it kind of gets you into the headspace of Harry, who's just constantly learning about new things, just rapid fire. And he's like, wait, dragons exist? And he's like, and then he meets a centaur and then a unicorn.
Yeah.
And I love like the mishmash of things thrown together, and I think that's just great. And I think
the CGI was pretty good as well.
The CGI is decent for its time, definitely. I think when Neville is like flying on the broom in like broad daylight, sometimes that doesn't look great. But I think if you light it well, like the troll, I think still looks pretty decent.
To be honest, that's the moment that sort of like springs to mind.
Where you were like, okay, that's actually that ages because I think it fits into the world because it's not trying to be super detailed. It's like
when
almost.
Did these come out?
These came out, I think, 2001.
Yeah, so I mean, we're
like 20 years ago.
20 plus years ago.
And I think that's decent.
Up,
yeah,
for sure.
But no, I think the mystery aspect I think works mostly well. And I like how the mystery isn't solved within a week. Like, you see time pass, there's Halloween, there's Christmas, you come back from the Christmas break. They don't dwell on
things for too long, which is good.
It's Hermione just grabs a book and goes, yeah, he did some shit. Let's just get into that. Ron pulls a face, and it's like, let's get on with this.
Let's move on, yeah.
I think maybe the main issue with the Philosopher's Stone as an object is you don't really know what it does. Like, they just we
were discussing this.
There's importance giving to the Philosopher's Stone, where they're like, yeah, the Philosopher's Stone is a thing that Dumbledore has.
Well, I'm holding off that it would get explained in the next film, or does that... Like, you could tell me now if that just doesn't happen.
No, not really.
But to be fair, I remember, like, during the thing, I would ask you, like, okay, so what actually is the importance?
What does this thing do?
And I left it quite late as well. Like, it was getting towards the latter stages of the film, and I felt like I had no idea what the stone was. And I know at the end they said that they destroyed it.
Yeah.
And he got consent from like the creator or whatever.
Nicholas Flamel.
But I think he's I think he's lying about that.
Yeah.
I don't know if that.
Yeah, I feel like Dumbledore just made the stone and lied.
But also, why would you just?
Why would that character never show up?
Yeah.
So I think Dumbledore made it and just lied about it. But I think it prolongs your life. I think because they said
because he said once it's destroyed that
guy is going to die, and he's like 600 years old or something. So I do think it prolongs life, and I think that's why Voldemort wants it. I also like how, speaking of Voldemort, like the movie can be kind of scary. Like when you're a little kid, when I watched this when I was a little kid, and like
children
just like the shouting with adults, and then like the fact that kids are in actual real danger. Like when the troll is swinging a bat at them, it's not knocking it out. I mean, if that bat hits Harry, he's getting fucking cut in half. He's getting destroyed.
Yeah, if certain things went differently, this could be a lot more of a.
And it actually gives it like actual real
What's the name of
stakes.
The indoor caretaker.
Filch.
Filch. Yeah, he had some.
Just the nastiest piece of work. He's like,
most horrible man
possible
you could ever meet.
I miss when they put the children in the dungeons.
I miss their screaming.
I miss this scream. And it's like the context. As a kid, you sort of just go, "Oh, that's a little creepy adult."
Oh, he's just
like think about that. It's just like
damn,
they were torturing kids in that dungeon, bro.
Dumbledore needs to sort out his checks of staff before he appoints them.
Dumbledore needs to have a talk.
This Quirrell bloke must have just slipped through, I guess, because
Dumbledore needs to talk with Ofsted.
He does.
There needs to be an Ofsted.
There needs to be a Hogwarts Ofsted, magical Ofsted.
Is there a wizarding Ofsted?
Yeah, unless it's an academy.
That's true, and then you don't have to.
In which case, no inspections required whatsoever.
I mean, they're a private organisation, Edward. We shouldn't be.
They're rich. They know what they're doing.
That's what money equals. Is smart.
That's the equation.
I'm pretty sure that's how that works.
Taught us in school, right?
Pretty much. Anyway, enough with that highly specific rant about the British schooling system.
Yeah.
I think, I think this, even though it's got some charming jank, I think this is a really good introduction to this world, and I think it's got a lot of charm. And they're a little
excited.
Did it leave you excited?
Yeah.
And this is what I want to ask you is that, like, where do you think? Because obviously you don't know anything about future revelations or like where things go. Where do you think it's going to go from here? Or can you just not predict that at all?
Well, Voldemort's going to be back. That's kind of I don't know if that might be a bit risky.
A controversial take.
It's very controversial.
You think that one-off character?
Wait, he's a one-off, right?
Yeah, he's a one. He only shows up in this.
Because whenever anyone talks about Voldemort, they're just talking about the Philosopher's
Just
Stone,
Philosopher's
right?
Stone, yes.
And him on the back of Quirrell's head.
Which was like
That's
his
the icon.
peak.
That's the iconic sort of.
People
visual...
talk about Quirrell more
when I
than
think
they
of
do
Voldemort, when I think of Voldemort, I visualize him on the back of Quirrell's head.
I mean, yeah, it's as simple as that.
Everyone does, right?
Yeah.
That's not just me.
But
no, I actually think it's just gonna. I'm assuming we'll find out more about his parents' past, because I think you mentioned that the mom was like a wizard or whatever. So I want to find out more about her secrets and whatever. New villains. I'm just expecting a whole load of
new stuff.
Yeah.
What do you think about Snape right now?
Snape's in my good books.
Because they do the twist at the end.
They do.
Where you go, he's a guy who just wears full black and talks like, "Hello, children, I am evil."
The most monotone voice.
Evil
ever.
voice, and then it's revealed that he's actually
he was
been
actually
helping.
protecting Harry this whole time.
But do you think that's? But so what? Do you think he's going to kind of maintain being a good guy now, or do you think maybe he'll swap around, or what?
I reckon. No, I don't. There's no way he can just be a fully great moral character. There's got to be some more to him.
You think there's going to be flipping?
Yeah. He's too mysterious, and they've
left too much.
The way that they've sort of painted him is too mysterious for him to just be a good guy.
Who do you think's going to be a bigger character from this movie? Which of the ones, whether it's like Dumbledore, who do you think's going to really like become a center stage
bigger later
character?
on?
Yeah, more important into the narrative.
Draco.
You think Draco?
Surely.
They're definitely setting him up for stuff. Like
he's got too much personality.
Pretty goddamn much. But no, I think this is a good movie, and we'll see where it goes.
We will.
Pretty much where the franchise goes. But before we move on, you did have a good idea. I'll admit it. It wasn't part of the original segment, but you did have a good idea, and I think we should do this just to establish our biases, to establish who we look for in characters, and that is a Hogwarts house test.
Yes.
The most important thing for every Harry Potter fanatic is to put themselves into a Hogwarts house.
This is a full Harry Potter experience, am I right?
We might as well kill ourselves if we don't do this.
Yeah.
So Hogwarts. Hopefully nothing bad came up there. Hogwarts house test. Now, we could go onto the official website, but I believe you have to log in.
Well, let's not do that.
Let's do the BuzzFeed quiz. The most
very reliable source.
A reliable source of all things.
Is perhaps the most important question that a young millennial can ask.
I agree.
What is my Hogwarts house?
Wait a second.
Do you know? Yeah, this is kind of a meme that millennials are obsessed with Harry Potter houses, and I'm sort of as kind of like a Gen Z. I'm actually kind of like out of step with my generation by being such a big Harry Potter fan. Because I think millennials actually literally grew up with Harry Potter. Well, they were like the same age as him. But we all contain multitudes, and it can feel like one single house doesn't encapsulate your whole personality. So here's a quiz that's a little more specific. Answer the following questions. Find out exactly what percentage you are from each house. You've made it to Hogwarts, which means you've already bought a wand from Ollivander's. What material is at its core? So this is literally just like a toss of the coin because you don't know. I don't know what these are. But what speaks to you? Like
a phoenix, a dragon, or a unicorn?
What speaks to you?
Is this what I want, or is this what like?
What do you think would be at the core of your wand?
I'm holding the wand. What is?
What do you think you would feel?
Yes.
Like
what would be the one that evokes the most sort of
emotion in you?
Give me that phoenix right now. Click on that phoenix immediately.
I am literally clicking on it. Don't yell at me.
Good.
During the end of your exams, you noticed that one of your classmates was using an enchanted quill. You come top of the class anyway, but they are second. What do you do?
Am I a snake?
Tell the professor immediately. Cheating is wrong, no matter what. Nothing. But if I hadn't come top of the class, I'd definitely tell the professor. Encourage the other student to admit what they'd done to the professor. Give them a high five for managing to sneak the quill into the exam. Now, Edward, how would you respond to this?
God, this is taking me back to like school now, so I got to think about what I would
So remember,
do.
you came number one, but the guy who came second cheated. So how does that?
Do I care about who came second? You know, I'm on top. I'm the king of the class, so I would just give him a high five.
You're going for that?
Yeah.
Is
also,
that
no, but on a real, I'm just a super timid dude, so I would. No,
you would not interact with him.
No, I would be thinking about the consequences of that. Dude comes up to me at the end of class. I'm not wanting.
You're
that
not saying anything. Yeah, that's fair.
I'm a small man. I don't need that confrontation.
You got a big heart, and that's what matters.
Of course, and that's going to be reflected in this.
Yes. You would be most hurt if a person called you weak, ignorant, unkind, boring.
most hurt if someone called me unkind, because I think that would be unfair.
So you would be okay if somebody called you an ignorant racist? That wouldn't.
I wouldn't
really
be okay if
affect you.
anyone called me any of these things.
But a lack of
Hurt
kindness
most.
doesn't fit. Okay.
Yeah, 'cause I feel like, yeah.
You're locked in a duel with a skilled opponent. They fire an unknown spell at you, and you shout, "None of these spells that you know." But okay, let me educate you on the spells. Okay. Expelliarmus is to disarm a wand, so
Okay.
you can use Expelliarmus to get rid of someone's wand. Protego, I believe, is like a shield. You like bring up a shield to protect you.
Okay.
Stupefy is just like to knock someone out, pretty much. And then Crucio is to make someone feel the most immeasurable pain ever.
I would want a spell that allows me to run away quicker. Expelliarmus. Disarm them, make them less likely
To get rid of their
to be
wand.
able to hurt me.
And then when they're like going to grab their wand, you're already out the door.
Yeah, I'm gone.
You're out there. It's your 5th year at Hogwarts, and you've just received a howler from your parents. What for? So a howler is like a warning, like an angry letter. Sneaking into the Forbidden Forest at night on a dare, getting caught cheating in my divination owl, which is just an exam, being put in detention after I was caught in the library after hours. Nothing. I'd never do anything to warrant a howler.
Go sneaking into Forbidden Forest at night on a dare.
You were a bad boy back in your day, I
A bit
see.
of an adrenaline junkie.
Which of these Dumbledore quotations speaks to you on a personal level? Pity the living, and above all, those who live without love. Words are, in my not so humble opinion, our most inexhaustible source of magic. It matters not what someone is born, but what they grow to be. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. Which tweets?
Wow, Dumbledore really is a philosopher, huh?
My man is wise as hell.
I'm gonna go with it matters not what someone is born, but what they grow to be.
That's the Marxist talking in you right there.
Mm.
Which of these most accurately describes your relationship with your closest friends? So, that's me, I'm assuming, so you're going to be answering for me. I love surrounding myself with people. The more friends I have, the better. I have a few very close friends and I would trust with my life. I tend to be wary around new people, so don't make me can I not talk? So don't make me new friends often. I find myself becoming friends with people who can help me succeed.
The bottom one is sort of a selfish
The grind
sort
set.
of, yeah,
the Sigma grind set.
So not that one. I don't make newer friends often, and I do tend to be wary around new people, but I think the one that is probably the most accurate is probably the second one. I have a few
Close friends.
close friends. I sort of prioritize that over a big group.
A big group, yeah. Okay. Which of your skills are you most proud of? My ability to absorb new information, my ability to make new friends, my ability to get what I want, a little ominous, my ability to keep secrets.
I would say keep secrets. I think I'm very good at keeping secrets.
So that's kind of like trust, pretty much.
Yeah,
So you're good at
I'm
that.
very good at that.
But you're dumb as rocks, you have no friends, and you fail at everything.
You described me perfectly.
But goddamn, can you keep a secret? First Quidditch match of the season is approaching, and you can't wait to get involved. What role are you playing? Seeker, I want the glory. Chaser, I like to be involved and work as part of the team. Beater, I like having all the power. I'll be in the crowd making sure supporter morale is high.
As a footballer, this one.
As a football connoisseur that you are.
I would go Chaser. Work as part of the team.
So that's
I'm a big
what,
team player.
What would be the football equivalent of that?
Be like a midfielder.
Midfield,
most
yeah.
involved in the game, transitioning play. From
You're not
defense to
always
attack.
scoring the goals, but you're getting
I don't need the
goals set up. Type thing.
Plus, I'm terrible at striker. So.
You're allowed a pet at Hogwarts. Do you bring an owl, a cat, or a toad?
Oh, this was literally I said this.
We
to you
talked
in the
about
film.
this, yeah. Owl, baby.
Yeah.
Why would you not get a fucking owl
Yeah.
if you had the choice? And I'm assuming they're trained
If
magically.
you choose toad, I want someone to elaborate.
Although I prefer a toad to a cat, just because a cat is so boring.
No, I feel like cats are cool though. Because I'm I know you're obviously more of a dog person, but I'm more of a cat person.
So you basically hate all.
I like
dogs,
the
you're saying.
independent, how independent cats are.
Okay, but we're still sticking with owls for the.
Oh
sake of
yeah, I
this.
mean owls are,
Let's fuck with it.
magical creatures.
It's Saturday, you finished your homework and you have some free time. You decide to spend some time away from your common room. Where do you go?
Oh.
The Forbidden Forest, the library, the kitchens, the Room of
What
Requirement.
is the room of requirement?
Now, this is a little bit of a spoiler, so I actually don't want to say.
So basically, it's between
Just
three.
these three.
Forbidden Forest.
Why are you out in that forest?
Well, it's the library. I wouldn't be straight up when I was.
Like, you could just chill out there and just hang out.
I didn't really hang out in the library. when
I
was at
did, for
school.
goddamn.
The kitchens, I can't cook
No.
really well, so I'd be in the forest.
You'd be hanging out.
When
in
I
the
was a
forest.
kid, I used to go out in the woods all the time, nearby house. So
What would you see in the mirror of Erised? So remember, that's the mirror where you see your deepest desire. Myself surrounded by riches, myself surrounded by my loving family and friends, myself knowledgeable above all, myself experiencing a marvelous adventure.
Oh, the bottom one.
So you would not see... You would not see yourself huddled around your beautiful family.
The second one is sort of... I would hope that I'd already have that.
Yeah, so you wouldn't desire it because you already have it.
Yeah, and
okay.
you know, I'm...
Well, so you want to go on a Lord of the Rings style quest.
Oh, yeah.
You go on
know
those.
this
You
about
go
me,
on those
yeah,
every
yeah.
weekend, where you trek to like the
hike.
cliffs of Dover. But
Yeah.
well, I love
So
marvelous
give me
adventure.
a marvelous adventure by myself.
On a quest.
Nothing better than that.
Which of these magical events would you most like to experience? The Triwizard Tournament, which you don't know about. The Quidditch World Cup, which you know about. The Yule Ball,
I don't know about.
which you don't know about, and Christmas at Hogwarts, which
do
you
know
do know
about.
about. The Yule Ball is basically just a dance, I'm pretty sure. Just like a regular prom.
Of course there's dance.
It's basically just prom.
Probably Christmas at Hogwarts.
Yeah,
that'd
that's
be
like
pretty
cozy.
special.
Would you
Yeah.
not want to watch a Quidditch match?
Not really.
That'd be lame as hell. You're having trouble mastering a new spell and you've decided to ask for help. What do you go
Who
to?
do you go
Who
to?
do you go to? God, I'm fucking dumb. My professor, of course. Hermione asks answer. My house ghost, my smartest friend, the library, I'll figure it out myself.
I'll go with the smartest friend.
So you'd like talk to me about that sort of thing?
Yeah. And
Definitely
It doesn't
talk-
matter what the subject is.
You come to me for that shit.
Yeah.
Choose a deathly hallow. Okay, this you're not going to understand this, but the elder one is basically just a super powerful wand. The resurrection stone can resurrect people, and the cloak of invisibility turns you invisible. So which one of these sounds the most appealing to you?
What's the older one again?
Just a super powerful wand.
I'll go with the... Wait, if I have the resurrection stone, can I resurrect other people?
Yeah, that's like the main thing.
Yeah, I'll go with the healing. I want to help people.
Which path do you intend to follow after leaving Hogwarts? I joined the ministry. I want to make the difference in the world. So that's basically just the wizard government. Yes. I think I'd travel for a while before committing to a career. I'll settle down and start a family as soon as possible. I continue to work hard in order to achieve as much
That one's
success as
very
possible.
vague.
So I'm assuming that's like
Very
go on to
vague.
wizard college maybe, or just work at any job to make money. But what do you think? What do you
You're a
think?
hustler. I'll travel for a while before committing to a
Okay,
career.
okay. I think to travel. And finally, we know that the Sorting Hat takes into account your preference. So which Hogwarts house do you feel you identify with most closely? So it takes your preference, but is there one?
Bro,
that...
isn't that just gonna fucking give me what I...
I hope not.
Why would that even be a question? That defeats the
And the
entire
final
point
question:
of the quiz.
pick the house you want.
It's like at the beginning of the thing, it was like as specific as possible. Yeah,
Yeah.
because you just ask me which one I want.
Yeah. Well, which one appeals you to most?
I don't know anything about. I'll go with Gryffindor because that's like the main character's one. And
Oh, you fucking.
actually, no, wait. Okay, so what I do know is that Hufflepuff is like for the sort of more shy, grounded, more loving community vibe.
Okay, you think that? Okay.
I think that.
So you want to go
So
for that?
fuck it, I'll go Hufflepuff.
Okay. You are 34% Hufflepuff, 33% Gryffindor, 18% Ravenclaw, and 15% Slytherin.
See, wow, this is what it meant by specific.
Damn,
The
bro.
analytics on this.
You're undeniably a Hufflepuff, but you definitely have some strong
I like how it
Gryffindor
says,
qualities.
I'm undeniably a Hufflepuff.
That is not up for dispute.
Undeniable 1% in it.
Yes. You proudly wear your heart on your sleeve, but you lack the recklessness of a true Gryffindor, which means that you don't act on your feelings without thinking.
That's good.
Your kindness and openness is what originally attracts other people to you, but they stay for your unwavering loyalty, meaning you're constantly surrounded by a large group of friends. Your slight compatibility with Ravenclaw House hints at an appreciation for knowledge and wisdom, though they are not priorities for you.
Wow. I might hang that up on my wall.
So
Wake up every morning and read that to myself.
So you're like kind and open, but you're just dumb as bricks.
That's not the way I would interpret it.
So we know who you are. You're pretty much just like, if you didn't pick Hufflepuff,
It would have been Gryffindor.
yeah. And then I'm assuming if you picked anything else, it would also have
Yeah,
been
because
Gryffindor.
surely that question at least influences.
Because it's literally 34-33.
Yeah, I'm.
So you're basically a
I'm
Gryffindor,
gonna
but
say
you're
Gryffindor.
still heavy in the Hufflepuff stage.
Yeah.
That's right, we finally learn what house you are, so we know that you're going to be biased towards Gryffindor and Hufflepuff throughout this
In all
entire
of my
thing.
opinions.
But yeah. Should I do this quickly?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Yeah, let me just do this very quickly. Okay, 33% Ravenclaw,
Ravenclaw.
28% Hufflepuff, 23% Gryffindor, and 16%
So
Slytherin.
we're hating on Slytherin.
Yeah, pretty much. What about you? Read this, bro. Read out Read this, bro. Read out my results to me.
You definitely belong in Ravenclaw, but you have a kindness that sets you apart from most.
Yes.
While some Ravenclaws can be seen as slightly haughty or intimidating, your Hufflepuff side means you are more approachable and therefore have an easier time making friends. Despite your softness, you find it easy to detach yourself from emotional situations
I believe that, yes.
and give objective viewpoints.
Excuse me.
Objective viewpoints, not even subjective.
I'm all about the facts and logic.
Making you the perfect person to go to for advice, which is why I said I'd go to my smartest friend.
Absolutely,
in the last one.
absolutely.
Your slight compatibility with Gryffindor House hints at an underlying desire for adventure that may manifest itself in a love of travel or trying new things.
That's actually annoyingly accurate for a BuzzFeed quiz, I feel. For both of us.
Yeah.
Let's never speak of this again. So if anybody wants to draw fan art of us, the one person out there, I'm a Raven Puff or
I'm
a
a
Ravenclaw, and then you're a Huffledore.
I'm a Huffledore or a Griffin Huff.
A Griffin Puff.
A Griffin Puff.
So whichever one you like,
Yeah.
even though you don't know what we look like.
You know exactly what we look like.
I'll put up
Well, look, do you
highly
want me
detailed
to-
pictures of both of us up
Well, I
here
can
right
just
now.
describe how I look to them.
Yeah, go. Yeah, actually. Yeah.
Right,
that's
imagine
better.
a 6 foot tall, muscly dude, the sort of body that resembles that of a Greek chiseled god. A lot of facial hair. Oh well, perfect. That's there you go.
Sort of-
Except with luscious long brown curly hair. A little bit
Sort
of
of
facial
that
hair,
kind
some
of vibe.
stubble sort of facial hair. Yeah, that's how I describe myself. Tanned as fuck.
Jacked.
Jacked.
Anyway, we will. Next time you hear our voices, we will be on Chamber of Secrets. Now let's clap to magic ourselves to the Chamber of Secrets segment of the video. 3, 2, 1. Anyway, we are here. We've magicked ourselves to the Chamber of Secrets portion of the video.
Bro.
Chamber of Secrets. Obviously, this is the year 8 equivalent.
Yeah.
So
Secrets
seven
are
was
in
full
a
of-
chamber.
there may be a chamber full of secrets we do not know for sure.
That's what I'm guessing, based on the title.
Pretty much. And now I think this is usually one that I tend to think is one of the weaker ones when I watch it. Like
Right.
when looking at
So
all
you
of the movies.
categorically despise this movie.
I'm pretty sure I hate this movie on every level. But no, I've always liked it. It's just always been
Wait,
on
really?
like I've always seen it as like being on the lower end. But rewatching it, I definitely I like it a lot more than I usually did. And I don't know what were your thoughts on it? Because obviously you've just seen the first movie, so you've only got that to compare to.
Yo, I think I like this more than the first one.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. I think I do. More like plot twists.
I think-
and revelations.
I think the mystery of like the Chamber of Secrets is actually better than
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Philosopher's
yeah.
Stone, because like with the Philosopher's
Bro,
Stone,
the Philosopher's Stone is so dead in comparison.
and plus we didn't even know what the Philosophers of Stone
Yeah.
did.
Exactly.
The Philosophers of Stone, the Philosopher's Stone.
Oh, don't you mean the Sorcerer's Stone?
The Sorcerers of Stone.
What are we, British?
I fucking can't believe I would even imagine that timeline. But I think that with the Chamber of Secrets, you actually get what it is. You get that there's like a thing in there
Yeah.
that's going around killing people. And this actually adds to the political aspects, which, you know, we'll come into
does.
our play with our rankings later. But it's interesting that this is because the first one had like no mention of like mudbloods or
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
wizard racists or anything like
Because
that.
it was just trying to like paint the picture, right?
Establish the world.
But this time we get to delve into some sort of more concepts here.
The wizard prime minister shows up in this as
I
well,
know,
Cornelius
that's mental.
Fudge. And I think, do you know, I think Lucius Malfoy is a pretty good like,
Oh,
Villain.
yeah. He's a sick character.
yeah, just
He's
like
just interesting right off the bat. Like
He's
instantly, this guy's got this sort of thing that's off about him.
Mr.
And you want to know
Potter,
what's
you
going on.
Absolute fucking
You
degenerate.
know he's meddling with the evil a little bit, but you don't know what exactly
what he's involved
his
with.
role is.
And yeah, like you were saying, the way that everything like ties up, like in that bookstore, he
Yeah,
put
yeah.
the goddamn Tom
I like
Riddle's
that. That's
diary
some
into that
brilliant,
shit.
story writing.
That is true, and like he is like over the top. Like he's
No,
just like,
he's like a cartoonish
I
villain.
could not believe that there were even mudbloods in this school.
Exactly.
He's like, nobody would want the mudbloods to die.
Exactly,
as he
yeah,
as he
yeah.
smiles, to himself, just in the corner, just like
Yes, I love
Those
killing.
kids would be petrified.
absolutely, literally.
You see how I use
as
that
how-
word there?
Yes. And I think he's great. And you also kind of gives you like an insight into why Draco is such a little snotty brat
Yeah, now
when
we
this
know.
is his dad.
Now we know.
Just like with the glorious hair,
His dad's
wearing
like-
all black,
Yeah,
with
yeah.
the snake cane.
Literally owns a fucking slave.
Yes.
in
Oh yeah,
Dobby.
slavery.
Slavery. He's also got racism on the cards
Absolutely.
against the mudbloods.
That's true. Which is
Um,
basically just the wizard N word.
Yeah, so now we get why Draco is the little devious rat that he is.
The little bastard he is.
Yeah.
He gets a lot more play in this, I think, than the first one.
He does. We get that little scene with him and the his two mates. What
I
were
didn't
they
know you
called
could
again?
read.
What were they called?
Crab and Goyle,
Yeah,
bro.
that's it. Yeah.
But I like that because I thought this movie, when I was like reimagining it in my head, I thought it went a lot slower than it did, and it might be the longest Harry Potter movie, but there's a lot of like a little asides, like you got the spider
I
plot
wouldn't say any of
line.
it's slow paced though. Like it all still feels. I don't think it's as fast paced as the first one, but it kind of it couldn't be fast paced because there's so much to unpack.
There is,
like,
yeah,
there's so many plot twists, there's so many mysteries.
That's what revisiting this, I was like, damn, they fit a lot into this.
My brain was on like full engagement mode.
Yeah, because you've got like the shit with the car, you've got the basilisk, you've got them taking Polyjuice Potion and turning into people.
You've got the spider.
You've got Quidditch, spiders, Aragorn or something like that. Aragog, I think.
Yeah.
And I think rewatching it, I do think they do a better job than I remember of balancing everything. I will say though, not terribly fond of Dobby.
Dobby is a little bit mischievous.
To call him mischievous, I think.
Like some of the choices he makes in this movie.
He's
sabotaging, bro. He tries to kill Harry when they're playing Quidditch.
He doesn't try to kill them. He tries to injure them, so he has to go.
Oh,
home,
sorry. He tries to like
violently injure.
He's risking fatally injuring.
As
Harry.
long as you're breathing through a tube, you're still alive, Harry.
True.
Just paralyzed for the rest of his
Because
life.
for Dobby, it's not about the quality of life. It's about living in general.
Living
as
in
long as you are
yes.
alive.
He's pro-life.
Dobby's pro-life.
What can I say, guys?
That could affect.
That
some
could
of
affect the rankings.
Yeah.
Yes. I think with Dobby, I wasn't sure what necessarily they were going for at points. Like, I'm not sure if him. You know when he does like that thing where he just hits himself on the head? I'm not sure if that's supposed to be like funny. We're supposed to be like, oh, Dobby, you're being so
no, it's
goofy.
definitely meant to be funny. Like they thought that would be funny.
I don't know.
I mean, we were in hysterics.
We were literally.
I was on the floor. Like Christian thought I was gonna have a laughing fit.
I shit
It would
myself.
It got pretty hectic.
But I think he's more so annoying, and it's like I understand that he doesn't
yeah.
understand like humans and like.
No, I kind of agree.
And how he's so desperately trying to get Harry to not go back to Hogwarts.
Yeah.
But like there are so many other ways he could have done it. Like if first he asked politely and was just like, "Oh, Harry, I'm an elf and I don't want you to go to school." If he just did that first
just
and then
been
Harry said no.
earnest.
If there was some sort of build up to him literally trying to paralyze him with like a ball, then I think it would be okay. But he jumped straight into I've been hiding all your letters. I've
got
been
in
doing
your
all
house
this bullshit.
somehow.
I put a cake on
here
a
now.
lady's head just to fuck with you.
Yeah, that was really fucked up.
That was Dobby. Fuck that
No,
guy.
I think he's meant to be funny, but he's also just meant to be like that cute relief.
That's true. Yeah.
He's like what the Minions were to Despicable Me, except
Why wasn't there a Dobby movie? Dobbies.
Dobby. Yeah.
They need that shit, bro.
That's a
Also,
little idea for whoever wants to direct that. Directors
listen
out
up,
there?
Hollywood.
Directors.
Listen up.
Dobby needs his own movie. Please.
That's goddamn true.
Make it happen.
I think also Gilderoy Lockhart is a nice addition. You know, the author guy who's just obsessed with himself.
Oh yeah, he's hilarious. Oh yeah.
Like,
yeah.
he's also kind of like a hyper,
Took one scene for me to know that he's a fraud.
a fucking scumbag.
Yeah.
Just seeing this guy.
Fucking con artist.
I think he's great in this movie, and he's kind of fucked up like the actual story behind him because when you think about
can we talk
like,
about this?
can we have a discussion about
I
this,
feel like,
please?
Does this get? I don't know what goes on in the Harry Potter like discussion world
No,
conversation.
we need to start this conversation.
Right. Let's start
He
it.
is literally giving people dementia
Bro.
and then stealing their
That is
lives.
one of the most fucked up evil spells.
Oh yes, I have the
That's the most evil. That's the most.
I forgot the word dementia. Funnily enough, I love him. I think he's a great little defense against the dark arts. I like him eating shit against Snape. Snape plays a smaller role in this than in the first one, but he is present. He's always sort of lurking in the background doing shit.
Yeah, he is less present though, for sure.
Nobody is held account to anything in this universe.
I said this in the last thing, is that like these teachers, how do they keep slipping through?
I know.
Dumbledore.
At least with,
What is going on?
At least with Quirrell, you could get away with like he seems timid, but he's hiding something. But like Lockhart,
This dude is so obvious, and for Dumbledore, who's like the wisest guy,
is he even
literally
fucking
the
wise,
wisest
dude?
person to have ever existed
In this universe.
cannot see through this guy, which Harry Potter and Ron
I like.
can
Oh, he's
in
immediately
the same
a fucking
movie.
fraud. Yeah. What I was saying before though is, I don't know where I was going. This is an era though because these first two movies are directed by Chris Columbus, you know, explorer, director, filmmaker, you know.
The first human to ever step in the Americas.
I'm pretty sure there were no humans in America before he arrived, but he he deserves a lot of credit for like establishing what Hogwarts looks like and casting the actors, because it pretty much stays permanent throughout the entire thing. And I think these are the last two which are, I think, directly targeted at children, because I think the others become more like targeted at like teens.
Well,
I
do you
think more
grow
so.
up like maybe you grew up with the characters though?
Yeah, I think I said that in the first one, because I think, but even in this, he's showing signs of growing up, Harry. Because like immediately when you see him, you're like, okay, he's grown a bit, and his voice is a little bit deeper than it was before. But I really appreciate what he did to establish the universe, and I think it was good. I think it's a good idea to give it to a new director, because I think the third one has its own unique style compared to these first two. But it's almost odd that these first two, which are so more targeted at children, that isn't like the mainstay, because most of them are more mature. When you'd think that most of them would be kid friendly and then it would get mature, but it's like most of these are mature, which I think is interesting.
Yeah. Do you reckon I'll like tell that there's been a change in director in the next
I'm
one?
pretty sure.
You think?
I think it's pretty obvious.
Okay.
And I think they
I
also
wonder how I'll take that, because I think the first two have been like brilliant.
and these first two definitely have like a consistency in their style. Like they really do feel like they're
They're
set
part
in
of the same franchise.
Yes,
Oh,
in the same
absolutely, yeah,
world.
it really does.
Absolutely. Well, so I think the third
It's very
one,
important.
the third one almost sets a new normal that the rest follow.
Okay.
I think, but no, I think
So you can sort of separate these two from the rest as being like
they
their
do
own
feel
style.
different. But I think that's fine, because this is like before they become teenagers, so it is kind of and then they
Appropriate.
enter a new era,
Okay.
kind
yeah.
of thing in the later ones.
Yeah, yeah.
Shout out Justin Finch Fletchley, who's the Hufflepuff student who almost gets bitten by the snake. The only reason I remember his name is because in the Lego game, you could unlock him as a character, because they needed to fill out the roster with characters. And I thought he looked cool in the Lego game, so I would always unlock him. Also, shout out Susan Bones. Only in Philosopher's Stone and fucking Chamber of Secrets, she gets her time to shine. She's friends with Hermione. I don't think we ever see her again. So rest in peace, Justin Finch Fletchley and Susan Bones, who we never see again. Two iconic characters who
Right.
changed the franchise in a way that I can't even imagine.
I'll remember them forever.
I would say though, overall, it's got a great mystery. It introduces great new characters. Like I think Lucius Malfoy is the standout, and he comes
Yeah.
back a few more times.
Hufflepuff lady.
Oh yes, yeah, Mrs. Sprout, and that
And those like plant things.
that does set up
Oh yeah, because it's used
using it for medicine.
Yeah.
What
to
does
save
that is
them from
actual?
being,
What is
like,
that class as
petrified or
actual
whatever.
use? Same with
Um,
Transfiguration. What is the point of
I
that
mean,
class?
for the medical students out there, the medical
That's
magicians.
fair. But what about Transfiguration, which is just turning an animal into a cup?
Yes, yeah, well, I did. Yeah, maybe that useful.
It would be useful, but to a very specific career path.
There's also the monsters in this one.
Oh
are
yeah.
insane. Both of the two main ones
the-
I'm thinking of are the spider and the.
And the effects,
Basilisk?
as well are pretty good. Like the basilisk looks great, the spider looks great. I remember when it kept cutting to like the close up of the spider's
Mate,
eyes.
seeing that spider made me glad I didn't watch this as a kid.
As a kid, yeah, that shit was scary as a kid.
That would be in my nightmares. If I watch that at night, it's over for my my night.
And the effects, yeah, I think the effects are better than the first movie, but I think that goes without saying because it is literally just
It's
the
like-
next
yeah,
year.
yeah.
But yeah, these movies do
More
a great
money
job
as
at
well,
aging
probably.
well, just like in general in terms of the effects and everything like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, Aragog is great. The mystery is great, and like going into the book and like seeing the past. Because I think you said that you found it interesting that obviously at first you didn't even know Tom Riddle was Voldemort, because now everybody knows that. But like
I'm a noob.
watching it through, you were like, who the hell is this Tom Riddle fella?
Yeah.
What's up with this guy?
Yeah, when he was first shown in like the diary flashback.
What did you did you think he was just like a random worshipper of Voldemort?
I think I thought. Well, I knew he was important. Like movies don't show characters for no reason.
That's
But
right.
I
Justin
would
Finch Fletchley.
I would have never guessed he was Voldemort.
No. Then he has to
But then
rearrange his name.
yeah, but that like reveal is awesome though when he's like, I am Voldemort's
I am
past,
Lord
present,
Voldemort,
and
bitch.
future. That's
And then
sick.
you're like, fuck, dude, he's not Voldemort, is he?
Right.
Fuck!
And I was like, damn, this Voldemort.
But overall, what are your overall thoughts on this? Wrapping everything up.
I enjoyed it very much, like the first one. In fact, I liked it better than the
Even
first
more,
one.
okay.
If that's the longest one, then I'm sad because
Mm.
honestly, despite the fact that it was like 2 hours and 40 minutes, it flew
by, yeah.
It did.
Yeah, these movies do a great job with pacing, like we said in the
Yeah,
first
yeah.
one. And honestly, I might agree. I think it might be. I remember going into it, I was like, well, this is kind of the one where I'm like, I'm not sure if I want to rewatch
Yeah.
this one. But like, no, it is really good. And I think, yeah, I think if not at least as good as Philosopher's Stone, maybe a little bit better. And anyway, like I did with the end of the first one, I want to say, what do you think's going to happen here on out? Like, what do you expect?
Well, I know the next one's called The Prisoner of Azkaban. So
Who will be the
so we're gonna go to Azkaban.
Who will be the prisoner of Azkaban?
Voldemort.
No.
Whoa.
Surely
That's
not.
crazy.
Do you suspect, even before I told you that they get darker, do you think tonally with this movie it does feel a little bit darker than the first one?
Oh yeah, I mean you got like blood.
Borderline
on the
child
walls.
murder. Like they're paralyzed, but they're pretty much dead.
Students, and the fact that the like the school, which is just like unwilling to close at all costs.
Yes.
Like the fact that that
We need
school,
to keep it
the fact
open,
that school
bro.
didn't like close throughout the course
Yeah.
of that movie is crazy.
I mean, it is the only school in
Bro,
Britain,
the
I guess, for
dedication.
wizards.
The dedication of
The fucking
Dumbledore.
Prime Minister went down there and was like, hey, by the way,
I heard you were discussing potentially closing the school down for a while. What's going on there? He's
the
so
fuck?
concerned. Maybe Hogwarts has never been closed down in its 1,000-something year history.
I don't think so then, because 50 years ago, only one student died and they were like, oh, we're thinking of closing it down.
Yeah.
And then Tom Riddle gave it fucking threw Hagrid under the bus,
Yeah.
for God's sake.
God damn it, that snitch.
That son of a bitch!
Yeah.
That snake.
Fuck.
That
I
snake.
like what you did there.
God damn.
Get it? Because there's a snake in this movie.
There's because
A basilisk?
the Slytherin imagery is associated with the snake, and he is part of. He's the heir of Slytherin, so that sort of. Oh yeah, here we actually learn about the fucking 4 heads of the houses, because
Oh yeah, that's this.
presumably you didn't know that they were named after people.
No, I was
you were
like,
just like, oh, it's just random
That's
names.
a cool name.
Damn,
Slytherin.
That's Slytherin. That's far as hell.
No, I knew it had like some sort of connotation, but like I didn't know exactly who the people were
Yeah.
or that it was people and founding members.
But let's go. Let's say, what do you want to see in the future? Like, what are you looking forward to them exploring more?
Voldemort's past,
Hmm.
because I found that whole Tom Riddle thing super interesting. I like the whole idea of him being a student at school. He's like, the model student. Something goes wrong, he becomes like,
He turns into a fucked up snake man with no face.
Dumbledore can't trust him. Why is that?
Mm.
So I want to learn more about his past.
Mm.
That's what I want to learn about.
That's the main thing.
Yeah, because that's super interesting.
What else do you think? Maybe
They
the
keep
more
teasing it. Like they keep.
They do.
They show him on the back of Dude's head. They have him in Tom Riddle form in this movie or whatever, even though he was Tom Riddle.
So you're just waiting to see him in his full form.
I don't know, but I do like. I want to see him in his full form. At the same time, I wouldn't mind if I had to wait a couple movies more because I like the teasing aspect.
the
I like
building
the
it
whole
up
like the anticipation
of it all.
Yeah, but I want to find out more about all the characters. 'Cause,
Wizard
like, I find most
politics.
of them interesting. Yeah, the wizard politics. I guess like the whole thing of that the
Minister of
the
Magic.
basic prime minister equivalent
Yes.
showing up. Yeah, that would be cool. I think you mentioned that like, or the movie mentioned that Ron's father is like
Part
in
of the
government or
ministry,
whatever.
yeah.
So I want to learn more about how that operates,
Mm.
how the whole thing operates. Snape needs to be in it more next
Yes,
time.
baby, Snape.
Where were you this time? Where were you at?
I think that's all we got to say. Yeah, so you just want to look forward to more Voldemort and like Ministry of Magic shit. Like,
Give me more.
and now, with the power
Vested
of
in
magic,
me.
with the power of friendship, we will once again clap ourselves to the Prisoner of Azkaban. The Prisoner of Azkaban portion of the video.
Am I about to live another 20 years right now?
We are about to see time pass like
I've
sand
already had
through
kids.
an
What's left
hourglass.
in life for me at this point?
Let's
I might be
find
in
out.
a retirement home by the next cut.
Let's find out. Okay, 3,
2.
2. Why are you not doing it
I'll
in
do it
time
with
with
you.
me? 3, 2, 1.
1.
We are now already in the Azkaban, Prisoner of Azkaban section of the video after clapping ourselves to this from the Chamber of Secrets video. We do a little clap,
Yeah.
clap, remember, Edward?
Yeah, I do.
And what are our thoughts on this mid-movie?
I actually am lost for words at how good that movie is.
you did not even go along with the joke.
No,
of me
no, no,
calling
no,
it
no.
mid just because you can't.
There's no.
Okay, yeah, this movie
place
is
for
fucking
jokes.
incredible.
There are no
This movie
place
is
for
fucking
jokes.
incredible.
Come on, man. Like,
It is insane.
I can't believe that's the first time I've watched that movie like all the way through.
Yeah. Because, like, I think you said before
I
that
was
you maybe...
missing out.
Because you said that you saw, like, you knew who, like, you didn't know who he was, but you knew Peter Pettigrew was, like, a
Right.
weird rat man. But you didn't know
But
who
I didn't even
Peter
get like
Pettigrew
if
was.
you think about it, like considering that I knew there was like a rat dude. It took me a fucking long time
to realise
like,
that Scabbers
But I
is...
did get it before they like revealed it. But I think do you know what? Do you know why I think I like this movie so much? It's because I remembered the least. Because like when I was a kid, right? If I'd walked in on my like sisters watching it or whatever, or like friends watching it, and it would just be I'd remember like bits and pieces. You know, like I'd remember a troll here or like a spider there.
Yeah.
But like with this one, I genuinely like didn't remember like at all anything. So I was just kind of like shell shocked, and like there was no surprise whatsoever.
Yeah.
It was just going in completely
Dude,
blind. It was
genuinely
so good,
watching
man.
your face for like the last hour of the movie was so fucking
Really?
insane. Just like the shock at like, oh my god, fucking Remus is the traitor, dude. Sirius Black is there. Remus is the traitor. Snape's coming in. Oh wait, no, he's actually a good guy. What does
Yeah,
Snape have to
yeah.
do with this? Oh, the fucking rat this whole time. It is insane, and I genuinely think that scene of them all meeting in the Shrieking Shack and like the exchange, that is just one of the best scenes in any movie ever.
It was genuinely
like the tension.
hands on head shock.
Like the
Genuinely,
the
like-
set, the acting, the music, everything in that scene is fucking perfectly
I feel like,
executed.
I feel like with some movies, too many plot twists can be a bad thing, but they actually like get it perfect.
It balances well.
It all works out. There's no sort of like problems with it in terms of plot. It's all just like, wow, like this is happening, you know. And it was like you said, the last hour, right? Because I think I remember like for maybe the first half of the movie, I was thinking, okay, good movie. We're on like par with
Like Chamber of Secrets level,
because
yeah.
I like Chamber of Secrets more than the first one. But I was like, okay, on par with that. And then as soon as it was when Ron's rat ran off.
Yeah.
From then on until the end of the movie, it's just actually.
It is a fucking incredible
It's literally
movie.
10 out of 10 from then on, and you could even call
Actually.
the first half 10 out of 10 because it was
because it's all
building
build up to that.
because
yeah.
like we talk about the last hour, but what you forget is like the things that happen in the last hour have been mentioned like in the first half of the movie.
For all of that to pay off and to feel as good as it does, you need to establish
That's
it
the
in
thing
the
I
first
love
half.
about these movies. Like every little small detail, if
Pays
something
off.
seems out of place, you know it's going to come back later.
Yeah.
That's why it's so good, man.
And this one especially, it feels like all these little nuggets and things are planted, and it's like
Yeah,
the little
yeah,
mysteries.
yeah.
And I think the almost like horror atmosphere adds so much more tension.
Right, yeah, because it was.
to it, because it feels less. I think the first two movies, they do have their own unique charm of it just being like friends who are investigating like a cool mystery.
Yeah.
But this, it feels like there is a murderer
Straight
running
up horror,
around,
yeah.
and it's like the stakes are higher than ever before, and just like the atmosphere in this movie in general, like it's so dark and cold
Right,
and like.
the shift from the first two movies is definitely like apparent.
Yeah, we were like,
yeah.
oh, maybe you'll notice if it's a different director or not. But like, it is almost immediately
Bro,
apparent.
after the first scene, I was like, all right, well, it's still got a bit of Chris in there, Chris Columbus.
You know, Chris is staying in, but then Alfonso comes
Literally,
in.
I think from the moment that he gets on the bus after he leaves the house with Vernon and whatever, from then on, it's like it takes on its whole like directory style.
I think even
It's
as a
just,
kid,
like,
like the moment I saw like that dog coming out of the bushes, I was like,
Right,
this
yeah,
is not
yeah.
like the other two. Like, there's something sort of like a little edge, like
you know
an
what else as
edginess
well?
to
It's
it.
the fact that like the other ones, like with most movies or like series or whatever, you have like you'll have like a period of time at the beginning of the movie where nothing is really going wrong. Characters are still developing or whatever. It's like setting up certain plot lines, but like straight from the off,
This is
one's
like
horror.
immediately shit is
There's
going
horror
wrong.
like throughout the entire movie.
And I think it works because like I feel like you'd worry about like it being too much and like you wouldn't have enough time to breathe, but like somehow they just pace it out so well. And it has little moments of comedy as well. Like I think this is the first one where it's actually like consistently quite funny.
Yeah.
Because like the first two had their moments, but these there was always like a little jab
Little
or something that
jokes
was
in
kind of
between.
funny.
Like balancing the
horror
humor
stuff.
and the horror like
Yeah.
exquisitely.
Masterfully. This is a
Honest-
fucking
honestly,
masterfully
yeah.
made movie.
I think like with the first movie and the second movie, I was still trying to learn teachers' names. I was still trying to learn certain like spells and whatever. But with this one, like
We're kind of
you're
used to the
3
world.
movies into it now. I'm more familiar with like all of the like characters and like spells and like how things certain works, like creatures and whatever. So there was not too much time for me to think about what's going on here. I'm overthinking.
You're finally
what this
in
is.
it.
What is
Yeah.
going on? Like I can't understand that before I do this. It was none of that. It was like just full on, like in a trance.
Yes.
How good it was.
And like focusing on like the actual surrounding mystery, because when you're used to the world, you can finally focus on what's going on. And I found it fascinating how you were like you did not trust Lupin at first because he's such a
Yeah,
beloved character.
I mean, can you blame me though? Like the first two
With like the
movies,
trend of
the dark arts defense teacher or whatever.
and then even into that great scene in the Shrieking Shack, they lead you on with him being a bad guy for a little bit, and then you're justified, and then it fucking twists it around again. It's actually fucking genius.
Because that whole last hour is brilliant, but you're right. That specific scene where they're in the Shrieking Shack at the top,
Fucking-
with and then like Snape comes in, and you've got the rat, Peter Pettigrew revelation, Lupin, Sirius Black learning about who's the good guy. You're just like you're like puzzled, but in amazement
And like
at the same time.
it's insane that a scene with that amount of tension is in like a film made for kids.
Right, yeah.
But like this, it's so well done, and like
Yeah.
and like so much of this movie, I love just the atmosphere, like all the things it introduced. Like Hogsmeade is this little town that will get expanded on further, but that becomes like this iconic part of everything. And the little horror tension, and even the Dementors are fucking creepy as hell.
I know, yeah, well, yeah. I mean, obviously the main horror threat is that a Lupin werewolf.
Oh, we'll get to the
being,
werewolf.
But like like you said, the Dementors
Are so fucking
from the beginning, because you've got like even the Sirius Black in his wolf form at the beginning was scary to me. I was like, okay, so maybe this is.
That dog is just creepy as hell. Like, what the fuck is that?
But I was not prepared for what was coming.
And like, it's so insane to imagine like. I can't imagine this movie being directed by Chris Columbus. Like, if he decided to stay on,
Chris ain't got this in his bag.
like
there's no way.
You got to respect him a lot for going. He must have like read the third book and gone like, oh, this is not like the vibe I'm going for.
Because obviously I have no idea if it was the
like executives or things like
executives
that.
wanted someone else, or if he.
Well,
was
those
like,
first
okay,
two
I'm gonna
movies
step back.
made good money, so like they were probably like, oh, why should we like mess it up?
Right,
But he
yeah,
probably
yeah.
just went like, this movie has to be somebody else's vision.
Yeah, it wasn't even like the change in direction was like needed. Like, oh, I needed a bit of change of pace, but it just happened. And it was just a welcome surprise.
Yeah, and it just worked so well. And it's because the characters now are like, I think they said like they're 13 in this movie, like they're entering the darker years, and it's like you can't have the same kind of warm and nostalgia type of feel that the first two movies have. You have to pivot.
That formula isn't gonna like work forever, and they chose the moment to like switch up perfectly,
and it works so fucking well. And like there are still little interactions though. There were still little things to like liven it up a bit. Like you've got even the scene with Buckbeak before it turns bad. It feels like a scene from the first movie where you would be like introduced to a thing.
That gave me
broad
serious
daylight.
deja vu.
Yeah. And like, even fucking Buckbeak is great in this. Like a nice little inclusion, such a cool design as well. The hippogriff is awesome. Draco's still a little bitch. Hermione fucking making him eat shit by punching him is one of the greatest scenes in cinema.
Yeah, Draco gets his moments in this one for sure.
He gets totally fucking trounced.
Yeah.
Love that. And like, yeah, like I also this was a good detail where the director actually said he told the kids that they can dress however way they want with their uniforms. So if you notice in some of the scenes,
they're not
like they're more disheveled.
Yeah,
like,
they're not
all of them are wearing the
Hogwarts
cloaks.
attire, yeah.
Because a lot of them are
I didn't actually really deep that.
Like when they go into Hogsmeade, they're not wearing uniforms. They're just wearing like regular clothes.
Yeah.
And even in that scene with Buckbeak, most of them aren't wearing jumpers. They've got like their shirts untucked.
I think even in the dramatic scene,
Yeah.
like Harry's wearing that blue top.
Yeah.
And whatever.
And it adds more to them feeling like real people like in this real situation. And it's just so many decisions. Like I cannot believe that they didn't get this guy back for other movies. And I think it was
when you told me that this was the last
this
one,
was the last this is the one he
legitimately
does.
disappointed.
Yeah.
Legitimately. Like.
And I think it's because he's like he does a lot of like sort of what you'd expect to be like Oscar movies and like art films type of thing. So he probably wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna sign on to a franchise. But I think
do my one and then I'll be out.
You can tell that this is a guy who he's looking at like the scenery differently from how Chris Columbus looked at it. Like he's focusing a lot more on the mood of the scenes and like the moon and the lighting coming in and like even
using
just getting
the weather to set the tone.
Even just getting a shot of like the courtyard and seeing there's like fog in the distance and there's all of this foliage around. Like everything feels aged and
You're right.
has this proper like and like you said, the pathetic fallacy English 101 of like it's always raining, it's always dark.
Matching the mood and the atmosphere,
Yeah, and it's so fucking genius. It's actually genius. Like, I cannot believe how good this movie is.
You're right, yeah.
And, like, I will say straight up, this is my favourite Harry Potter movie. This is my favourite one. And, like,
oh, wow, okay.
There are a few ones that I think come close, but, like, in terms of... This one, I think, is unique of its own for being so kind of gothic and dark, and like darker elements do get reintroduced, but the way it's executed in this, it's so uniquely its own, and the way it balances everything out.
Was that your opinion like when you were a kid as well, or is that just kind of like you've come to think that later
This
on?
is a unique thing where like even as a kid I knew this was my
This
favorite.
is special.
Because I think I always tended to like darker stuff because I liked feeling edgy, where I was like, yeah, this is dark. But like back then I loved it for like just the creatures and like the the tension stuff. But now as like an adult I can actually appreciate it for just being such like a well-written, like tightly packed script. They do so much. Like they introduce time travel into the last 30 minutes of the movie, and you think that would fuck everything up. But it comes in so well. It all comes together.
I was worried that okay, the movie's going for this time travel thing, which
it's gonna fuck it up.
They're gonna like they've done so much by this point. Time travel, that's ridiculous.
But they do it so well.
It's like oh, they're going overboard. Now we're gonna be overwhelmed, but you don't feel overwhelmed.
No,
it fits in perfectly.
So
all
well.
of the little things that happen in the previous sort of half an hour, like the stones being thrown through the windows at Hagrid's place.
All comes together.
Or the howling that Hermione eventually does or whatever.
Oh god, we got to talk about the fucking werewolf. Like what a fucking
I knew we had
awesome
to talk about
design.
This at some point.
Like werewolves, it's never been something that has scared me because whenever something has fur on it, I don't find it scary to be honest, because it's like it feels kind of cuddly. Like even a bear's gonna kill you, but they look cute.
Yeah.
But like the fact that this version of the werewolf is so like it has
Patchy,
scant
right?
hair. It's
Yeah.
patchy with hair, and like that transformation sequence is fucking incredible. Like
Where his eye, I think, and it starts off with his like
as
zooming
soon as
in
the
on his
moon
eyes,
hits, and it's
he's
like his
it
eye
goes more
goes
yellow.
fucking crazy.
It's-
And like the way his like back, you see like his back like hunch and stretch out,
the way
and his
that
clothes
he's like,
tear.
yeah, he's claiming like pain while it's happening, like the groaning and the screaming at what's happening.
It is
to
the
him.
greatest like werewolf in anything ever, and it's not even the main focus of the
Right.
movie.
I know, yeah.
And you were saying like the horror even of this, like so many elements of it, like the moments where the werewolf is like,
No, yeah,
you're like
yeah,
from
yeah.
the perspective of Hermione or something, and then you see the wolf get closer to
He's
you.
like up on the hill, right?
Yeah.
He ducks down where you can still see his hunch sort of like overarching over like the
over like the
weeds
shrubbery
and,
and like
overgrass.
just like
Yeah,
a
yeah,
shark
yeah.
in water, like
And
it's
you just
thin.
see it get closer because it's so fast. And it's just there's just something so uncanny about how half human
Hmm.
it looks. Like the fact that it's werewolf human, the as you said, the
Hmm.
patchy skin, the hunchback. It's just so eerie.
And this isn't a children's film. This isn't a film directed at children.
Bro, I was nearly
And
scared,
it's-
and I'm like,
Dude, I was fucking terrified of that werewolf,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah.
I loved it, but I was like, this shit is so
I don't know,
fucking
I would
scary.
have had a blanket over my head while I was watching
That
as a
shit,
kid.
it was
I was
so
like,
scary, and like,
holy! I thought the spider was scary in the Chamber.
wait,
of
that is
Secrets.
like that's like a fucking
nothing.
plush
Yeah, yeah.
compared to this,
Plush.
dude.
Plush.
It's insane, and like just the masterful way everything is done, and I think Alfonso, you know, I know him personally. Alfonso. He takes it with like the seriousness it deserves, because I feel like maybe another director would sort of play the werewolf more traditionally with the fully hair and maybe not make it as scary.
Right,
but like
yeah.
he really takes the time to make this thing fucking terrifying. Every aspect of this movie, like I know we talked a lot about like Alfonso Cuarón and like the actors are great, but like every aspect of like the set design and the visual effects and like the prosthetics and like the animatronic stuff all comes together
I
perfectly.
mean, even some like when it comes to cinematography, some of the shots were just like incredible.
Incredible. You were like literally, you were just like that shot, man.
I was
That
like-
shot is fucking
Like, how
insane.
rare is it that someone says out loud like that's an awesome
You have to,
shot?
there's silence. You just have to acknowledge
Some,
like
some
what is
shot-
going on
yeah,
there.
some shots you can appreciate in silence, which you know happens all the time. But for you to actually like verbally
Yeah,
say
like
that
Sirius like flying to the moon
commend it,
on
yeah.
the hippogriff, like you're just like that is fucking
from
crazy.
from the movie ending with him like flying on his broom up into the air, Sirius Black going off on the hippogriff into the sky. Even like the opening scene where Harry's riding Buckbeak, and it, like you've got like the
water.
river, and he like puts his hand down the
Yeah.
water, and it's just like
So good,
Or like
so
or
good.
the scenes where they're time traveling and you see like Ron, Hermione, and Harry like running, and then you see like Hermione and Harry like ahead of them, like and it's just I don't know.
So
it's
many
just so good.
with the Marauders map as well. That's such a fucking cool idea.
Yeah.
And I know that originates from
I
the
mean,
book,
yeah.
but it's executed so well. Like even visually with the little name tags and like the steps.
I don't think I said it at the time, but that scene where like Peter Pettigrew walks past him and you don't know
That
what
is
it is.
so
That's
good.
so good.
That scared me so
and
much.
you see him getting closer on the map, and Harry's like looking up, and there's no
and then the
one in
music's
front
like
of him.
dun 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 dun.
You think
dun,
he's like a
dun,
ghost
dun, dun.
or something, yeah.
And
And that
now it
leads-
makes perfect sense because he was a rat.
He was a rat. He's just going on like out of sight,
going like
out of the
around
field
him,
of sight,
and like
yeah.
of course he's just gonna go like, oh well, what the hell's
And
that?
for that to lead into Harry telling Lupin about Lupin getting the map eventually, and then finding out that Peter Pettigrew's alive, and
Yeah.
you see his reaction, and you're like, okay, that's gonna lead somewhere.
They've got so much trust
and
in
it's
that
like you
map.
like you put it in the back burner, but then something else is happening now, and I'm engaged with that. Yeah. Honestly, it's I genuinely think that last like hour. Or I guess you could say the whole film is flawless. Like I actually,
It actually is a
There was
fucking
not a
perfect
single
movie.
because remember there were some times when I'd say to you, "Oh, okay, well, I think it was specifically with the time travel section. Is okay, well, if this doesn't pan out the way that it should do, then that could be cause a problem." I'd be like,
and I was holding it in to not say it just so you could get the
I was gonna be like, okay,
the
I have a few
revelation.
gripes with that. Like for example, if they were to forget certain,
If they were going to free, because I think you said specifically they were like, oh, we saw the axe go down, so if they free him, if they free Buckbeak,
that would mess with like the space time,
the time of the thing. But then you realise, oh, he's just gone and cut.
He's hit the- he's
with
hit
his
the
axe out of
pumpkin, yeah.
frustration. He's gone,
Yeah,
fuck,
yeah.
I don't have a job anymore.
And because earlier you couldn't actually see Buckbeak get thingy, and
Attacked,
you could write that off as like.
Oh, they don't want to show it because
Yeah,
it's a kid's
and
film.
that's what I said. I was like,
Yeah.
understandable. I don't want to see.
yeah.
I don't want to see that. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
but it
saying?
comes into play.
Yeah.
Also, we should point out this is the first film with a new Dumbledore, Michael Gambon, who will be
Yeah.
the permanent
Yeah,
Dumbledore.
yeah.
What did you think of him?
I thought he was great. Dumbledore was incredible in this.
He has like
his sort of like, and that scene where he's trying to distract the minister of
'Cause
magic,
he knows.
that's actually hilarious. Like,
Yeah,
when he's
I'm just
like,
like-
I've got a particularly long name.
if you look over at the mountains there, that was actually erected in.
New strawberry fields over
Oh
there.
my lord, look at that over there.
So
like
good.
how he knows everything, and I think
Funny man.
this movie establishes Dumbledore as like a character. Like he's not just like kind of. This is where I sort of separate Dumbledore and Gandalf, because you could sort of see them as quite similar characters because they're like old sagely
The wise
wizards.
ones, yeah.
But here, this movie establishes Dumbledore as like almost kind of an aloof and strange character. Whereas with Gandalf, if you came to him for advice, he'd be like, "Oh yes, Bilbo Baggins, I have something to tell you."
Yes.
Whereas with this, there's like a strange aloofness to him where he doesn't say exactly what he's thinking.
Because he's smart enough to know that the students are smart enough to catch
get what
on,
he's
and they
saying.
will get more from it if they just take his hints as what they are, and then they sort of expand on it in their own knowledge. And that, yeah, you're right.
Because I think in the first two movies, Richard Harris works as like the nice sagely figure who's like, "Oh yes,"
he's like a fatherly figure, isn't he?
Yeah. Also in this, and it gets expanded more, is the idea that Dumbledore is like almost a trickster. Like you never fully know what he's thinking, and I think that's so interesting. And Michael Gambon is great. He brings like an energy to it.
You're right.
Because I think
does feel a lot more energetic.
And I think it works because Richard Harris worked because in those first two movies, all you needed was like a wise guy.
Especially since they were younger students as well. It would make more sense for them to have that fatherly figure, head teacher.
Yeah.
And then to change it,
change it up to somebody who's got a little bit more energy and sort of
to sort of match and fit the tone
mischievousness
of the movie.
Yeah.
With it being more sort of dark and more sort of fast paced and yeah.
It's clear that they've had the experience now of those first two movies to try everything out, and now they have just polished everything off to a fucking T.
Yeah.
There is not a single point in this movie where you go, "Oh, that's an iffy effect," that you know.
I feel like all the new characters, I'm just like, I love.
And
like,
Lupin as well is
I
fucking
want
great.
to see all of it. I want to see Lupin again. I want to see Peter Pettigrew again.
Well, Sirius Black.
I want Sirius Black back again.
So many of things get introduced in this. It's
like,
so fucking insane.
Yeah.
And you'll be happy to know that they do get play back in again. A lot of these
Good.
elements do
Good.
get reintroduced.
Because they're too interesting to just leave at that.
Yeah. Or like if Sirius Black
That
just
whole
died on the
overarching,
lake.
like for half the movie, you think Sirius Black is a murderer, and like I remember when they revealed that he was the Godfather or whatever, and then Professor McGonagall was talking with the Minister of Magic about how he's the one who was known to like snitch on Harry's parents, and you're like questioning, okay, well, how is he the Godfather if that means he must have been close to the parents while they were alive? So how like that betrayal is even more powerful or whatever, and then you learn about the fact that he's actually wanting to get to Harry to help him. I just actually
And like that's an interesting element which this is like the first mention of that, and it does get touched on a bit later.
Well, their relationship.
Well, it is like James Potter, Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin's friendship at school.
Right.
And
Peter
they were all
Pettigrew,
friends.
apparently.
And Peter Pettigrew was their friend as well. And like the relationship between all of them, it does get touched on a little bit over the course of it as well. And
I want to learn about.
I'm not sure this is mentioned in the actual movie, but that map, the Marauders map, was made by Remus Lupin. It was made by Sirius Black and made by James Potter. Which is why Remus Lupin actually recognizes it.
Right, yeah.
And he goes, "How did you get your hands on this?" Because he made it. And that's why when
Snape wanted to keep, he like sort of, he was like, "I'll look into this."
He nicked, and it didn't. It showed up as, it had an insult specifically for Snape because they probably made that for him.
Right, yeah.
And like also the idea that he reacts so strongly to Peter Pettigrew like showing up on the map, and he goes, "Oh, that's not possible." Because if it was just a random like trick map,
and
he could show it up to like, "Oh, it's just," but like because he made it and like all his friends made it, he knows that it would never lie.
And as the shot sort of pans out, you see that sort of warrior
realization, like, "Oh
he's
shit,
like, fucking hell, this guy's alive."
Fuck.
Yeah, man.
Such a good fucking movie. What I want to ask from here on out is, what is it that you want to see from this franchise going forward? I know I've asked this every single time, but like from your perspective, what elements do you want to see come back, or who do you want to see more
I want to
of?
learn more about the Ministry of Magic. Obviously, the Minister is in it again in this.
He has nothing better to do.
A bit of a muted role in that. Yeah, he literally has nothing to do, so he literally goes to the execution of
a bird,
of Buckbeak or whatever.
Well, I suppose we should have this to do.
I'd love to learn more about how the sort of Ministry operates and how, like the members of the government or whatever, sort of like what their roles are within the wizard universe.
Yeah, because we know
like
Ron's dad is
exactly
a member of the government, and we still don't know much about what he does.
I want to see more. Obviously, Sirius Black has to
he has to come back.
There's, like, you can't just let him go off into the night
Fly,
sky like that and not come back. Like with that, it's kind of like I want to learn more about Harry's history, because obviously, like, one thing I've learned is that like the teachers at the school and the characters and other characters clearly all went to school to Hogwarts with each other.
School,
like they all know each other, so I want to learn more about how their relationships of different.
And here you can sense that Snape knows Remus. Like there's a little bit of back and forth
because he was
between
so suspicious of him from the start. Like even in that scene where the students are all like in a hall while there's the worry of Sirius Black being around Hogwarts, and you hear like Dumbledore speaking with Snape, and Snape said, "Oh, I did tell you about my worries to do with
and the fact that
Lupin.
as soon as he's subbing for Lupin, he just immediately goes to werewolves.
Exactly.
Also,
yeah,
I got to say the iconic quote. Turn to page 394. He's great in these movies. Alan Rickman as Snape. I love seeing Snape in anything just because
he's incredible.
he's good in serious scenes when you need him to be like, oh, whose side is he on?
Yeah.
But he's also a great comedic because he's so deadpan about everything.
Yeah.
Just like, oh, and anybody,
He's
Hermione puts her hand up.
He's that
Oh,
side
what a
character.
shame.
He's the side character that you just like every time he's on screen, you just
Got your eyes on him.
Yeah, he's
But no, what a great
captivating
fucking movie. And any final thoughts you want to say?
Obviously the best one.
Yeah,
that
best
I've
one
seen
so far.
Obviously, like that me as a person, I'm not the biggest movie guy in general. Like I haven't watched all the big movies that everyone knows or whatever. But what I can say is that this is like for sure a top 10 movie that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious.
It's one of my favorite movies of all time, so that's not even something where I'd be like, oh really? No,
Right,
it's
yeah,
actually
yeah.
a fucking incredible
Yeah.
movie.
I will definitely be returning to this one.
Yes.
I cannot wait for the next one.
Yeah.
If they keep it up, then yeah.
And like, wow, just what a fucking incredible movie. And although I think it's the best one, that doesn't mean to say none of the others are good. They're still going to be good, if not just as good. So I'm just looking forward to seeing your reactions to them and how.
I'm looking forward to watching them.
But yeah, that's this segment. But once again, we have to clap ourselves to
Into
the
the
Goblet
next one.
of Fire
Ooh.
segment of the video. Now, guys, I know you've heard this multiple times, and I know you're probably very sick of the clapping, and you'll think, are they really going to clap
This dead joke.
7 times?
Dead joke.
Are they going to clap 7 times? And you are right. Yes, we
Yes,
are.
we are.
Okay.
Absolutely. Do you want to count down?
I'll do the counting. 3, 2, 1. Anyway, we are back. We have magicked ourselves to the Goblet of Fire portion of the
We
video.
are becoming wizards at this point. That's crazy.
This is, over the course of the films, we will become more and more magic with the
powerful.
films, and that's ultimately why they've been so popular.
Yes.
But obviously, last time you heard us, we were talking about Prisoner of Azkaban, which was, we ended it thinking, wow, this is like fucking incredible.
Yeah.
We had so much good to say. So, I want to say to you, Ed, Goblet of Fire, how is it as a follow-up to Prisoner of Azkaban? What are your opinions on it?
Ooh, it's a pretty good follow-up.
Pretty good.
follow-up. I really enjoyed that last half an hour or so.
Yeah. I think that's the highlight is that last
That's what's going to stick with me.
half
for
an
sure.
hour. I think from the the maze task onwards,
Yeah.
it's like non-stop good shit
Yeah.
happening.
I mean, it's non-stop action throughout the whole movie, I think.
Pretty much, yeah. I guess that is true.
Tri-Wizard tournament this time.
Although I suppose that there's that the Yule Ball. Now I like the Yule Ball parts.
Romance?
Almost
Ugh,
the best.
Gross.
Wait a second. People kissing each other?
That happens?
I'm frankly
Skip
disgusted.
This. Skip this.
Where's the dragon?
Where's the mermaids?
That type of shit. Where's
Yeah.
that at? But no, I think I do like this one. I like every Harry Potter film. And I think, yeah, that last 30 minutes is definitely like the clear best part of the movie. I like the
Yeah.
Yule Ball stuff. But I think the Tri-Wizard tournament is a good way to introduce different parts of the wizarding world. Like, I mean, it does start with the Quidditch World Cup, and all of that is cool with the tents, and like, they go into the tent and it.
My favourite start to a Harry Potter movie so far, by the way, with the Quidditch World Cup and everything.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
They start intense straight from the off, basically. I like that.
But no, that's a great opening, and it establishes like the Death Eaters as a thing.
Yeah,
like the
just
Death Eaters
threat
are back.
immediately.
Yeah.
This time.
And then, yeah, David Tennant is also, he's kind of the main villain in this. What were your thoughts on him?
I
mean,
mean, it's hard because most of it he's Mad-Eye Moody.
he's Mad-Eye Moody. Which, all of that stuff is great. Like, I love his, like, completely manic performance.
I mean, yeah, obviously, the Dark Lord is back in this one.
back.
But, yeah, you're right. The main villain is Barty Crouch Jr.
Barty Crouch Jr., yeah.
David Tennant. Yeah, I liked the mystery about it all. I liked the reveal at the end when it turns out Mad-Eye Moody isn't just drinking alcohol. He's drinking that
Polyjuice potion,
Polyjuice
yeah.
stuff.
And then even Snape is like, oh, somebody's been stealing from my storage.
And you gotta trust Snape, man. I'm telling you.
That's true. Even though we do learn here that he's an ex-Death Eater, because we have that little
Yes.
flashback into
Right.
like the Parliament building and everybody's talking.
Finally,
And Dumbledore actually stands up for him. He's like,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
he's been, he
Yeah.
was used to be a Death Eater, but
Oh,
he's
in the
reformed.
flashback part, yeah.
So yeah.
That honestly, I'm kind of glad that we had that sort of explained
Confirmation.
why he's such a mysterious dude.
Yeah.
But that being said, look, man.
So you feel like you can
Dumbledore-
still trust him though,
Well,
'cause
Dumbledore
it's
trusts
like,
him.
yeah.
Okay. And second of all, he's done nothing to suggest that I can't trust him. Like, he's been sticking up for Harry multiple times.
That is
now.
true. Like, he is a dick, but he's consistently looked out for the safety.
The way I see it, I reckon this dude, like, obviously he was a Death Eater, but I reckon he's got some fucked up dark past. He's just trying to get through the day. He's like that teacher in school who was just super like grumpy.
I imagine the only reason he's a teacher is because Dumbledore was like, nobody else is going to hire you because you used to be a Death Eater, so you can just be
I'll
like,
take you on,
teacher,
but
I'll take you in.
But he's just pissed off.
But he still hates the kids.
Yeah,
he's like,
he has to deal with these freaking students, man. I mean, yeah. So yeah, that was a cool little reveal.
What did you think? What did you think of seeing all the different schools and things like that? Like
I thought that was awesome.
Yeah, with the Beauxbatons, who are like the French people, and then the Drumstrang, I think it's called.
An all-girls school and all-boys school.
That's true.
So you got
the way it should be. The gender's segregated.
Yeah.
As we all agree.
We can advocate for that. Obviously.
Finally.
It's about time.
No, I do. Yeah, I do like getting little peeks
element,
into things like that, and I think this does a good job at like subtly expanding the world.
Yeah. It explains. There's more wizarding schools. You know?
There's more stuff outside of just Hogwarts.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. What did you think of?
Some of the settings were crazy.
Oh yeah. That's like. I think I love the tasks more so in theory than I do in practice. Like I think they're all done well, but I think for me, the strengths of Harry Potter has 3 strengths as a series, and I'll lay them out. Firstly, you've got a compelling mystery, element with twists and turns. Then you've got character chemistry and dialogue, when characters are just like that.
Gelling.
And then thirdly is wand-on-wand action.
Combat.
Because you can see like a guy fight a dragon in any other piece of media, but like the unique stuff to Harry Potter is the wand-on-wand
wizard versus
confrontation.
wizard.
And that's the stuff I like the most in Harry Potter. So
like only the last challenge is the one that you're
the maze task is
about.
Definitely my favorite, and I think it's also it plays into the darker stuff that was established in Prisoner of Azkaban, because you've got like the fogginess, the night, and then you've got like that shot where like Harry's staring at the Triwizard Cup, and he's like, "Oh shit, should I go and run?"
Oh
for
yeah,
it?
and it like
Cedric's like, "Help me, Harry!"
Well, even the beginning of that challenge though, when you've got the trumpets and stuff going off, like cheerful music, and then it just sort of like gets swamped out by the hedges. Sort of
yeah, that is all brilliant. That's all like uniquely Harry Potter. I feel.
Yeah, new director on this one.
That's true, Mike Knoll.
Shout out to
and
Mike.
he does a pretty good job doing like big budget stuff, because I think. The only big thing he did was a thing called like 4 Weddings and a Funeral, which you've probably heard of as like a movie.
Heard of that, yeah.
And I think it's like he does a lot of like drama rom-coms.
So this is kind of a big change for him.
This is a big change, and he hasn't.
No, he does really well though.
No, he does good with what he's given, and like
for sure,
you can definitely tell like the drama and romance roots in the Yule Ball segments,
the Yule Ball stuff,
and that stuff is great. I
feel like whenever there's like the main cast being like kids or
teenagers,
teenagers in
that stuff is great.
Growing up now, they always got to have at least a scene where there's a prom or like a school dance.
One of the best scenes is Snape continuously hitting them over the head with a book when they're trying to think of what dates to
genius,
go. They're great.
Ceases to disappoint.
Like I've said, I think we said before in the Prisoner of Azkaban, he's great for comedic stuff, Snape,
really
but he's good for dramatic stuff as well.
Yeah.
Like he's perfect for both of those.
I want more of him, to be honest.
Absolutely,
that's what I want. I want a bit more of Snape.
And then Hermione's great in this as well. I think that scene where she's like when she leaves the Yule Ball and she's crying and she's like, I think
she's the best actor of the 3.
You think so far?
That scene at the Yule Ball where she's like so upset that Ron didn't ask her or whatever, and then Ron's just being like a dick for no reason.
That's a thing.
That leads us on to.
I think the weakest link character wise is probably Ron in this, because I think he's too unnecessarily mean.
Yeah.
Because like I get that he's sort of going through teenager things.
They're trying to have that Ron and Harry conflict that they haven't had so far.
No.
But it does feel sort of forced.
Stuff like that does make its way back into the series, but I think when it does come back in, it's done a lot better, and it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, because
whereas in this, it kind of feels like it comes out of nowhere.
Some of his motives felt sort of random.
Yeah.
And like
forced drama.
Very forced. Like when he's the whole initial like conflict.
Oh, I don't trust you. Like
oh, you put your name in there.
Why
for
would
the
you do
fame
that?
Or whatever.
And it's like, when has Harry ever done anything for the fame?
This is like your best friend.
Yeah.
So you should trust him no matter what. And also, based on what we've heard, why would Harry want this?
Yeah.
This guy has been involved in more drama than any student at Hogwarts.
And I'm pretty sure.
But he wants this. Apparently, Harry has never like shown any sort of characteristics that would hint that he'd go
want
after
to be in the
fame
highlight,
or whatever.
Or remember in the scene before where they're seeing people put them in, he literally goes to Ron and he's like, "Oh no, I'll just be watching from the sidelines."
Yeah.
And it's like,
you're probably with Harry for most of the time.
Yes.
Like, when you telling me like snuck out in the middle of the night?
Yeah, that stuff wasn't great, but yeah, like I said, the Emma Watson performance is fantastic.
Yeah.
She's back to being
heartbreaking stuff, man. Heartbreaking stuff.
That's true. Just teenage.
I wanted to see Hermione and Ron go to the ball together, man.
I do think a little bit of Ron's rudeness can be like brushed away as he just doesn't want to admit that he likes Hermione. I think to
That
some
must be
extent
it.
you
That
can
must
admit
be-
that,
because
but
they
like it goes
obviously-
to go a little bit too far. But
Yeah.
like you can get away with a little bit of like
I think they
treating Hermione
it's quite
badly.
obvious now that they like each other.
yeah.
So yeah, I get. And also, I mean, like, don't get me wrong, like 14-year-olds have petty arguments all the time.
Yeah,
but in
yeah.
this, it did feel a bit unnatural.
A bit
at times.
unnecessary.
Yeah, and unnecessary. But yeah.
But no, I like most.
Overall, did
All
like
of that
the
Your
Ball
Ball stuff I really like, and
Yeah.
as
Shout
now
out
that I
Neville.
have gone to a prom and like have had gone to a secondary school and had
How
all
did
those
it-
experiences.
How did it compare to that?
I mean, our prom was just leagues better.
I would have rather been at my school prom than Hogwarts prom, personally.
I mean-
like, can we really compare these things?
I'm not gonna lie to you. The 40-year-old DJ who played LMFAO for 30 minutes straight, he was killing it.
Yeah, and the underfunded building that I was in.
The retirement
I
home
mean,
that we
compared to a
rented out,
castle, come on now.
I mean,
come on now.
we got to be honest. But no, all of that stuff is great. I will say, I think I like Dumbledore in this, but I think he takes the he
Oh, I know
takes
where
it a
you're
little
going
bit
with
too
this.
far. I know
Yeah.
there's the famous moment, of course, where he's Harry. Did you put
Did
your
you
name?
put your name in the Goblet of Fire?
Did you put your fucking name in? And then in the book, it's just Dumbledore asked calmly.
Calmly approached Harry.
But even then, I think Dumbledore, and like I said, we like Michael Gambon because in Prisoner of Azkaban he was great.
Oh yeah, well he brings the energy, but at the same time, I could not picture the old Dumbledore doing that.
No.
Doing these scenes.
And there's a
like
scene where he's
completely
like,
different person.
where he's like sitting in his office and he's like talking to Harry and he's like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. It's maddening. And I feel like Dumbledore wouldn't give that away. I don't think he
Yeah,
would give
he's-
away to Harry that, oh, I
he's
don't know what's
stressing.
going on. Like he would always hide it behind.
You know when it like when they think they've read all the names and then Harry's name sort of like spits out
Yeah.
randomly and then he reads it and he's got that like shock and it's like Harry Potter.
Yeah,
That's good.
that's good.
I like that.
I think they could
It
go
was-
too
It was the
far.
scene where he was in the common room or whatever afterwards where he ran in. Yeah. And that
Yeah,
was just kinda like,
that was too much because
it was too much.
I think Dumbledore is eccentric, but he still isn't gonna give. He's not gonna play his full hand. Like he isn't gonna. He knows that being like so over the top about it would frighten Harry. Like he would play it to his
yeah,
chest.
he's smart enough to not show
Yeah.
that.
So I think some of his overacting was.
I also
was
think
a
he
little
could have
bit.
trusted Harry a bit more to have not done it.
Yeah.
Because they've had like a few moments in the movies previous where they've shown loyalty to each other and
That's true.
trustworthiness. So I think he should have trusted him a bit more.
Yeah. Maybe if Snape did that, that would make more sense.
Just like whacks him with a book,
He
backhand.
he has just a book on hand just to throw it at him.
I like to imagine that he just keeps one like under his,
I mean,
garments
there's
somewhere,
got to be something in
just
those
whips
garments.
out,
He's got to
yeah.
be keeping something
an
in there.
especially hard book.
Oh yes, he keeps especially for people he doesn't
Yeah.
like in particular.
Yeah.
Also, good to see Lucius again, and Moaning Myrtle I despise, but she's in it. She's in it briefly. I think she's
her
okay.
yeah, I mean, she was kind of. I think she was there for a bit of like lighthearted laughs when she's like peeping at Harry through the
At the underage
laugh.
boy.
Yeah.
I mean, she's underage as well,
They're both underage.
so it's perfectly legal and
Yeah.
fine.
But yeah,
Not legal, but we'll just
Anyway, well, I was,
Cedric is great as well as like a little additional character
dude, I
they
thought
plop
that
in.
guy was gonna be a main character, man.
I know that was because you think he does seem like the kind of character that you would try to keep around for a bit, and maybe there'd be a little thing, but they kill him off. And I guess that's just because
Well, that adds to the sort of drama at the end. That
it does. It
someone
adds to the stakes of like, oh,
Yeah.
they just straight up just killed a child in this.
I mean, I knew because before they even went in the maze, I saw that he was like talking to his dad, and I was like, so when it came to the end and they like used the portkey to get back, and I was like, okay, well, the dad's gonna have to.
Oh yeah, that scene
witness
is
his
great.
son. My boy,
My son!
boy!
That's-
Best acting so far. I'm not even gonna lie to you. That individual line, I thought I had a son who was dying.
I think
I
it's
was
close.
like,
I
shit.
think it's close to Sirius Black in Prisoner of Azkaban. He's like, I did my waiting
12
years of it in Azkaban.
Yeah, those two. You know what? Yeah, they're parring.
Those
each
two
other,
are
I think.
together. It's because
Yeah.
that's what you do is that you get these seasoned veteran actors and you put them together with everything and they elevate the
They do,
material
they do.
and they treat it with the seriousness it deserves,
I mean,
despite
yeah,
these being
he made that
children's
scene
books.
even more horrific.
No, that's great. I think, yeah, all the revelations of the last 30 minutes are great, and then the Yule Ball. I think just for me personally, there's kind of moments in between there which feel a little bit slow, and I think the lake tasks and the dragon tasks aren't as good on rewatches because you kind of know the beats and you don't have like cool character moments during those things that like keep it rewatchable.
Yeah.
Like
But as
with
a
the last
first-
30
as a
minutes,
first
you
time-
have like fun character stuff
Yeah,
and like with
true.
the maze and the atmosphere and things like that. But I think purely as spectacle, they're still great though. Especially
as-
the dragon task when he's like
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the
yeah.
broom and
For a
flying
first
around.
time watch, I thought that they were sick. To be honest,
Yeah.
I thought they were like some of the settings were just crazy.
Hmm.
Like just basically just showing off what they can do.
You might as
type
well.
thing.
Like, if you're gonna do
Yeah.
it, you might as well.
I think they did have. I think there was some good character moments in the first 2 challenges though. Like I like the whole. Harry's such a good, he's such a good person inherently when he saves the sister of what's that? Is it Fleur? The name of the other girl from the school?
Yeah.
He saves her sister. I like that.
Well, that's all good. Yeah, definitely.
And I think before the dragon test, there's you get a scene with that reporter that.
I think she's called Rita Skeeter.
That you know what? That is funny though when she does her first interview with Harry. They're just taking notes, and he's like, I haven't said anything.
Classic Daily Mail journalist. Am I right?
Glistening with the stars of my part.
Glistening with the ghosts of his
ghosts
past.
of his past.
Yeah,
that's it.
that stuff is great. I do like how the all of the champions aren't like there isn't one who's like a Draco Malfoy who's just like a dick. All of them are pretty respectable.
Yeah, they're all good people.
Even Victor Crumb, when Rita
I think
Skeeter comes into the tent, he's like, "This is a place for champions
I think there's
and
respect
friends."
between them. Like, okay, we
Yeah.
we could die, so we might as well form.
Because the thing
like
is,
a
Victor
close-knitted
Crumb
group here.
could very easily go to Harry and be like, "Oh, you're just trying to chase fame, little boy," or whatever.
Yeah, no, but
like,
he's just,
he just doesn't.
I
He's
kind of
like,
respect
okay.
that he's just kind of his own dude doing his own thing.
Like he's a moron, but he's not like a dickhead.
Yeah,
which I respect.
Yeah.
No, like I said, and like I do have bad things to say about this, but because this is a Harry Potter film, like the bar is so high. Like there's so much love put into the sound design, the sets,
like,
the
even
acting.
when you critique it, they're the most minor things.
Yeah,
It's just,
and it's like, but yeah, I think overall this is good. I think coming off the back of Prisoner of Azkaban, which was like just fucking phenomenal.
Right, yeah.
It's hard to live up to that, but I do think it did a good job at doing its own thing.
I mean, considering how good Prisoner of Azkaban is, there was a
It's
real
hard.
risk of it sort of failing.
but no, I do think it did. It did.
I think
good.
it holds up the stand within like the sort of realm of
within that
standard.
realm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you're in that.
And
sort
I'd say
of ballpark.
where would you put Goblet of Fire now? Would you still say
Oh
it's
my
better
gosh.
than the first two?
I think I'll need more time to make a definitive.
Yeah, because at the end of this, by the way, we'll do a full ranking after a bit of a break.
I'm gonna put it in terms of like enjoyment watching it. It's second favorite for me.
I think I might put
Prisoner
it.
of Azkaban, number
I
one,
think I might
second
put it just below Chamber of Secrets, but
That's fair.
better than Philosopher's Stone. But no, I mean we'll see. And obviously next up we've got Order of the Phoenix, which is that sort of enters the era of, and also all the films from here on out are directed by the same guy.
Really?
David Yates, same guy. It kind of works out though
So do you
because
reckon I'll notice that it's all the same director from now on?
not necessarily.
Okay.
I think it's definitely more of a consistent tone, but like there are still little things that change things up, and I think it is appropriate because these last four compared to the first four are more connected in terms of the story, because obviously now we know that Voldemort is back.
He's back.
He's back.
Yeah.
He's in his full form. So the next four films kind of deal with
Yeah.
what's the fallout of that.
He looked disgusting, by the way.
He did look gross.
In his when they were creating.
Yeah, that whole graveyard scene is great, and then him coming out of like the goop of the cauldron.
He's scarier to me when he's a little fetus fucker.
He is weirdly uncanny,
Something so pathetic being so powerful, I find kind of
creepy,
terrifying. So,
but no, we'll see where this goes, and any predictions?
the Dark Lord is gonna
Might
stir
drop
up
in.
some stuff. I just have a feeling that he's gonna do some things.
Guys, don't call me crazy, but I feel like Voldemort might have
I feel
a
like-
role in this.
I feel like he's not just gonna be like a one-time movie kind of guy. I reckon he's gonna be here for the long haul. You know?
Like Diary of the Wimpy Kid, The Long Haul.
Yeah.
Voldemort was in that.
No,
actually.
I think if, in terms of prediction or whatever, now that he's back in his thing, his followers are going to rally behind him. He's going to build some sort of dark army, and I think we're going to have
a big wizard war.
big battle.
All right, we'll see if that
Which
lives
would
up to
be
your
awesome.
expectations. Yeah.
So yeah.
But
that's my prediction.
anyway, this is Goblet of Fire, and of course we'll do tradition. Guys, I don't want to do this. Like, I hate doing the claps, but like tradition dictates it.
It's my least favorite thing.
So we've got to do it. I know you're like, oh, the claps, but
Fuck.
yeah, we've got to clap. So
I'll go back into the void now until I finish the next movie.
into the darkness. Yeah, when we're not filming these, we're in a dark void where we watch them and then we transport just to the recording studio.
I'm just in a black room with nothing.
Absolutely, like the
Nothing
fucking,
but my thoughts.
like Elle when she goes into like the
when
those
she's
little black
trying to
void
find
things. Yes.
other people. Yeah. Anyway,
Stranger Things video is on the channel.
Check it
Plug,
out.
great plug.
check that out.
But anyway, I'll count us in. 3, 2, 1. All right, we are here. We are in the Order of the Phoenix section of the video. I mean, it was kind of like magic the way that we managed to get to this segment of the video so quickly. But we've just finished watching it, and I suppose I want to go to Ed first. What are your immediate thoughts?
Another great movie.
Another great movie.
To be honest, I think it was a nice break from the all-out action of
Goblet
of Fire. It was more of like a slow burner sort of thinker.
Political thriller.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that political thriller is definitely the way to describe it. Yeah, no, I liked it. I mean, I literally said in the other ones that I wanted to learn more about
Ministry of Magic, yeah, and that's
Wizarding
where
politics.
This is explored. This is the first time you see the Ministry of
Yeah.
Magic, so yeah.
So yeah, one of the toughest to watch antagonists so far in terms of
Dolores
just
Umbridge, yeah.
God, the condescending attitude that she just brings to the whole school. God, I knew from the first time she spoke that I was gonna hate her as well. I think as soon as you know how Dumbledore usually introduces people at the beginning of the school year, and you know they stand up, they acknowledge their praise that Dumbledore gives them. She gets her introduction and like stops him immediately and just goes on and like does her own little speech.
Well, thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Dumbledore.
But yeah, I thought it was interesting how they tried to sort of expand on what the Ministry's powers.
Yes.
By letting them sort of do this educational reform,
That's
as,
true.
as they call it,
Which
is by making them do normal schooling
making
activities.
it a regular school,
Yeah.
so you have to do exams and follow rules.
In which case, why would I even
What
go
the
to
hell?
Hogwarts? I can just go to my local school to do that.
Literally, yeah.
So you know what? Right to be angry.
But no, she's great. She's a great, lovable piece of shit in this movie, and I think that's great.
Right.
And yeah, I think it's interesting that the Ministry is almost a bigger threat for most of this movie than the Death Eaters.
To be honest, they are the overarching enemy.
pretty much.
Even though they are not the enemy of the thing, they are the ones sort of disrupting Harry from stopping the actual evil.
Yeah,
It's their ignorance or their unwillingness to accept that he's back because they're scared.
Yeah.
Which makes me hate the fucking
Cornelius Fudge.
the minister even
Minister of
more.
Magic.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really loved them assembling Dumbledore's army, like all the little montages with them training everybody.
It's like a fucking student union.
That's true. Yes.
Uprising.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then all the rules getting put up.
Yeah.
All
And then
of that
fighting
was
back.
gold.
Fighting back, yeah.
And you get a little bit more play from like people outside of the main trio. Like you get Neville. Neville gets
Right,
a little bit
Neville
more
was
to
in
do.
this one a lot, wasn't he?
Yeah, Neville.
They sort of made a big part of him actually learning
to do
the Expelliarmus
wizardry. Yes.
spell.
And then
It's only taken him 5 school years.
And then they had 5 school years. That's true. And a year one spell.
To learn the first spell.
But you know, it's you got to give him a break.
He'll take time. He'll get there.
Luna's great as well. And
What an awesome character to introduce us to, by the way.
She was probably
So friendly.
I want to say that she was probably my crush when I watched this as a younger.
Really?
Childhood crush
Okay.
was Luna Lovegood.
Right.
I think because she was older. Because with Hermione, I was like, I knew her when she was like 11 years old.
She's introduced a bit later on.
So it didn't really Well, with Luna, it was a little later. But no, she's great introduction as well.
I hope she's in all of them now, by the way. I mean, you don't have to spoil anything or whatever, but
I won't say.
Yeah, but I hope so. She seems very loyal.
Yeah. I do think the main performances are really good as well. Like Ron has definitely redeemed himself. Goblet of Fire.
Thank God Ron is better in this one. No, there's nothing wrong with him in Goblet of Fire, but thank God he's just like a good friend.
A good friend now, yes.
Like as soon as they get back to Hogwarts and everyone's questioning Harry because they've been reading in the Daily Prophet that he's lying about Cedric's death or whatever, and he immediately steps up for him.
If anybody
has his back.
takes on Harry, they can go through
Me first, eh?
And I think that's great. And then he's got some funny moments as well
He
with
does.
Hermione, where he's like, I'll take it easy on you.
Yeah,
Hermione,
and he just gets
absolutely eat shit.
Stupefied.
Because I mean, he would, wouldn't you?
I mean,
against
I
Hermione?
knew Hermione was gonna win that.
Yeah, there was no chance. Fred and George as well. They get a little bit of play here as well.
Yeah, they do.
Like
yeah.
they're like the class
The
clowns
class
of the
clowns,
school who
for
finally
sure.
like overthrow.
Oh, and
Umbridge.
they were the ones that
Did
sort
the
of
fireworks.
scared her or whatever, sent her into a fucking spell of madness. Because from then on, she was kind of doomed. In fact, I actually don't know what her what's happening with her right now. I think I saw like a headline at the end that said
Oh, she was like
facing
fired.
repercussions or something. But honestly, I thought she could be dead. Like
She did
the
face-
way they left her off with
with the way she was left off, she was being dragged away by
centaurs?
into the
Centaurs?
forest. So I
Yeah.
guess she killed all of them and escaped just to be fired.
Bro, what did they do with her? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that's the thing that.
That's a scene we should have had. That would have been some relief for the watcher.
Thank
honestly.
God. If only we knew.
Yeah.
What happened to Dolores Umbridge?
See her get tortured because the whole thing with her being like
A
literal child abuser. Yeah.
And we also learn a little bit more about Snape as well. Like every movie, we get little bits of him, and we learn about his past when he's like trying to, I will penetrate your mind and ensnare the senses, or whatever he says. and we learn
Turns out that Harry's dad is a dick.
is a prick.
Fucking bully.
Is
Like,
that-
literally what Draco is, basically.
Let's see Snape without his trousers on. Is that something
Oh,
you were
fuck.
expecting?
I don't know. Well, again, I knew he had some sort of dark... Well, no, they hinted at it in a previous film. I think it was one with Lupin, Prisoner of Azkaban. They said there was like a hint that Lupin and Sirius Black and I think even Harry's dad at that point were like teasing him or whatever.
Yeah.
But now you actually got like a full-on glimpse
Physical
into
proof.
it because Harry uses that spell which allows him to see into Snape's memories or whatever. And you just see him literally just... Dude was literally like posted up at a tree reading and they came to him. He's literally like off-grid. This dude's like by the Forbidden
He's
Forest.
like on a little island or something.
He's
in a
literally
lake.
away. He has gotten away from them, and the entire crowd, like the entire mob, literally just comes up to invade his personal space, and then
shady.
just like hang him on the tree or whatever.
I know.
I feel awful for Snape, honestly.
That's why. That's kind, and it also kind of contextualizes why he was such a dick to Harry.
About his dad as well,
initially.
because I think he did that in this film, but he's also done it before. where
Your
he's sort of-
father was a swine. And threw him
Yeah,
across
he
the
was a
room.
fucking swine.
He
I'll tell you
was.
that.
It's true.
Damn.
No, but he also still doesn't give Harry away. Remember at the end,
Yeah.
where he's like, "Oh, Padfoot
When Umbridge,
is in the place where you can't find," and she was like, "Oh, what's he saying?" And he's just like,
No idea.
"No idea. No idea."
Yeah.
And then I like the line where
That's what I
she
mean.
goes,
Dude's loyal as
"So
hell.
you've been applying for the Defence Against the Dark Arts position, and you still haven't got in?"
Yeah.
Obviously.
Obviously.
Just great lines all around. No, yeah. More of a focus on the Ministry is great. I liked,
I knew it had to come at some point.
yeah, to get them more involved.
They've had like the Minister of Magic's had moments throughout these films, but this was kind of his film
Time
in
to
terms
shine.
of. And wow, did he shine,
Yeah.
man! What a competent and admirable leader.
Admirable leader.
Yeah.
We all wish. What did you?
The way he's like really sticking up for the students and
Sticking up for the people.
putting up a really hard defense of the Dark Lord, you know. That's
Yeah.
that's the sort of minister I'd want if I was a
Dumbledore
wizard.
goes, "You must see reason, Cornelius. The evidence is insurmountable." And he goes, "No."
Yeah, no, yeah. Is that
He's
wait, is
not
that when
back.
they're in
At the trial.
Yeah, no, the very beginning.
Which is an interesting way to like open a Harry Potter film, is with like trial litigation. But I kind of like that. Like,
Yeah,
it sets the tone of this is going to be more political.
Well, we got to see like the equivalent of Parliament.
Yes.
So-
it's like, cool. Or I think more so the House of Lords. is
Yeah,
what this is
yeah,
on,
yeah.
but- No, but that was all great. And what did you think of seeing Sirius and Lupin again? Obviously, because we hadn't seen them since Prisoner of Azkaban. It was good seeing them all.
Yeah, it was good. They didn't get that much screen time. Well, Sirius Black did, but I mean, Lupin was in like a couple scenes, so you
That's
don't
true.
really get to.
I love
see what they're-
Grimmauld Place though, that little den they've got, and like you've got the scenes at Christmas just hanging out.
Oh yeah,
Love
that
all
was that was some nice respite from all the like the dark shit
That's
going
true.
on.
But then, and we learn about Sirius coming from a family of evil racists.
Yeah, even
Pretty
his
much.
fucking what are those the Dobby creatures called?
Elves. I think
Even
they're
those that elf, that creature,
He's a
or whatever he
racist.
is, yeah,
called.
literally.
filthy mudblood. You've been enslaved by these
terrible.
people. Shouldn't you hate them? and
Sirius
their
Black's had to
beliefs?
put up with him since he was a young boy.
He wasn't awfully kind to me, even as
Even
boy.
as a young boy, yeah. So you know.
And we also through that.
No, yeah, Sirius
scene,
Black was great in this.
We meet Bellatrix Lestrange though through that scene, and of course that leads on
yeah.
to his death.
Yeah.
Like, how was that?
Very
for you?
untimely, I thought. I mean, he dies like a couple movies after he's introduced.
Mm.
I thought he'd be there till the end. I could imagine. I could already see him in like a very powerful scene of good versus evil, wizarding warfare, and him being on like the front line, you know. But no, I guess
No, he's one of the casualties of the war.
he's
I
one of the
suppose.
ones who had to go down for the good to prevail. you
Dude,
know?
I cried when I saw that when I was a kid. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't blame
love
you.
Sirius
I don't
Black.
fucking
And, like-
blame you.
And like the way that he doesn't get like a long drawn out death where he's
Yeah.
like, "Oh Harry, I've got so much to tell you." He just like gets hit and then just like falls
What,
backwards.
what's that
into the
sick
portal.
line he says?
He goes,
Something about the Godfather.
"Stay away from my godson," and just fucking.
Oh yeah, Godson, yeah. He's
Godson, and just knocks him, and then he goes,
Yeah, Lucius.
He goes, "Nice one, James." When they're fighting because he's remembering the times
Yeah.
with his dad. That scene is
That's so
fucking
great.
awesome in the department.
No, it makes me-
mysteries.
it's-
the action and everything.
And
is
also,
great.
like, you're sad about him dying, but you're also sad about the fact that Harry Loki doesn't have any, like,
oh yeah,
family no more.
he was the only one. He was his godfather.
Because
the
Sirius
only
Black
one.
wasn't even his blood family, but he
No.
was close as family, and now he's dead.
Yeah.
He's, like, the only one left. And for him to be killed by his own fucking cousin...
I know. Bellatrix,
that
she's
Bellatrix
such, like,
bitch.
She'll get more play later, and she's great. She's such like a nasty
unfortunately.
bitch, but that's just fantastic.
Yeah.
And then obviously we got a fucking the Dumbledore versus Voldemort fight.
Bro.
Insane.
Fucking sick.
We screamed. Even though I knew what was going to happen, I still screamed when Dumbledore like.
I
just
saw
comes
you.
in, he's
I
just
saw
like,
you like looking over at
"Where are
me
you going,
to see
Harry?"
my
And then
reaction.
and he
Comes through the fire. Honestly, right?
You shouldn't have come here tonight. Tom.
I love Dumbledore in this movie.
Mm.
But I like obviously with the Ministry involving themselves in Hogwarts, he had like a limited role in terms of direct scenes with Harry, like interacting and whatever, and offering guidance and wisdom like he does in the other movies. But that sort of distant love and help that he offers throughout the entire movie is great. I mean,
and we get that great scene.
Comes in clutch every time.
And we get that great scene of Harry when he's finally at his breaking point of like
Dumbledore hasn't looked at him for the entire year.
He's literally explaining how like his friend's father could be dead.
Yeah.
And he isn't looking him in the eyes. And
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
like, look at me, and he does that like
the
weird
neck
twitching thing.
Honestly, that's probably Daniel Radcliffe's best acting
I
so
think
far.
this is his best in terms of an actor. This is the best movie from him. I believe he says that this is his favorite movie. Daniel Radcliffe said this is his favorite because I think this is where he's at his best. I mean, he gets to do a lot with like being tortured and like feeling outcast, and I think it works a lot better
having
than
himself silenced by the school.
Yeah. And it works a lot better than when Ron was kind of pissy in the previous one, because this one, when Harry is like kind of like, oh, bugger off, Ron, or that type of thing, you get it because
you understand.
Everybody thinks he's a liar. He has like literally Voldemort is like going into his dreams and messing with his mind.
Dumbledore isn't speaking to him.
Yeah,
and he doesn't know why.
He's one of the only like parental figures outside of Sirius Black who he can like trust and talk to.
Which is why, that's the scene where he looks at him after he says, "Look at me,"
and he's just
and Dumbledore's. There's something brilliant about the way that the Dumbledore actor, what he did there when he stares back at him. It's like a distant sort of, I know what you're going through, and I know what you're going through. I want to help you. I understand. But he cannot do anything.
And it's also partially shock because
for a look to do that is great.
I feel like he sort of senses that Voldemort sort of overtook him for a bit. When he goes, look at me, and he looks at him kind of scared, like, oh shit, like this is getting out of control.
This is bad. I know this is bad.
No.
Wow, he said a million things with just one stare.
That's true. What was Dumbledore's quote in this?
At the end.
Yeah.
It's not
how you are alike. It's about how you're not.
Yeah.
And that's great.
Brilliant.
Yeah, that final fight between the two of them is like.
That's the best wizarding.
When I talk about wand-on-wand, wizard-on-wizard.
Oh, well, this film gave it. Not even just
fucking incredible.
Not even just that one, but even when it was like Death Eaters versus Order of the Phoenix, you had that as like that was like the pre-match to the big one.
And like. I love.
You're right. Wizard warfare is awesome.
And what makes the action so good is that you've got a lot of physical stuff going on. So when somebody fires a spell, there's like debris popping off. So it feels like actual bullets when they're firing a spell.
Right. Yeah.
Like when Dumbledore's and Voldemort's wands are connecting, you can see like sharp like bits of tile like flying off the wall because the spell is so powerful that it's like shooting lightning out of it. It's like that. And the sound design is fantastic, and then you've got like
with the water versus fire part as well.
Summoning the fire snake.
Yeah.
And then he like shoots out like pure darkness from himself, and Dumbledore's like, "Fuck, he's shooting darkness." And then he blows.
Just like he like makes a shield, protects him and Harry, and he keeps like ushering Harry away
while he away. I'm
like blows him away while he's doing it because all Harry wants to do is help, but Dumbledore knows how dangerous it is.
But no, that is like perfect action, and I think that's what David Yates, who is the director of this.
Dumbledore versus Voldemort. That even just sounds.
That's epic.
Yeah.
It's like it's kind of. It's like so obvious that it should happen, but you don't really think of it. But it's like, of course they should fight. Like they're the two paragons.
They're the ones you think of as the most powerful, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to wizards.
And the two of them fighting is fucking awesome. And yeah, David Yates really knows how to do action in this series. So he's the director from here on out, and he does like a lot of the action in these movies is fantastic from here on out because it combines like great visual effects with like the actual way the wands look, and making sure it interacts with the actual environment. So you've got people actually getting bloodied from spells. You get
consequences,
like, little sparks.
You
of
feel
things.
the stakes a bit more.
Yeah, and yeah, that whole. I mean, we've said this about every Harry Potter movie, but the final like 30 minutes or so is always just fantastic.
That seems to be the pinnacle of.
I think it's interesting because this movie doesn't really have like a central twisty mystery that the other ones do, but it still does really well.
You really know what's going on the entire time.
Like you kind of know that.
I guess the only mystery is so he's going for that prophecy. Yeah,
but like there's no when you get to the prophecy, there's no like twist of like oh no, this isn't actually the real thing.
It is what it is basically.
But I think it works surprisingly well, and I think in the Goblet of Fire thing I said, oh, here are the core elements of the Harry Potter films, like a mystery in that. But I think this does such good character work. Yeah. With everybody is so strong performance and writing wise that I don't mind that the mystery is more straightforward, because I think everything surrounding it is fantastic. The increased political commentary aspects, all of the more like character moments more people get, like you get more Neville, and just like the fun moments of just kids training and like this rebellion thing. It's so much fun and it's so cool.
Yeah.
and it's just great.
Honestly, I thought as a trio, I thought Hermione, Ron, and Harry, they were.
I was going to say that. I think this is one of my favorite films
in terms of chemistry.
For just the three of them.
They really feel like you're watching three best friends.
There's like that great scene where Hermione's like, "Oh, you've got the emotional range of a teaspoon."
teaspoon.
And I'm pretty sure that's an outtake. I'm pretty sure just Emma Watson laughed and they kept it in. Like she laughed.
Yeah, that did look very authentic. That scene.
That plays into.
And then they use it as a memory
ending,
later on. Yeah, when he's trying to fight off Voldemort.
That moment, sometimes I genuinely, to this day, like, get goosebumps and like
I think
get teary.
I think I did get goosebumps when it was
because you come off the death of Sirius Black and then he's just like you see all the moments, and then especially when you think about all the other they show clips from the other movies and you think, wow, especially when you watch it kind of almost in real time with a lot of space in between, it's like you've been with them for so long and it's like that's what's so
special.
It works so well.
This kind of links into when Harry has that great line at the end when he's talking to Voldemort when Voldemort's like engulfed him, and he says, "I feel sorry for you because he will never know love and he'll never know friendship."
And I feel like it could come across cheesy, but like
I don't think it's cheesy at all.
But the music and like the performance
and what you've just seen,
and all
the context,
build up to it all works super well.
It culminates in this sort of beautiful moment. Yeah. And I think the last thing he says in the movie is, "We've got something to fight for."
Yeah.
Whereas Voldemort has nothing to fight for because he
doesn't
know.
It's just like, I guess
he rules out of fear, whereas they do their things out of love.
And love, yeah.
So yeah, honestly, I'm glad Voldemort was back in this one because for a while I was like, oh, is he not gonna like show him? I know he like appeared in Harry's visions every now and then, but I was like, oh, is he not gonna be in this one?
He doesn't do the dirty work. He only shows up for like the big.
He shows finale. And I mean, thank God he did because that fight against Dumbledore,
awesome fight,
crazy. Also, just for it to be in like the ministry area. It's just really.
I mean,
cool.
it looks like the most
considering
evil place
just complete black tiles
and
everywhere.
Like you have the big thing of like Fudge, like the big tapestry of him.
Dictatorship vibes, honestly.
All of that was great. So I want to say, like, what are your thoughts comparing it to the other films you've seen?
Man.
What are your thoughts?
I think this is the most different one.
Definitely, I think this definitely breaks from like
obviously there's a different director,
like the fantasy,
the plot,
kind of formula.
Yeah, the plot is completely
because it goes more political.
Yeah, obviously it carries over like a lot of the things that happen in 4 directly correlate to this one in terms of like characters dealing with the death of Cedric, the Ministry trying to push this narrative that Harry's lying and that Voldemort's not back or whatever. I liked it. I think. Are you wanting me to give? Like
just off the bat, these aren't the officials. We'll do those at the end. But what is your
probably
of just coming off of the film?
Thing is, I reckon it's better than Goblet of Fire, but they're very different at the same time. So I guess it would go Azkaban, Order of the Phoenix, Goblet of Fire, Chamber of Secrets, Philosopher's Stone.
Okay.
Thus far,
I'm like rough. I think Order of the Phoenix is number 2 for me, so far. I'm sort of mixed on the Giant. I don't mind him, but he's just kind of there. I mean, he does.
Well, you know when this, how this is it pronounced centaur or centaur? Well, when they arrived and they sort of ambushed Umbridge, I thought it would just be the Giant. I was like, okay, well they introduced him with Hagrid earlier, and as soon as they walked into the woods, I was like, okay, so he's gonna kill Umbridge or something. But then it was them instead. I don't know why they went with them instead of just having.
Well, because I think Hagrid said earlier that. Oh, the centaurs, because they were running away, and he's like, oh, the centaurs are losing more and more territory each day by the Ministry, which I think kind of.
But in that case, just don't have the Grawpy guy or whatever. I mean, he's cute and all. He's cute. He's kind of adorable.
He was cute. I think he's an ugly.
But as long as
shit.
Only if he comes back. Like I hope he comes back and because although he was important, I guess he picked up Umbridge, but the centaurs could have done that anyway. Yeah. So I hope I hope he has like a moment in a future film where he actually is the one who saves him and it's just him, because that would sort of
vindicate him.
Yeah, exactly.
But that shows how good these movies are. Is when like my main complaint.
Is that even a nitpick? Is that even a nitpick?
I think the Giant could have been utilised.
Yeah.
Like that's it. Like so much of this works, and yeah, I do think this is one of the.
No, I was worried that Hagrid wouldn't be in this one though. At the beginning when they say he's on temporary leave.
Oh yeah, he could have been off doing another.
I thought I thought that was going to be an excuse because the actor's not available or something, or maybe like he wasn't in this book. So I was upset.
No, the reason is because he's looking after.
Yeah, and he gives it the context where he goes off and he's trying to like get giants to follow Dumbledore instead of
because he's half giant. They could sort of get along.
Yeah, but instead
Voldemort seemed to have
got to them, I guess.
Somehow.
I do like
even
that.
Dumbledore's going to treat the
even that as a mini theme of like
The diplomacy
the
between
two
giants.
political leaders trying to like persuade others to join them.
Voting blocks.
Just explaining that the giants.
The giant voting block is very effective.
Yeah, it's very contentious apparently.
Who's to say?
50-50 split.
Dear Lord.
So we need to find out more about that.
But no, I think this is great. I think this is a good direction for the franchise to head into, to go more political, to go more dark.
I can also clearly see how these films are now going to like directly follow each other in terms of plot. Like it's so well poised. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
But yeah, so next up is Half-Blood Prince, which is a contentious one. But yeah, this is a good one. Both of us put it like just below Prisoner of Azkaban, above Goblet of Fire. Yeah,
but you know, that Goblet of Fire is still close. For me.
I know, obviously,
very different.
Obviously, that's to say with all of these, like the difference.
Actually,
like these are so good. It's literally just It's literally just personal preference at the end of the day about where you put them. So yeah, and we will clap ourselves almost like when Dumbledore claps with.
When the Phoenix.
That was an intentional reference.
I have no intention of going to Azkaban.
I have no intention. That wasn't an intentional reference, but it sort of
fits
quite well. So let's do that now.
Let's go.
I'll count us in as we always do. 3, 2, 1. Okay, we are here. We've just finished watching Half-Blood Prince. And what do you have to say, Edward?
I'm fucking sad, man. I'm actually sad. You know what's weird, right? Throughout the movie, I'd be like trying to remember certain things in my head, so I could be like, oh, I want to talk about that later. That would be interesting to talk about. I want to talk about that. I want to relive that scene. And then now all of that is just gone. Everything is gone. There is nothing.
Yes.
The last 10 minutes, I just slowly was like, I don't care about anything that happened earlier. Because this has happened.
Yes. Just to remind you guys, Dumbledore dies at the end of Half-Blood Prince.
What the fuck, man?
What was that like for you?
I thought... I don't know if it's ignorance or just stupidity, but I thought that Dumbledore was going to be there for the whole fucking thing, man.
And I mean, like, they sort of... With that scene in
It's Dumbledore!
It is. He is the most powerful fucking wizard. And I mean, they had that scene in the cave beforehand where he was like, oh, this could kill me. So they sort of tease you with that, but he makes it through that. So you don't think that, like, as soon as he gets back, it's almost like immediate. He has, like, barely any breathing time before he eventually gets it.
You get no fucking time. You get no time. You just... This is what they do. This is what they do in the last 30 minutes. They
of
fuck
every
with
Harry
you.
Potter movie.
They fuck with you. And you know what the worst part about this one is? They serve us the coldest scene of the entire of every movie so far. They serve us the best fucking scene when Dumbledore swirls his wand in the air, creates fire, a ring of fire that kills those fucking fetus,
evil zombie things.
And you're riding high on that, and then as soon as he gets back, it's over.
But then you get the coldest line.
Bro, I don't care though. I don't even care about that.
What were you?
I'm fucking angry.
At
obviously.
Snape.
No, man. Where do we start?
Because we were so back and forth.
Where the fuck do we start? Where do we start with this movie? There's so much to fucking talk about. Alright, fine. Let's talk about Snape's fucking betrayal.
How was that for you?
Well, the thing is, it wasn't even like, it wasn't this. Obviously, it was sudden. It was like shocking. But it wasn't like out of the blue. The whole movie, you were led to believe, don't trust Snape, don't trust Snape. Or at least I don't know if that's what they wanted you to think. You know, he makes that fucking vow.
The unbreakable vow, yeah.
The unbreakable vow to protect Draco, and he has to do this thing that you don't know about, which now I know was to fucking kill Dumbledore, I guess.
That was
or if it was just to let them
in.
Bella bitch in.
Bella bitch.
But... So I didn't really fall for it initially. I was like, I trust
because you trust Dumbledore's judgment, yeah.
Because it's Dumbledore. He's the wisest guy ever. And so I was kind of holding on that. I was holding on to it, like clenching onto this belief that it would be okay because Snape's loyal. Snape's protected Harry in the past. And it's Dumbledore trusting him. He even got promoted in this film. He's now the
Defense Against the Dark Arts, yeah.
And so I was really riding high on that. And then the thing that made me really sort of congratulate myself on the belief was just before they went to find the Horcrux. They have that weird little conversation, and you can't really read into it because there's not that many words said, but it's sort of like a very intimate conversation.
But you thought it was like confirmation that
Snape is on his side,
yeah.
and he's like, maybe he's trying to get close to the dark side, so it's like a spy almost.
Well, yeah, because I'm pretty sure he was like, oh, do you not understand how oh, I've been doing this. Have you not thought of that type thing? Something along those lines.
I can't even. I literally can't remember a word, but I just remember that it gave me the belief that I was right.
You could trust him.
So I was like, good.
Now, how does that recontextualize everything we've seen from Snape, though? Because we sort of established in the first one, oh, he might be a bad guy, but then it's sort of revealed that he isn't, and they've sort of played with that a little bit throughout. But he's mostly said a good guy. But then, at this moment, they fully flipped that. Oh, this has just been an elaborate cover this whole time.
Well, I don't know if I should feel like a fool.
I mean, it was pretty. I was certainly fucking shocked when I watched this, because I think
but it's like it's obvious at the same time. This guy,
he was
from
a
the
Death
very
Eater.
beginning. He's his whole persona, his whole aura, his whole history would make you believe that he's capable of deceiving someone like this. But I don't know. The movies made because when it came time to important things, he would always defend Harry. He would always be on Dumbledore's side. So it just led me to believe. And then they introduced, in the last film they showed us his past, and they showed that he has a history of being bullied and being
so
targeted.
make you feel sympathetic for him.
It makes you feel sympathetic for him. So I thought, okay, I can. His whole mysterious bravado is okay. He's had a very troubled past.
Yes, yeah.
But at the end of the day, he's a loyal friend. Friend. Fuck, man.
He's a Death
Jesus
Eater.
Christ.
He's a Death Eater through
I know.
and
Well,
through.
I guess. But the thing is, what happens now? Is he Voldemort's right hand man now? Is he? Because this is Voldemort wanted this. This is like he's obviously trusted Snape to be the one to do it, and now he's delivered. He's killed the greatest wizard, the greatest fucking wizard. Fuck Voldemort, man.
Yeah.
Dumbledore is the GOAT, bro. Dumbledore.
He's the GOAT.
The GOAT. Dumbledore's actually he might be the best character.
Yeah.
He has the best moments. He dueled with Voldemort at the end of the last film.
Yeah, in the most insane
In the best
fucking
duel,
duel.
one of the best duels I've ever seen.
One of the greatest shots in cinematic history.
And
when
then
he's
he
fired.
swirls the fire when you think Harry's like down and out. I'm upset.
That he's
I
dead.
didn't say a thing for the last 5 minutes.
I know,
I was
silence.
because I was just in shock, in complete and utter shock. I didn't know what to think. And the movie allowed you to be lost in your thoughts because it shows you, when it shows the Great Hall and it's just completely quiet. It's like empty. It's just it's nothing without Dumbledore because Dumbledore is the face.
He brought
of
the life.
Hogwarts.
He brought life to Hogwarts.
He is Hogwarts.
Yeah.
Dumbledore is Hogwarts.
I want to say how because they show for a bit Snape.
his
Remember
office, man.
when Snape meets Harry Potter when he's like underneath and he tells him to be quiet. Did you think that for a second that Snape was going to come in and clear them all out?
No, I didn't know what to think. So I know you probably thought I was going to think that because you looked at me when it was happening. I was like, okay, but I thought I actually didn't know. I was like, okay, all I knew is something's going to happen. Something fucking mental's going to happen. So I thought I didn't sort of allow my mind to attach myself to those things. I was like, I'm just gonna fucking see what happens. I'm not gonna even think about it. Just let it happen. Even if Snape failed, Dumbledore was screwed if you think about it. I mean, the Death Eaters were
they were in the fucking Hogwarts. One of them was gonna do it
because fucking Draco let them in through the what's that thing called?
The Vanishing Cabinet.
The Vanishing Cabinet. Which they've been hitting at the whole thing. I thought,
What's going on here?
yeah. Why didn't I connect the fucking dots earlier? Jesus Christ.
Dude, there's no way I would have fucking guessed
with
that.
the twin thing in the very beginning, obviously, and I should have known because there's a scene earlier when they arrive at Hogwarts, and what's the little dude called?
Professor Flitwick.
And he casts this sort of protective spell over Hogwarts. He makes this sort of shield around it. And I should have. Now I look back, it's like, okay, they're kind of hinting that they don't need to get in that way because they've got this cabinet which they're going to utilize from that place in
Borgin and Burgs, in Nocturne Alley.
Oh man, and I don't know what to think about Draco either because that line was heartbreaking.
Yeah,
I don't because he didn't want to do it.
You don't understand. I have to kill you, or
he'll kill me. Because I guess Voldemort wants to have Draco as his sort of student or something. He wants
sort
him
of
to
groom him into being becoming somebody along his lines. Yeah.
Fuck. Bro, this is this. You told me this was one of people's least favorite. This might be my favorite. I'm not even joking to you. This might be my. Actually, I don't even want to call it my favorite because it's the saddest one. This is the saddest
so sad.
Harry Potter movie so far. without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, and it's so weird because
It's also the funniest.
That sadness is juxtaposed with the comedy.
It's the saddest. No, this must be the best one because it's the saddest movie, but it's also the fucking most
Funniest.
Hilarious movie.
And
there
it's
is
got
as
so
well.
much of like the teen comedy tropes in there, and then because it basically puts up this shield of like, oh, this is going to be a lighter one, right? Because they're doing all the comedy, and there's like this, oh, who's the Half-Blood Prince? Who's all this, blah, blah, sort of things.
Even the fucking introduction of this Half-Blood Prince is a
comedy bit where
when
they try to go for the new
thing,
book.
when they try and yeah.
See, and I think for us the comedy worked, and I think maybe
I laughed more.
this
in
is one of the
movie
funnier.
than
This is
in
one
any
of the funny
others,
ones,
for sure.
and I think maybe for a lot of people, if the comedy didn't work for you, then like those scenes probably.
But you know what I think, right? You know, you can kind of compare the comedy segments in terms of like the teen romance or whatever to the Goblet of Fire, right? They kind of took a break in the Order of the Phoenix from the romantic stuff. But I think the romantic stuff in this one is so much funnier.
Well, because they focus on it a lot more.
It's
There's a lot more
it's
attention.
a lot better. Whereas in the Goblet of Fire, maybe sometimes
it was like an
feels patchy.
aside. Yeah, it's an aside.
It's like,
yeah.
okay, it's hit or miss. Some of these.
And plus, in this one, we actually want Ron and Hermione to get together.
Yeah.
In this.
Yeah, true. And it's Ron who's the one who has like in Goblet of Fire, Hermione has Crumb. He has
Lavender.
Fucking bitch. Can we
bitch.
talk about this fucking
Bitch.
piece of shit human being?
I
Oh my
know.
god, the most infuriating character. She might be my least favorite character.
Who's to say?
My least favorite character, because you know what, right? When I talk about character, I'm not talking about who I dislike the most. Obviously, Voldemort is
Bad
Hitler
bloke.
himself.
Yes,
Hitler
he's Hitler.
reincarnated.
Yeah.
But in terms of characters who I hate, she's the pick of the bunch. You know why? Because Umbridge was obviously taking that spot. You know, but she has usurped bloody Umbridge. You know why? Because Umbridge is a good villain. But this bitch serves no purpose but to piss me off.
What if she killed Dumbledore at the end? She like walks up the steps.
She wouldn't be the most hated character in Harry Potter. She would be the most hated character
In
full
fiction.
stop.
In all of fiction.
Period.
Yeah.
God, she's such a bitch, man. Because I want Ron and Hermione. I was like this from the beginning. I thought this was going to be okay. They're going to get together in this one. I can't remember what it was exactly that made me think that, but I think at the beginning, she's a.
Or even at the end of Chamber of Secrets, you get like going
of
all the way
Secrets.
back in terms of like them getting together as being like a series long thing.
Oh yeah.
Like remember at
They
the
don't
end,
hug each other because
they
they're
like
sort of
they're sort of an
awkward.
awkward like
Yeah,
type
yeah,
of thing.
yeah.
So it's
Oh,
been
yeah.
hinted. And then what were you saying about this one where it was sort of
Well,
implied?
at the beginning, she's at the Weasley house.
Yeah,
again.
she's always at the
She
Weasley
is.
house
She
before
spends,
Harry gets
She
there.
spends more time with Ron, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Behind the
But
scenes.
because we follow Harry's perspective,
No,
we
and
don't
it was
always
no.
see
I
it.
know what it was. It was before the Quidditch game. They were like chatting, and they were like, and she helped him at the tryouts.
The tryouts, yeah.
And they're sort of getting close, and I thought, okay, finally, fuck it, finally. And then this bitch she was in like one scene, and she's in another scene, and she's in another scene, and I'm like, this bitch
Who
needs
is
to
this?
go.
Who is this?
Who is this person who's out to ruin my day?
Or in my life. Although we do get obviously Ron saying Hermione's name.
Yeah, but then it just makes me annoyed though, because it's like, okay, was this just meant to?
I think it was just to test their relationship.
Yeah.
Who's to say Lavender Brown might come back in a big
Oh,
way?
if she comes back, I'm pissed. she's got to be gone.
Fuck.
I hope she gets some sort. No, I can't even say that.
No.
I'm not even gonna say that.
But no, I mean, yeah, because we were, and I mean, with the Half-Blood
The Half-Blood Prince.
with the Half-Blood Prince, like, mystery, like, it makes a lot of sense that it's Snape in the end, because remember when he put Sectum Sempus on Draco? Snape is the one who comes
knows
in
how
and
to
fixes him because he
Well, I
knows
just
how
thought
to
that's
deal with
'cause
it.
he's smart as hell. I just
Yeah,
thought he's
you could
like-
always rationalize that as that, but I think it's because it's a spell that he made himself. He knows exactly what to
and
do
then
to deal with
he
it.
says that at the end. He's like, "Don't use my spell against me" or whatever.
Who did you think the
Well, it's 'cause
Half-Blood
they put
Prince
it on the
was?
back. They put it on the back burner. The whole thing.
That's true, yeah, because like you see you think that's going to be like the drive of the
Obviously
narrative, but it really
book,
isn't.
The book helps Harry ace his potions class.
Yeah.
Which is cool. Obviously, I should know it would be a bigger. It's the title of the fucking movie or whatever. But wait, what was your question? What did I think?
Who did you think the Half-Blood Prince was?
I thought it was between. Well, at first I was like Draco, but then I was like, wait, hang on, that's impossible because he's full
Pure blood.
wizard or whatever. But then I was like, okay, well, I think I just thought it would be Tom Riddle / Voldemort
Because he's
because his
half
father's
blood,
a Muggle,
yeah.
right? So I was like, okay, he's half blood. Prince I thought was pretty weird, but like, especially with the whole history of him being the student, like they showed flashbacks of him being a student and whatnot.
Also, we get Slughorn in this, who's like a pretty interesting
And straight
character
once
to
again, I
introduce.
thought when they showed him, I thought, okay, Defense Against Dark Arts teacher.
But no,
Here
he's
you go.
potions. Snape finally gets his
Snape
job.
gets promoted, and what?
And how
what
does
did
he
I say
reward
to you?
that? How does he reward that?
And what did I say to you at the beginning? I thought I know this is literally just come back to me at the beginning of the movie. Didn't I say to you? I was like, who's the Half-Blood Prince? And I said, I think I said, as a joke, I was like, whoever the Defense Against Dark Arts teacher is
Yes,
or whatever.
you did.
Oh man. Yeah, he gets his promotion and then he says, "Fuck you, Dumbledore."
Yeah, bitch. Now I've got access to whatever I need to access. I can kill you.
He's so funny as well. There won't be any comic relief when he's doing it with the Death Eaters.
He's not going to drop a little
He's
sarcastic
not going to
line.
hit any students over the head
with
with
a book
anymore.
God damn it. He's also looking great in this. His hair's looking better than
Told me
ever.
this dude was 60. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, 60s doing these.
This
He
guy's
looks
in his,
great.
I will not hear anything else. This guy's in his 40s.
This guy's 28. Okay, not that, but he's in his 40s. But no, like he's with Slughorn. I think you sort of. I love his acting, where like you could tell that there's some guilt behind it because he knows that he's responsible.
That dude has trauma.
Partially.
That guy has trauma. There's that sort of visceral response he had where he started like hyperventilating,
Like tearing up and just being like, fuck.
looking all manic.
Because I think he
soon
knows
as the-
deep down that
yeah.
like Voldemort obviously carried through with his when he told them about
he
Horcruxes.
definitely feels a
which is
partly
this is where we learn
responsible.
about the Horcruxes, and that's obviously
Yeah, what
how.
the hell is this shit? All right, so there's a. Let me wait. So the diary was a Horcrux. That Horcrux is destroyed. So
Yeah.
that is that's part of his soul.
So that's
destroyed.
one Horcrux done.
And what do you have to like kill his soul?
You have to
and that
destroy-
makes him mortal.
So what happens with a Horcrux?
Oh, because if he dies as a physical, he exists in the Horcrux.
That's how he came back before.
Yeah,
Because he had multiple Horcruxes,
Yeah.
and that's how he came back to life. So
That's
in
how
order
he
to
didn't
kill him,
truly
you have
die.
to destroy all of the Horcruxes,
Okay.
and then he's done for.
So one of them's done already.
Yeah, one down, however many to go.
I love that. I actually like that they brought that back to Chamber of Secrets.
That's true. Yeah.
Because
yeah.
I actually rewatched that in between all of this recording, and I liked it even more in the second time.
And I remember-
I said I liked it a lot the first time.
And I remember in Chamber of Secrets, you were like, "Oh, I want to see more of Tom Riddle's past."
Yeah, I literally
and we
said
get
that,
a
didn't I?
sense of
Yeah.
that where he's like,
in
even,
the one that references that one.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like nice.
and even at that age, he's still like manipulative and a little bit creepy, like his dead eyes, and he's just like, "Sir,
gives off evil.
I want to know about a
private,
rare piece of
private
magic."
schoolboy.
Yeah, and he's like, it seems like he's just evil through and through. It seems like, because with Snape, it seems like it's like, oh, he was bullied as a kid. You know, he sort of grew to become that, and he had like resentments.
I guess he was abandoned as a child by his parents, right? But like the first scene you see of him, there's no.
I can make people hurt.
We have sympathy with Snape, I guess, in that regard, but Voldemort, there's nothing.
But now he's going to go full villain. So what does that look like?
Well, that looks scary because he's an incredible because he's an incredible
Wizard, yeah.
Because he's from what I've seen, he's literally top 5 wizards.
Yeah, I mean, he created like his own spells and shit when
He's
he was like
probably,
a kid.
If there's a bracket of wizarding ability, from what I've seen, he's like a tier below Voldemort and Dumbledore.
Yeah.
He's like literally he's in that second tier.
Well, now I guess that he's killed Dumbledore, he's put himself up a bit.
Well, yeah, I guess he's the
Because not even Voldemort could kill Dumbledore.
No, that bit he couldn't stand it. He pussied out.
He did pussy
He
out.
fucking vanished. Dumbledore had him on smoke.
I know, bro.
Dumbledore's the best wizard.
Oh God, yeah. I remember.
Who the fuck is going to be the head teacher now?
I know. Who's to say?
I hope it's McGonagall.
McGonagall, you'd think she's
should-
like the obvious choice.
Well, she's like obviously Snape's always been there for Dumbledore, but she's she's there.
We see that she's actually been a good friend.
Yeah, she's and also in the first movies, she sort of you get more screen time with her than Snape in the first place, and I would see her as a head teacher more so than Snape.
And you know what? I think kind of thinking about this, I think I know why I maybe didn't watch this film that much when I was like a kid.
Because it's so sad, maybe.
It's sad. And because, like I said with Goblet of Fire, when I said when I was younger I didn't like the Yule Ball parts.
Oh yeah, which part?
This is all that kind of teenage romance stuff. So as a kid, I was like,
You
oh,
were a
let's
fan
get to the action bits.
Yeah.
But the action bits are horribly depressing. Like even the atmosphere of
were
that
searching
cave.
for that.
When Dumbledore's like searching for the cave and he like throws out the light and the fire and those little
noticed-
things, they were terrifying. I was so terrified
I
of those
noticed
things.
several times that they sort of went to a black and white.
I don't think it went fully black and white, but like they just boosted
made it
the
grey
whites,
or
and it was
something.
so like this movie has like
It was very daunting. I knew something was gonna some dark stuff was gonna.
yeah.
get
I think something about this. I think the visual style, like it's almost like it's through like a murky puddle. Everything is like there's like a vignette, there's like a brown sort of color palette to everything, and it's sort of
it's very dark. Yeah, literally dark in all aspects.
even like the Quidditch parts are in like pissing rain. It's
thunderstorms.
grey.
You don't see the sun shining a lot in this one.
No.
We've talked about obviously the great scene where Dumbledore's like using the fire and whatever, like actually insane scene, and obviously his death. But you know how you mentioned earlier that they tease that he's gonna die when he's drinking that liquid or whatever.
Acting
That was
there.
horrible to watch in a good way.
I mean, yeah, as a kid, like watching that was so
It
uncomfortable
felt like
because
I was watching an old man with dementia.
Yeah.
Who's like, it's like you're watching Dumbledore, the most wise wizard.
someone
And
you
at that
know,
point- at that
someone
point
you can
when-
rely
yeah.
on, and he's like reverted
saying-
to base instincts, like kill me.
And
like
he's like,
crying.
Please don't. And it's like, man, I just can't put into words how terrible that must be. It's almost like he forgot what he's. At one point, I thought, okay, he's forgotten who he is. Like, similar to the symptoms of like dementia or something. He's literally forgotten who he is, and now he's being forced. He literally like this great wizard has been pushed aside to be this, like,
Just crying, weak old man.
yeah, for what he for his age. He looked his age for the first time.
Yeah.
You know.
And the acting is just fantastic. Like, I think Dumbledore's performance here is, I mean, it's a given. This is him at his best.
This
Like,
is his
just
best
fantastic.
movie. Oh my god.
This is his movie, pretty much.
Yeah, like his hand as well throughout the whole movie,
Like,
being
cursed.
like withered.
Because I think it was he said that he was trying to like mess with the Horcrux, and he like gestured to his hand, so it just completely fucked up his withered old hand, and that creeped me out as a kid because I always imagined like grabbing his hand by mistake and just like feeling it all cold and dead. But no, those scenes are so distressing, especially
He
when
looked
you're
like
younger.
a baby when he was getting he looked
Like
like
crying.
a child being forced
Yeah,
into something they don't want to do. I couldn't. Yeah, and then he's the shot where it just pans to his wand. And then Harry goes under, and those fetus. I said this on a previous one. Those fetus. Whenever there's a villain that's like looks like some sort of fetus,
like a gangly sort of skinny baby. thing.
skeletal, fucking,
Skeletal, yeah.
Humanoid creature. That's like I've always said that's one of the most terrifying things to me. Yeah, he gets like pushed down by a couple of those things, and then you see the fire through the water first. And that's when I think I got up. I was like, let's go.
You have to get up. You have to get up at that point.
You stand up with Dumbledore.
That's true.
We stand with Dumbledore.
And I did a
You hit one
type
of
thing.
those.
I absolutely.
I
hit
want to
that.
know. I want to know what that spell is called.
Yeah, what fucking spell is
If
that?
he said, I swear to God, if he said like a spell as he was doing that, that would be the.
Well, I mean, Harry was underwater,
that would be the best spell.
so he probably didn't hear him go.
But if I heard it, I would be. I'm gonna be quoting that.
Big fucking fire.
Because my favorite spell so far is Expecto Patronum.
That's true.
It rolls off the tongue.
I like Sictum
beautifully.
Sempra. That sounds nice
That
to
one's
say,
cool.
but there's
It's
not a
like
big moment where he's like, Expecto Patronum.
So if I heard Dumbledore say something like that, oof, that makes it sound like I was gonna get turned on, but that's not the case. I assure you.
Yet.
Yeah. We'll see.
And Draco's really good in this. This is like,
This is his movie as well.
that's true. Kind of like how Chamber of Secrets was probably the most screen time he's had before this. There's a lot of parallels with Chamber of Secrets, interestingly. So it's actually good that
We've
you
gone over, like,
rewatched
three,
that
I'd say.
one.
Yeah, really, yeah. Useful.
But yeah, Draco's great in this, and like you said, that line where he's like crying and he's like, I have no choice. Like I have
Or
to
even
do
he's
this.
crying in the bathroom earlier in the movie when
Yeah.
when he has that
'Cause he's
duel
feeling
with
guilt
with
about-
with Harry.
And he's feeling guilt about it. And that bathroom
Yeah.
fight is great as well. Because you're like, it's almost, did you in your mind think that there was going to have to be like a Harry Potter Draco fight
Yeah.
at some point?
Yeah. I'm surprised I haven't actually said that.
But it's not done in the way that you'd expect it to be. Because it's like a very quick, like brutal
And also,
fight in a bathroom.
Everything you've learned about Draco, or you've seen of Draco, is him as a cocky guy.
Yeah.
And the fight happens when he's at his most vulnerable, and he's like,
And then when
with
he's
the
like
regret.
whimpering on the ground, like bleeding from everything, like that scared me as a kid as well. Just like, because he's like the bully.
Well, I
but then
thought-
when you see him
for
that
a minute, I
vulnerable,
thought he died. Like,
yeah,
I
like,
thought he was
fuck,
dead. I was
Harry
like-
killed him? Jesus.
And then I was like, okay, Harry's gonna have to deal with that regret because that's he'll see that as like a massive change in
Or
his
sign of
character
darkness or
something.
something.
Yeah, like a sign that he's, I'm just like him.
God, I really like the attack on the burrow, like them running through the reeds
Oh yeah.
and like all the Death Eaters and
Yeah,
everything
that was
like
like
that.
a proper horror scene when
Yeah.
they're in like the farm with the tall crops and whatever.
I'd say this one kind of goes back to Prisoner of Azkaban by focusing on the horror stuff. Definitely.
Even Lupin's.
Lupin's
he's
here. And he's like, fuck, I'm not going to
It's
turn
always
into a
the
werewolf,
worst on
am
the
I?
first day of the cycle, or whatever
Yeah.
that is. Significant other
Nymphadoria
says.
Tonks.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I genuinely didn't remember our name, to be honest.
What did you think of the romance? And specifically, I'm talking about the Harry Ginny romance.
Well, because awkward at times, but that's fine because Harry's quite an awkward guy, I think.
He's incredibly
Like,
introverted.
Ginny is way more in control of that
Ginny's the dom.
relationship.
Absolutely.
She's dominant in this this chemistry or whatever.
Yeah.
I thought it was, it was cute. I mean, there's a couple cute scenes where Harry like stands up. When
That's the funniest
yeah,
bit.
yeah, that was funny. And he also did another thing another time. I think Hermione referenced it, but like,
He
I
might
think
have done something in the movie.
Harry might have been in this movie. Newsflash.
Who's to say? But no, I think maybe if they had established Ginny more in Order of the Phoenix as like a couple, because obviously Cho Chang is the one, but she isn't even in this one.
Yeah, I think it's kind of awkward. Maybe it's because Harry needs a romance or something. Maybe they.
Otherwise, we'll think he's gay.
The thing is, I'm fine with like Ginny getting with. Oh, God forbid he's gay.
Oh.
I was thinking Ginny
was with Neville because in
well,
Goblet of Fire, there's the dance.
There was that as well, but there was like obviously, I mean, very early in the franchise, you have that scene where she has a crush on Harry, but she's
meets him at the
she's
table,
like a year
yeah,
6 or something.
Yeah.
So you don't really pay attention to that.
Yeah.
But there's not that many scenes in the other movies where they have intimate conversations.
Yeah.
Whatever.
That's true.
It's very sort of this is happening now. In fact, yeah, a lot in this movie. There was a lot of that actually. But she started off with that other dude,
Dean Thomas.
Yeah.
Dean Thomas, fan favorite character.
Yeah, and then Ron ain't a big fan of that.
That's
Ron
true.
was funny in this one.
Yeah.
I don't get why he's so frightened to admit he likes Hermione.
Because what if he gets his heart broken?
But he clearly won't. Like when they're in the pub and she says, "Oh, what if it was?
What if we snogged?"
Yeah. What would you think? What would you expect her to think of that then?
I've never thought about that.
Yeah. And she's loyal as hell in this movie.
That's true.
She basically bats away.
She went with like what's his name, Cormac McCargan or something.
How do you remember that?
I've
he
played.
Was very irrelevant.
I've too many times.
He was just there to prove that Hermione
loyal.
isn't
giving in to temptation.
Yeah, I mean she goes with him to that thing, but only because
to make Ron jealous, but she doesn't do anything.
She literally takes something that makes her breath smell terrible just so she
stays away from him.
Yeah. Man, I feel like I've been stuttering a lot in this, but that's just because I've got a lot of emotions right now.
Why don't you speak like a goddamn human?
Yeah, sorry about that if it comes across like that.
But there are people who will unsubscribe. Quite frankly.
Leave your hate comments.
Absolutely, but no, I think. I did think that I tended to like this one more than most people did, but I think rewatching it has really solidified that this is a really good one. Like I really like this one even more than I thought.
On rewatch.
Yeah, just because I think I remember.
This is better than Order of the Phoenix.
I remember certain things just not clicking when I was younger.
Well, when was the last
but now
time,
it all kind of fits.
When was the
together.
last time you watched it? It wasn't when you were a kid, right? It wasn't when you were a kid.
Probably like early teens, so like a while.
Also, still a while ago.
Yeah, because I'm a 20-year-old man.
Fucking hell.
Jesus Christ.
You're old as fuck, mate.
I'm literally Dumbledore right now.
Yeah, I'm still youthful.
But no, it's pretty much got everything you want. It's funny. There's like a mystery. There's a central mystery. You learn a lot about the world. It's got emotional, dark moments. It's got great action.
Yeah, poised to be a very dark final 2 movies.
That's true. A part 1 and a part 2. What do you think's gonna happen?
So little happiness now in these movies.
That's true.
What was your question? Sorry, what do I think's gonna happen?
Yes.
Well, there's gonna be like a war. I think I said that the last 2 now. It's just building towards it. Every single movie, the fight gets nearer. You know, like the armies are assembling.
Absolutely.
And Snape has betrayed.
Picked a side.
Yeah, let's put it that way.
He's picked a goddamn side.
He picked his side. You know who else I hate? I haven't really spoken about that much.
Who's that?
Bellatrix.
Bellatrix.
She has to die.
I mean,
she has to die.
She has to
die.
If
she doesn't fucking die, I'm gonna be having problems with this.
I mean, she like her whole like I killed Sirius Black, just chanting that back and forth. I fucking hated her as a kid because of that, and I wanted that bitch dead.
She has to die.
She has to die.
I want her to die in the next movie, to be honest. I mean, I don't know where. Okay, so let's recap where it ends. So.
But by the end, Hermione is like, "Oh, we should go with you," and Harry's like, "I'm not coming back to Hogwarts."
Yeah, because he's
gonna go look for the Horcruxes.
I don't want anyone else to die, probably.
So that's kind of where it's gonna start.
Well, obviously, there's no way Hermione and Ron don't go with him.
They're just not in the next 2. Just like no, they were actually just away somewhere else.
They
were fine actually. No, they were
write them out.
Absolutely. We weren't really into the Ron Hermione thing, honestly.
Yeah.
People hated that.
I mean, they persisted for 6 movies trying to get us to like them, but now...
Yeah, but it just didn't work.
It's over now.
For the 7th one, they're like, fuck this.
I mean, they're literally... What are these ones called? Deathly Hallows?
The Deathly Hallows.
That sounds great.
That does.
Sounds promising.
That does sound promising. But
the thing is, I'm just expecting death now.
Death. Well, who do you think will die? I guess.
I guess that's a good question. Well, I wasn't expecting Dumbledore, but now he's gone. So
I guess nobody's safe.
Well, the Harry side is a lot weaker without Dumbledore. I'd say, who do I think will die? I reckon I have a prediction.
Okay.
It isn't to do with death, but I'll come back to that because that is an interesting question. I reckon Draco's gonna come good. You know.
What, you think he's gonna like swap over?
I reckon he'll swap. I reckon there's gonna be a scene where he's like, "No, father," and he like goes across and he fucking shoots a spell over it.
I guess that's fair, because like he does show a little bit of temptation, so I could see why. Yeah, I could see why you'd see that.
I reckon there's gonna be like an army sort of format, and he'll be like, "Nah," or like maybe they'll lose him, and they'll be like, Lucius will be like, "Where's Draco?" And then he's just actually like, he's just behind Harry, and he just like,
I'm here, Father.
yeah,
I'm not listening to you anymore.
something like that. Because I think they hinted it with this one. Unless it would be tragic if he continues down this path of being
a Death Eater. There's no
a Death
helping
Eater
him.
who's clearly important in Voldemort's plans. That would be sad. Okay, but who do I think will die? I don't think they'd kill Harry. Obviously, I think. I don't even know. Obviously, I think those don't even make sense.
Obviously, you think that.
Obviously, I think. No, I don't. Okay, I don't think the main three will die.
Okay. So think about like tertiary characters, like
Yeah,
your
that's
Neville
what I'm-
Longbottoms,
that's what I'm going to.
your Luna Lovegoods, your
Neville,
Weasley families.
Neville wasn't in this one, was he?
No, not much. No.
Oh, Luna's great, by the way. We didn't really speak about her. In this
Yeah,
one.
she's just continuing to be
She's
great.
continuing to be
not
like-
in it as much as Order of the Phoenix, but
When
no,
we
she's still
talk
great.
about funny moments, she's up there. For
She's great.
Sure.
She's
that
consistently
scene
great.
where you just turn and she's in a lion costume. If she, I don't know. I actually don't know who will die. I have to make a prediction though for it to be fun.
Yes,
Right?
do a prediction.
I'll just say one person I think might die. McGonagall, maybe.
You think so?
Maybe.
I guess how powerful is McGonagall compared to Dumbledore? Because if she's like a threat,
because like there might be some characters who I've seen who aren't in the last two. Like there might be some that aren't in.
who like come back.
Like who's like maybe Lupin or his girlfriend or what's she called again?
Nymphadora.
Maybe one of them.
Okay.
I'll say either them or McGonagall. That's a prediction.
Those are the predictions,
I'll
everybody.
say one of them might.
And get ready to either praise or berate Edward for those opinions. So I guess one last thing though. How do you rank this one so far?
This is it's gonna take time for me to be definitive. But
Obviously, you had to sit on it. And
top two, Prisoner of Azkaban in this one. They're
Yeah.
my favorite two, for sure.
I think I might agree. I think I might be in agreement with that.
Nice.
Definitely. I've definitely come around to it.
This has had the most emotional impact on me. This more so than Prisoner of Azkaban. The thing that's keeping Prisoner of Azkaban in there as such a great movie is like that last
final hour.
because it wasn't half an hour.
It was an
Let's
hour.
not forget with Prisoner of Azkaban it was an hour. Yeah, a full hour of just magic and
Great like script
action
writing
and
things like
just-
that.
yeah,
But yeah, if you want like
plot
the
twists.
emotional payoff and like
This is
emotional
that, yeah.
stakes, yeah. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how you fare with obviously Deathly Hallows Part
Only
1 and
two
Part
left.
2. And there is a little bit of controversy around if people think they should have been split into two movies or if it should have been one movie.
well, I guess I'll.
Yeah, we'll see how you feel about Part 1
I didn't
and
know that
see
was a
if you feel.
controversy. To be fair.
I guess we'll have to see, but yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Winning marks for Half-Blood Prince, it's safe to say.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, next time you see you, we will be... And of course, we've got to do the clap.
Oh yeah.
But this is going to be a very somber clap.
So not as intense. Yeah.
Not as intense. Because it's going to be a clap
Very light. clap.
devoid of life, devoid of joy. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Just a limp-wristed
Nice.
clap.
Look at that on there.
Right, here we are. We are in Deathly Hallows Part 1, the beginning of the end. And obviously we watched Half-Blood Prince last time. Loved it. We were shocked. Snape is a fucking traitor. Dumbledore is dead.
He wasn't
So-
in this one, was he?
What, Dumbledore?
No, Snape. Snape the traitor.
Yeah.
Obviously, Dumbledore wasn't in this one. That's very sad.
I mean, he was, but it was just he wasn't alive.
No.
But so yeah, what were you expecting this to be, and how did it differ from it?
I don't know. It kind of was what I expected.
Okay.
There was no way they could have done another one where with the same formula in the sense that they start at Hogwarts, things go bad. This one's just things are bad and happening constantly.
Well, because the war is the
There's
the war has
yeah,
officially
there's
started.
no
now.
break in this one. I miss Hogwarts. I'm
That's
not gonna
true,
lie to
yeah.
you, I miss it.
Yeah.
I miss like having potions lessons, dark arts lessons.
That's what war does. It takes away those
It's really sad.
the beauty of those little moments.
Not that Hogwarts stopped going though, because
Snape
so,
is
like,
head
Neville
teacher.
And Ginny was. I was surprised that Ginny was allowed to go back to Hogwarts. By the way, isn't she too closely affiliated with Harry?
That's true, yeah.
But either way, yeah. But it was. I kind of, you know how we talked about like All Out War. I can kind of see how that would be part 2. You can't have 2 ginormous movies that are just all out war. So this one was like more political.
It was build up
When
to
they're
the
trying to
war.
infiltrate the ministry and stuff. I thought that was pretty cool.
You like those segments?
Yeah, but I think the main thing that I'm going to take away from this movie, first time watching, is the main part, which is like the psychological fighting of demons.
Yes.
Like between the 3 main
The drama
characters
between them
in
all,
the
yeah.
woods for most of the movie. But
Well, what did you think of that?
well, I kind of liked watching it. It was quite interesting. Although I did think it was kind of dumb how, like, when Harry has that initial sort of outburst at Hermione, and then Hermione's like, "Take the locket off; it's having an effect on you," and it clearly does because he's like, "Oh, I feel much better now; it's off." Why did they keep passing it around each other after that? That's like the most stupid thing. I know you said that like, oh, no, I think it's no matter what, it still has an effect on you, but when you have it on you, it's even more
Amplified.
impactful. But like, still, just keep that shit away. Like, come on, man, just put that in a bag or something.
I guess
Shit.
there's an element of like losing it because it's taken so long to get it, so you're worried about just misplacing it and then never seeing it again.
But other than that, it was good to watch. I was kind of pissed that Ron left. I kind of didn't like that. I didn't like seeing them like apart for that long.
Well, he had to leave in order to come
he
back,
could come back and help kill the thingy or whatever. But
destroy the Horcrux,
Yeah.
and show that his love for Hermione is what keeps him going.
yeah, and the more tension between the main characters than ever.
Absolutely.
The Goblet of Fire was like the only one where there was any like hint of that, and now this one is just a lot worse.
And then I want to say, there's a moment in this which some people hate, some people like, and that's when their music comes on the radio and Harry and Hermione dance. Now, what were your thoughts on that scene?
Wait, people hate that?
Yeah.
Oh, I just thought.
How did you read that?
I read it as 2 friends who are lonely and going through like a pretty tough time, just wanting to have a moment to laugh together. Especially since nothing happened afterwards. Like Hermione just kind of went back, and Harry just sat down. It was just like a nice escape, you know. Wait, people. Oh, can I guess why people hate it? It's pretty obvious, right?
Yeah.
It's like Harry and Hermione.
People think
shivers.
that's like they're trying to put them together.
No,
but that's not how I read
No,
that.
that's not how I read it, and I don't like that either. I don't like that theory. It was
No.
bad enough seeing that fucking when the Horcrux was trying to.
And they snog.
It was giving, it was like probing Ron's insecurities.
I remember seeing that in the cinema.
I
and
did
being-
not like
and
watching
being terrified
that.
of
I
it,
didn't-
being
yeah,
incredibly
yeah.
uncomfortable.
Yeah, very uncomfortable because for me, every single film, I just think of Harry and Hermione as best friends and literally nothing else.
So seeing
Like, because I literally think of them as like a friendship.
Yeah,
nothing else. So it kind of upset me. But at least it got Ron angry enough to like fucking
smash it, yeah,
destroy
yeah,
'cause
yeah.
before, he was just kind of crawling back, allowing it to happen at first.
That's true. Yeah, just seeing where this was going, I guess.
Yeah.
But no, I like a lot of the intimate stuff between them all, and when they all turn into Harry, I like that quite a
pretty
lot. Funny moment. And then
Damn, this movie kills off characters though. Like, holy shit. I was actually going to open this thing by just saying rip Dobby, but I'm sure he'll get his piece. Like, we'll talk about him.
well, he's resting in peace currently. So.
He is, but we have to give him some props.
Got to give him
He
some
was
props.
great in this movie. But
Yeah, I mean,
but
like
they killed Hedwig immediately.
Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, killed Hagrid.
And Mad Eye.
Mad Eye's dead.
I thought they were all going to dropping like flies in the opening like 20 minutes.
Yeah. I think it sets the tone of like, the war is going on.
Yeah, and I guess you know when you think about trying to create higher stakes, let's kill characters that people don't care about as much as the main. So like killing Mad Eye Moody, nice guy,
People love Mad Eye.
trusted by Dumbledore, but
You can lose him.
If he had to go, he has to go. You know, like I'd rather he went than someone else. Hedwig was sad though. Like Harry's setting him free,
To be like, you can live now.
and then but there's something beautiful in him choosing to like defend
Go back
Harry.
and save him,
'Cause
yeah.
even though he was free, he saved him. Yeah, and then that led to can we actually this before they actually left, before they were making the trip from Harry's
Drive,
place, yeah. What was that guy? What's that guy called?
Mundungus Fletcher.
Why would they ever trust him? I never got an explanation as to why he was trusted. I think you said he was in the Order, but like that was never heard. I never heard that. So to me, it was just kind of stupid, like a plot thing.
They
where
can't
he
find
just-
they can't find another guy that they trust.
Because like you have Harry's like inner circle here, like his closest
Like you got like
friends.
Remus there, you got Arthur Weasley, you've got all the people he's known, and then you've got Mundungus.
And then this guy's
Fletcher.
just here. As soon as I saw him, I was like, why is this guy here?
So many people have got to be dead then, I
So-
guess.
So that was kind of stupid, I thought. I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was stupid. Like how they just, and then he was obviously the one who betrayed them.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying.
And he's got no hair, which is the least trustworthy thing.
Mm.
Except for Dobby, who has no hair but is also trustworthy. Interesting seeing him again, considering that like
Every movie
we've literally
I say to you,
we've heard nothing about him since Chamber of Secrets.
every movie I say to you, I'm like, it's kind of weird that Dobby ain't returned.
It's so weird to me that you think he was that prominent.
Dude, I really did.
That you were like at the end of the Half-Blood Prince after that incredible ending, you're just sitting there like, where was
Damn,
Dobby?
Where's Dobby? No, because that's one of the few things I thought. I was like, oh, Dobby's like this. Like, Dobby's just with Hermione, Ron, and Harry, like, throughout the movie.
That
Like,
would suck,
no,
dude. That would
genuinely-
actually suck.
That's what I thought, though. That's what I thought was the case.
They do a good job of making him like
Because he was
likable
kind of
there.
not great in Chamber of Secrets.
Yeah.
But in this one, holy shit, he was great in this one.
Yeah.
No, I actually found him hilarious.
And he's not in it much, but he's funny as hell.
So funny. Like, even from that first scene with the creature.
Oh, hey.
And he's like knocking out
just
Mundungus
seeing those
Fletcher.
two interact was
Yeah.
just funny to me.
You racist fucking
The fact that,
mudblood
the, fact
traitor.
that, the fact that Mundungus got taken down by two house elves.
Yeah, that's
also.
embarrassing for him.
Like, although... what I
Dobby's
will say-
OP.
These house... I don't know if it's just Dobby, right? Or if all these house elves have these abilities. But they are OP. Why not? I know, like, for the sake of the thing, don't have them around the main characters for the whole thing, like you just said.
Yeah.
But, like, if we're talking logically here, why is Dobby not with you 24/7? This dude is OP.
That's true.
I didn't think... You know, she threw the blade through. I thought it was a wand at first. I don't know why. I
Why
think
did you think it was a wand?
No,
Why would
I
she
just-
throw the wand?
That's why I was weird. That's why I think I said...
But it was like clearly shaped like a knife.
No, I just saw the thingy, so I thought it was a wand. And then I
blind
saw
and
immediately-
deaf.
So I saw immediately that it was the blade. No, okay. Afterwards. So, yeah.
Harry Potter.
And he's like, that was not. I remember seeing that in the cinema and crying when I was younger because
What,
I was
Dobby?
like Dobby's death. Even though I wasn't like the biggest Dobby fan, but it's like he's like an innocent little. He's basically just a kid.
Well,
he's like
just
kid
super
height.
innocent. I just he's like killing a child.
And when they're burying him, he's like the size of a child's corpse. Just
Yeah.
like, oh, there he goes.
Yeah, I find it kind of nice that they buried him without using magic.
That's true.
Like Dobby was special enough to deserve.
A proper burial.
Yes.
Yeah. What did you think of Xenophilius Lovegood?
I thought he was a cool character.
Seeing Luna's
Yeah,
dad, finally.
I mean, there was something off about him when they went to his place.
house.
It just seemed super uneasy. I should have connected the dots earlier, to be fair.
Mm. Oh, then there we get the whole Deathly Hallows little animated
Yeah,
thing.
I was really
great.
wondering when that would come into play. I was like,
Like the
what-
death. Oh yeah,
what the
because
hell are the Deathly
that
Hallows?
doesn't happen. They don't explain the Deathly Hallows till like maybe the final 40 or 50
No, I
minutes
was
of the
kind of,
movie.
when it was happening, like when they went into that whole explanation, I didn't think. I was like, damn, I got to remember these Horcruxes. I got to remember all these new characters.
names,
I
yeah.
got to remember. Now I've got this Deathly Hallows thing to remember. They introduced quite a lot in this
Yeah,
one.
you got like
considering it's
Bill
a-
Bill Weasley, Geralt Grindelwald,
Like, who the hell
Bathilda
is
Bagshot,
I don't know
Alfire
if-
Stooge.
I don't know if he maybe got like a mention in another movie, but I had no idea who that was.
No.
But he's probably in the books, that's probably it. But yeah, there was a lot to remember in this one. I did think the Deathly Hallows thing was cool though. I liked seeing that sort of animation.
Yeah, that was a great way to do it.
It looked cool as well, like mythical.
The animated
sort of,
way it
like,
was done.
Ancient.
Well, like it was like actual like inked. It looked like
Yeah.
it was like inked on the
like
parchment.
an ancient
and everything
mystery.
like
Is
that.
it true?
Yeah.
Honestly, the Resurrection Stone. I'm just gonna be straight up. That should just be the Philosopher's Stone. Like, why is that not the Philosopher's Stone?
But the Philosopher's
that would make
Stone,
so much more sense.
But the Philosopher's Stone doesn't resurrect the dead. It
Yeah,
just
but-
prolongs life.
Yeah, but they should have made it so that it was that. But that would be cool though, wouldn't it? If they brought that back somehow.
I didn't actually destroy it. I was lying. I guess.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't have been surprised if that was like an explanation.
You and the Philosopher's Stone, man. You're obsessed.
It's my favorite movie.
But I loved seeing bits of England, and like
yeah, that was cool. I think I just missed.
like
Hogwarts.
kind of looked familiar.
Yeah.
Why do you miss Hogwarts? That place sucks. I've been waiting for them to get out of that place for 7 movies. I was just like, can we move away? Can we go back to Privet Drive? I thought this was
do
going to
it.
be set there.
The whole movie. Just...
Yeah. But no, I like this one. Really does include a lot of elements from all of the films. Like they bring back Polyjuice Potion, which we haven't really seen since I want to say Goblet of Fire was the last time we saw it.
I thought the Ministry thing was quite funny actually.
Mm.
Especially when Ron thought.
He keeps going into the role of like, oh fuck, what am I doing? Oh, Dolores as well. Seeing Dolores Umbridge again.
Oh yeah, that was unpleasant to be honest.
Yeah.
Her again. I didn't know if she'd come back.
No.
But then I guess she is like the perfect Ministry puppet. Like, because
That's
she
true.
just
Yeah.
sucks up to anything they do. Because she's like an innately evil woman.
Yes.
I also find it funny how like she had the locket on for so long and just thinking, wow, that really had no effect on her.
Yeah,
Because
she was
she's
just a
so
bitch.
evil to the core.
Yeah. She was just like, oh, I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing, I guess.
Yeah, she likes it. Probably.
Did you like seeing Draco Manor? I mean, Malfoy Manor?
Yeah.
That was cool.
That
I mean,
was cool. Once again, I feel bad for Draco.
Like, you have to grow up a Death Eater living in that house.
I was just thinking, I was like, Draco really has no, like, choice in this.
He was pathetic in this movie. Like, Harry
He's kind
just
of
walked over,
forced
like,
into
grabbed his wand out of his hand
You're
and was
right.
like,
I think the end of Half-Blood Prince probably broke him. Because in Half-Blood Prince, we saw Draco at sort of his strongest at times. Like, you know, when he knew that Harry was hiding on the train.
Yeah, he,
and
like,
beat
knocks
up
him out,
there and
yeah.
he, you know, he faces up to him. Usually he's just like a little bitch
Yeah.
in most of the movies. And then in the last one, he was stronger, and then I think he's just been crushed by by what happened with Dumbledore.
I mean, in that opening, he sees, like, a teacher he knew at Hogwarts be eaten alive by a snake.
By that Nagini thing.
Yeah. Just
It's
for
like-
everybody to watch.
Like, the Death Eaters, what did you get out of this,
Hmm.
right? Because I get people who obey Voldemort by fear. But if you're a Death Eater, like, even the Death Eater, like Lucius Malfoy, he does not look comfortable on that table. In fact, Lucius Malfoy, every single movie I see him now just looks more, like, haggard and
he gets
withered,
more and more, like,
stressed.
stressed.
He just looks worse and worse every movie. Like, what do you get
He's
from
definitely
this?
afraid. I think he's definitely doing out of fear. Like, I don't think he wanted Voldemort to
only
move
one-
into his
yeah,
house.
yeah.
And he's just like,
I would
oh,
say
of course I will
one of
let
the only
you in.
exceptions is Bellatrix, because
She's clearly mad.
she's super cruel, and she is probably, like, the second biggest villain. I
That's
would
true,
say,
yeah.
Right?
And that scene with her, like, torturing Hermione and, like, writing mud blood in her arm, brilliantly acted. She was terrifying in that.
Yeah. So was Emma Watson at, like, showing how scared she was as well.
Terrifying.
It's tough to watch. Yeah. They hardly got any Horcruxes as well. Like, they just got the one.
Oh, yeah, that's very true.
I thought that, like, when it kind of got established that, okay, this is going to be a movie where they're hunting Horcruxes, I thought that they'd genuinely, like, be almost complete by the end of this movie, and then the next movie would just be like, oh, he's vulnerable now. So, like, all of his Horcruxes have been destroyed. So if you kill him now, he is dead, right? So I thought that would all lead to the second movie, but I guess now in the second movie they're going to have to get, like, what, 5?
I want to say so, yeah.
That's mental. I don't know how they would have done one movie, because there's so much
There's a lot here. Like,
information.
going back to Codric's Hollow, like, learning about all of, like, Dumbledore's
Hallows.
past and things like that.
Yeah. I'd want to hear what people think. Like, if they did do it in one movie, how would they just leave stuff out?
Yeah, they'd have to
I
leave
guess?
out, like, a big bunch of it.
I mean, in terms of, like, enjoyment watching, this is probably one of the ones I enjoyed the least, like, throughout, on average. Like, I didn't find myself as into it as some of the other ones. Don't get me wrong, still, like, you know, hooked. Absolutely. I think it's because it's a part one, obviously, it's all leading to something else. Everything's necessary.
It isn't
to
complete
build.
without the full package,
Exactly.
yeah.
Part two's going to start with Voldemort with the Elder Wand. Which, by the way, fuck him for ruining Dumbledore's grave.
That's true. He had a
In a
nice
nice,
grave in, like,
isolated
that nice
island.
lake and was just like, nah, I'm nicking this.
Just on an island away from everything, resting in peace, disrupted by that bitch. And then Voldemort's just like a god now, I guess.
Pretty much.
He's got like everything.
It seems.
That's all he needs.
I mean, like, I think I have a lot of nostalgia for this movie because this was the first one I saw in cinemas. The first 12A I saw. I like the settings of it. I like the slower vibe, the slower approach to it. It's very different for a Harry Potter film. But like, I will acknowledge that it isn't as, like, engaging, like, moment to
It's
moment
not as
some of the others.
definitely.
But where would you rank this, do you think, in your current Harry Potter rankings?
I'd probably say it's my second least favourite.
Okay.
Or second or third.
Second or third,
Yeah.
okay. So on the lower end of the four.
Yeah, lower end. But like, remember the bar's super high. I'm
That's true.
still, honestly, I'm probably just still sad that Dobby died, like, because I was just super sad.
I can see that the soul has left your eyes. I can see, like, a lack
I
of...
was really, like, excited to film this, and then they had to do that right at the end.
Then they had to fuck it up. But no, what do you think's going to happen for part two? I mean, obviously, you know, Voldemort's got the Elder Wand, but what can realistically take place?
Harry, Hermione, and Ron need to get back to the main fucking group.
Harry, Hermione, and Ron
Get back with the Weasleys.
will be in part two.
I hope so.
Let's hope.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just expecting all out war, I guess. You know, I don't know what else I can expect, to be honest. It's got to happen at Hogwarts, right?
You think so?
It's got to happen there. They could recruit.
That's true, I guess. Lots of, like,
Because
students.
if you take like the both sides, the dark side is winning this fight, right?
Yeah.
But if they need to like get some more support from people, definitely.
Any other predictions?
Death.
People will die in this film, I
Death.
feel.
A lot of death and destruction.
But no, this is...
I don't know if it'll be a happy ending or a sad ending.
Oh, really? Okay.
You know what? Because obviously people have grown up with the books, right? And I think when people think of Harry Potter, I know I did at first. I thought it's a kids movies, kids books. Obviously it becomes more than that. Like I think the first two are like very kid oriented, but you know, as you grow up with the people, it becomes a lot darker. I think with that in mind, I would have thought, okay, surely it's got to end good. You know, you've had these like readers who have been hooked from, I don't know when you start reading this. Maybe you're like literally like 10.
Yeah,
maybe
10
around
or
then.
8.
So I was thinking that, but at the same time, these people have grown up with the book. Maybe they would end it dark because they're older then. So I really 50-50 for me as to how it ends.
So what do you see as a dark ending?
A dark ending would be
like
if
him winning.
If any of him winning, or if any of the big three characters die. Yeah.
Okay.
Like even if Voldemort loses and like say like Hermione dies, that's a fucking bad ending. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
In fact, that might be like what they do, like to balance the books. Like, okay, well we can't make it super sad, but at the same time, someone
can't be too cheery. Not
so. Let's kill a main character, but the good side wins, or something like that. I don't know. I'm kind of sad though. I'm actually sad that it's gonna end now.
I know. Yeah, this is the beginning of the end.
I've really enjoyed this, but I can't wait to like watch all Harry Potter videos after this.
I know, and start engaging in that because you've been holding off on that.
I have. It's been hard.
I know, because and I guess we'll see if part 2 lives up to your expectations.
I hope so, because this one, I mean, I don't want to blame it too much because it's just a part 1 to a bigger thing, but I didn't enjoy it as much as like the other ones.
That's fair. But anyway,
that's
once again, we have to clap ourselves to part 2 of Deathly Hallows, and by that point, I'm sure we will give our full thoughts on it. Yeah. But brace yourselves, Edward. But this is also going to be a sad clap, like
another
in
one.
Blood Prince.
It's just all sad.
It's been death non-stop, so our claps are becoming less and less enthusiastic. In Philosopher's Stone, we were clapping so loud, we were like, "Wow, we love this." But
the journey's just starting.
Yeah.
Where's Quirrell?
Now we're old. We're
Quirrell-less.
We're frail. No Quirrell. No Quirrell in sight. And we're darker people just in general. Our lives are dark. Are morally darker.
Yeah.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. All right. So here we are. We've just finished watching Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2. Literally like a couple minutes ago, and
it's the last time we're doing one of these.
Yeah, this is the last one, and I got to say that it was mid. Like it was terrible. Like honestly, this franchise started off good, and then it just like hit the shit.
On a terrible note. Eh?
Yeah.
No, man.
But what a great movie. How are you feeling? That's the most important thing. How are you feeling?
I don't know what to feel, honestly. I'm like really happy but really sad at the same time.
It's bittersweet.
There's no better way to describe it. Happy because it was such a great ending.
Yeah.
Like
that's so rare to get such a great ending.
Literally perfect, but sad because now that's the last.
It's over, yeah.
Like, and I'm also excited to, go into like more
finally
lore
divulge,
and details.
Because Ed has been very good that he hasn't, gone on YouTube and looked at all this stuff. He's been very good about.
All I've done really is just rewatch
certain
some
ones.
of the ones I'd already watched. But yeah, excited to learn more, but at the same time sad because I'll never be able to watch anything brand new again now.
I know. I remember it was when we finished The Walking Dead, we were the same. We were like we wish we could just do that for the first time again, and it's the same with this. But no, I didn't
think I'd get so immersed. Like,
you got to trust my judgment.
I thought, because you proposed the idea to me quite a while ago. In fact, it was probably like over a year ago, honestly, when you first sort of hatched the idea. I thought that'd be fun.
It's been cooking.
I didn't watch Harry Potter as a kid. This will be fun, but I really loved it genuinely.
Yeah,
and I will rewatch these movies
forever.
Till the end of time.
These are such they're fantastic, and like we were saying, the fact that this was such a perfect ending, because there's so many times when.
What a movie!
I know. What a fucking movie!
How long was it?
That's actually the shortest one.
Shut the fuck up.
A little over 2 hours.
So much into it.
It's so compact.
My mouth's a little dry. Sorry about that.
No.
Oh man.
Where do we start? Where do we fucking start?
Where do you start? Because I was speechless a lot throughout that movie.
Yes.
In fact, I probably spoke the least because when we watch it, we'll have a little bit of banter going back and forth. But I don't think I spoke that much.
I think as soon as Snape died, it was mostly quiet.
What was that? You can't even like, because it was so good that you couldn't even make like little jokes like I usually do, because I was like, I actually cannot, like, nothing's
Can't
coming
think
to
of
my head.
something to say,
I'm busy thinking about what I've just
I know.
seen, and it's rare for the movies to even give you a chance to process what you've seen, because there's another thing coming. Genuinely, that's one of the best, and I'm so glad, because it was one of the best ones of the franchise.
It's great to end on a high.
And it ends with that. Like you said earlier, how many times can you say you watched like a piece of media or whatever
And feel fully satisfied with the conclusion,
like you've just eaten a meal and you're completely full, but not so full that you feel sick.
It's perfect. It's the right amount.
Yeah.
It's the right amount. And like I loved how they've focused so much on like the battle at Hogwarts, because that could have very easily been.
I knew that they gotta be.
That could have very easily been like the last 30 minutes, but like most of the movie is the Battle of Hogwarts.
Oh yeah,
which is
it
fantastic.
started before like even the halfway point.
That's true. Yeah. Like, we
mean-
just had the Gringotts bit, which was fun, and then we had, like, meeting with Aberforth.
I mean, like, you literally have everything. You have the mischievous bits the Harry Potter films always have, like when they're at Gringotts and they're riding the dragon.
Yeah, adventure.
You have the, like, emotional payoffs of Snape and seeing Dumbledore.
Neville
and
gets his time to shine. Everybody gets their
Neville
time
gets
to
put
shine.
in the spotlight in this one.
Yes,
like,
baby.
out of nowhere to me. I was like, okay, Neville's getting a lot of screen time. I like it.
Yeah.
You just get everything. Everything in one package, and nothing ever feels like that's gone on for too long, or this is overdone, or that feels out of place.
Yeah.
Everything just feels like it falls into place.
The pace is like breakneck, like how quickly, like bang, 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 bang.
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel exhausting because it's just like one thing into another,
It's
bang,
not
bang,
exhausting
bang.
at all, really. You always feel like you're just hooked, and you never feel like they've overdone it on something. Like at times, I think in part one they were introducing so many things. I was like, my brain's having to work on overdrive here to like remember all these things that are happening. But in this one, it's like, okay, we've learned all of that now.
Yeah.
We know the goal. You're gonna hunt Horcruxes in this one. There's gonna be character deaths probably. It's gonna be sad. It's gonna be a hell of a ride. And because of the build up of part one, which now I have a newfound appreciation for part one, is it allows you to enjoy this one in complete, bliss. I mean,
Part one was the revision you needed to finally get to the final exam.
It's completely changed how I feel about part one now. Because I think that you said, people think it should be part two. It should be one movie. No. I think it works perfectly with part one being like, okay, we're about to end this. Part one, here you go. This is all the information you're going to need is going to be in this film. And then the second one, sit back, relax, and enjoy the spectacle.
Because honestly, there is, other than like the stuff with Snape, like there really isn't anything new here that you don't know before.
Oh my god, what the hell?
Okay, that's a big thing because
Oh man, can we just talk about Snape? He's the legend.
he's the GOAT.
He's actually like the best. He's top 3 characters.
Absolutely.
He is a legend. Like, he is genuine legend. He's probably, with that reveal, and you like when you think about all the things he's done in previous movies, he's like the most loyal guy there is.
Absolutely.
And it came out of nowhere.
It did, yeah.
Thing is, I knew Snape was going to be in it. I knew he was going to be a big part of it, I should say, but I was not expecting that at all.
And they fit all of like the Snape revelations into like a small 10-minute chunk of the movie.
The memory thing.
And it's like it flows so well. All of the
I had like
information is delivered
I was
to
like
you.
I was clinging on to a bit of hope that there's like an ounce of good left in him, but he just is like the best character.
Yeah, because I remember you were so shocked when like, and it makes sense because Dumbledore.
Of
I think
course
he would
Dumbledore
know.
knew.
He would know. Of course he would know.
Of course he did, because he's literally the wisest dude.
Yeah.
I love Dumbledore, man.
You have to
I
kill
love
me,
that guy.
Severus.
I think, yeah.
So the
the
boy
conversation they
must
have.
die. Yes. And he's the doe in part one. A doe reveals him to you.
I remember that because
Thinking what that was.
We watched like the last half an hour of the previous one before we watched it, and that popped into my head. I was like, okay, that didn't get explained. I'm gonna have to hold out for that. But
Everything really gets explained. Like every little thing that you
Snape-
were thinking
man,
about, everything.
Yeah. Everything. There's no stone is left unturned.
I don't really think so, no. And like with everything, all the business with the Elder Wand, with who's its true master and things like that. If you go back to Half-Blood Prince, you'll rewatch it. You can see.
Draco's the one who disarmed him.
Yeah, and I wonder if Dumbledore did that on purpose.
Probably, yeah. I mean,
He's
that's
that
the thing.
smart. He's that fucking smart.
On rewatch, I'm gonna enjoy, like, finding things. That
I mean, that's why I
picked up
still
last time.
enjoyed these movies on the rewatch, is because with
rewatch value is
part 2
insane.
of this really recontextualizes everything. You're going to rewatch these and you're going to think about every little thing and how it fits together, like all of the behavior of Snape and all of the behavior of
Yeah.
Dumbledore and how it's all part of this elaborate, but not too complex. Like, you get it. Like, I'm not really sitting here thinking like, oh, why would they do this? This seems a little convoluted. It makes sense. It makes perfect sense why that all
That's
of
the
this would
thing.
happen.
I feel like there's so many times I've watched movies or series where they try and over-explain things. There are so many plot twists and plot holes, and they always try and explain it or over-explain it, and they just do too hard of a job. In this, you have so much content, and they still don't overcomplicate it. You know what else? It isn't like the ending is too good in the sense that, oh, it was too happy. It was too much of a happy ending. Yes, Harry survives, thank God. But you lose a lot of great characters.
Yeah, a
along
lot of
the
people
way.
die.
Characters that you love, like Lupin dies. At one point, I thought that his pregnant wife.
Yeah, luckily I think she gave birth.
Yeah, thank God.
Heartbreak to do that, but
he'll know who his parents were.
I think Fred or George dies. I think
Yeah,
it's Fred who dies.
Yeah. Even like little side characters from previous one, they remember and they show whether they're still there or if they die.
No, I actually love seeing that is like somebody who showed up like very briefly in one of the movies just showing up here,
Yeah,
like
they get
Lavender
him back.
Brown, like someone you don't think. Although she gets a pretty nasty fate being eaten
Oh my God,
by that
yeah.
Fenrir Greyback.
Snape. I know Snape has the worst death though. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, that's
in terms of
awful.
like the brutality and like how horrific it is. Nagini like thumping against the wall, like hitting him
like that,
several
yeah.
strikes to his body.
Yeah.
After he'd already been cursed by Voldemort. That is the most brutal, disgusting death. And the fact that there's no music or anything, it's just you hear the snake just hitting it against the wall. Just that sound
I know.
alone.
Even at,
and the
like,
kids just behind the wall listening to it.
See, in a lesser family film, in a lesser fantasy film, you wouldn't show that brutality, but it's so necessary to like.
I love that it shows it from the perspective.
That's
of
almost
the kids as
creepier,
well.
like
Where
just seeing like the blood slowly build.
You see the shadow and that's enough, but like it's the sound. And the sound is so strong.
Yeah, sound design is fantastic.
It paints
overall.
the image for you when he's like pounding against.
And
the
you're
wall.
thinking of like the context of it, which is like Harry has known, even though in the moment he thinks that Snape is the guy who killed Dumbledore and is a dickhead.
The thing is, and the thing
It's
is, I
someone
was
he
sad
knew
anyway.
for years.
I was sad anyway.
Yeah.
Because you don't know about anything that's happened at that point, but I was still sad because like I've known Snape since the first
And
film.
it's such an awful way
And
to
like
go.
even if at that point I'm like, okay, he's a traitor, he's still he's still just a great character that I've loved, like who I found funny throughout the series, who I've known has stuck up for Harry in
He's
previous
literally
times.
perfect in any role you give him.
Yeah, so I was already sad before that happened, but then just thinking back and knowing everything I know now and that death, it's just it's tragic,
I know.
honestly.
And I loved everything with him.
And he was in love with Lily
Yeah,
Potter.
yeah. And it's like something that, of course, we wouldn't get any.
And
Like,
oh my God, he said, "You have got your mother's eyes."
yes, at his very last moment. Yeah.
I thought that was just him because obviously I knew they went to school together anyway. So I thought that's just him. You know, he's in general. Snape has been a dick to Harry in the past. And, you know, picking on him or whatever. I thought that was like his last
Term
sort
of endearment.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
like Sirius Black said it, Remus Lupin has said it. Yeah.
But yeah, he was in love with her.
I know, and all of that is just
Goodness.
like fantastic, and I love. I got Alan Rickman is so fucking good.
Oh, he's
in this.
brilliant.
He sells
He's one of
every single line.
He is one of the best actors.
The way
for
he
sure.
like he savors every single delivery and every line, and like he can do the emotional stuff when he's like walking into Godric's Hollow
Oh
and
my
he's seeing
God.
like the woman he loved dead and like holding her and cradling her in her arms. Just fantastic.
And he has had a fucked up life.
He has, yeah.
He has. Not only
He
was
saw
he
like somebody
bullied
who's like the love of his life being essentially in his eyes taken away.
by the person who bullied him.
Yeah.
God, it makes you feel so awful for him.
Just
Makes-
a brilliant character.
I'll be general. It makes me hate Harry's dad though.
That's true.
I
That
hate
is true.
James Potter. Fucking prick.
I like to think he later in life
Prick.
became less of a prick, but everything we've seen of him so far, prick.
Yeah, well, I guess for the Lily Potter, because she seems like
A nice person. So she would. There has to be something good. some
Surely
good
she
in
saw
him.
something in him, but for now, I'm just like, this guy's a dickhead. So I think it's lovely that Harry named his kid. He gave him
Albus
Severus, as
Severus
the middle
Potter,
name.
yeah.
That's so nice. Such a nice touch, you know.
Yeah, and we saw Dumbledore as well at the train station, of course, and that whole scene.
Yeah. I'm so glad that the Dumbledore had another scene.
I know, yeah.
I said he was my favorite character, which might be, I don't know if that's like cliche or whatever, but it's true. And that scene where it's like the film's interpretation of what life
The
after death
afterlife
is like.
Although we don't necessarily know if that's definitive, because remember Harry says, "Oh, is this in my head?" And he says, "Yes," but does that doesn't mean
That doesn't mean it's real.
It's
doesn't
not
mean it's
real.
not real. I love that.
So that could mean anything, because of course Harry would see King's Cross, because that's such a great. That's literally the moment in his life when he transitions from the normal world
that's the
to
day.
the Wizarding world,
Yeah.
and it's almost like him transitioning to the afterlife, or to, because like Dumbledore says, you can just take a train and like go into the
Where's it going to
afterlife
take
if
you?
you want.
I love that.
It's just
I
going to
love
take
that.
you
It's gonna
onto
take
the
you
train
on.
and go with it. But yeah, and I think, do you know what? I think it makes sense that Harry survived, because the Horcrux was almost like basically a shield like an extra life. And when Voldemort hit him, he destroyed the Horcrux, but Harry still remains.
And it's perfect that the Resurrection Stone was in the
snitch.
the snitch, yeah. Because we've been wondering why Dumbledore gave that to him for so long.
And it's because the Resurrection Stone.
Incredible. Can we shout out Draco's mum, by the way?
She's great.
I love that is Draco alive. The motherly love. She knows that if Draco's alive and Harry's, he had a chance to kill him or whatever and didn't, and she knows how powerful that is, and this guy has told me that my son's okay. That's more important.
She's fantastic.
That is more important.
She was only really introduced in Half-Blood Prince, I'm pretty sure, at the beginning of that with the Unbreakable Vow. But she's fantastic, and
I love that.
And so much hinges on her. Because if she said, "Oh no, he's still alive,"
yeah,
and killed him.
Yeah, that's him, because he could have just what would the extra life mean?
Yeah.
And there's the final scene where they have that one of the final confrontations, and Draco's on the side with all the students at Hogwarts, and I fully expected him to stay there. But what I will say is that in my mind I was like, okay, I'm kind of annoyed that he's gone over to that side. But I think that's more tragic in a way, and you just see him walk off with his mum
But there's also sort of a knowing look from his mum when she sort of looks at him and goes, come over here.
Yeah.
Almost as if she's acknowledging that it's going to be okay.
Yeah, I
Something
saw that.
Gonna,
the reassuring.
Lucius is such a little bitch in this. He's doing it because he's like, I don't want to get fucking murdered.
He's another reason why Draco's life is so fucking tragic. Draco has no choice. He's literally just born into this family that's corrupt and evil, and he can't do anything about it. And yet Lucius, what a little bitch.
I know.
Honestly,
how can you live with yourself?
I've never
Lucius?
seen this man win a duel.
I know.
I've never seen this man step up for himself. I've never seen this man. This man is like. In the last few movies, every time you see him, he becomes more haggard looking and like
he looks like he's gonna fucking. He looks
fuck.
like a crackhead in this one, like the sleep under his eyes and like.
Oh my god, yeah, and he's not like clean shaven anymore.
He's disheveled.
And he stutters when he talks to Voldemort.
Yeah,
he's like so scared of him.
I know, God, he really sells like the fear.
And then he pussies out at the very end. He goes off.
Yeah, he runs off.
The mum and Draco don't even wait for him. Draco's mum and Draco probably aren't terrible people.
No. Just got in a bad.
They're innocent people who have been manipulated by evil people.
As Sirius Black once said, "You're not a bad person, Harry. You're a very good person who bad things have happened to."
Shout out Sirius.
Bring it back.
I'm glad Sirius showed up as the ghost in this one.
Absolutely. And God, I remember you seeing Hagrid as well, because I remember you were very worried about him.
I was saying,
because you were like, where the fuck is Hagrid,
bro?
Where's Hagrid?
So when I saw him chained up, man.
But it is very poetic that he's the one
carrying him
who carries him, yeah.
Even though he's the one who showed him into the Wizarding World, and now he's the one who, at the time, thinks he's carrying the dead Harry.
Like someone he's known Harry realistically longer than almost anybody else.
He's known him longer than Hermione, Ron. He's literally known him longer than everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like insane to think of all that, and it's done. And his like coming back and like how he just like falls down and then you could just see the desperation in Voldemort's eyes. He's like, fuck, I'm fucked now, and just like he's on his back foot, just desperate. There needed to be more hugs.
The fact there needed to be more hugs. I'm cool with them holding hands and shit. But
there needed to
be a group.
There needed to be a scene, like at the end of Chamber of Secrets, where Hermione runs up to Harry and then they all embrace it. It goes like na, 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 and it the score swells and everything like that. But no, I do like them holding hands and sort of acknowledging that the hard times are over. This is a new future.
We can finally go back to normal life.
Normal life, whatever normal life is, because these guys have never known normal life.
Yeah.
Harry's gonna be like when he like talks to his son about school and he's just like, oh yeah, I had like an exam. He's gonna be like, you didn't fight off like a giant serpent or something. We even see Draco at I think that sort of is like a
at the very end. Yeah. Love that.
And doing all of that. And
I love that they showed Draco. They didn't have to show Draco. It could have been enough for Draco to walk off with
and leave it up to your interpretation.
The final thing you see of him. But I do like that they showed that, and it wasn't like he was in the final shot with them or him and Harry even spoke, but they gave that sort of like nod of appreciation and
look, he's cool now.
Yeah.
He's cool.
They're acquaintances, and all of their past quarrels are behind them.
Oh. What did you think of the 19 years later, seeing all of those kids together?
Oh, that's good. I like that. I thought
it was a great way to just bring it all full circle. Obviously,
sure.
yeah.
I mean, yeah, I just love that. If anything, it makes me upset because it's like I would watch a series or films of just their kids going to Hogwarts.
Yeah.
That's how much.
What kind of adventures did they get into?
That's how good the setting is.
Just keep it going forever, and I will not complain. As long as it stays interesting, I will not fucking complain.
It could literally just be like a normal school day at Hogwarts where they're just doing lessons and shit, and I would still watch it.
Yeah.
I would. Still
That's how interesting. I mean, like most of Philosopher's Stone is that, and it's still interesting. I'm just like, I guess we're going to potions class. There's Quidditch now.
We're at PE.
It doesn't even get weird until like the very end, of course. But like, there's so much interesting going on, and there's so much God, it's so fucking good, dude. And like, there's so many moments when you like see Hogwarts in the state it's in, and I'm just like thinking back to like those first few movies and just being like, wow, like we've been here for so long, 8 movies straight, and even if you don't have like the year gaps in between when they were released, it's still hours and hours of your time is devoted to seeing this place, and it's just
probably
fantastic.
even more so for the people who had to wait. To be honest,
Yeah,
I can't imagine how they felt. Brilliant. Also, Neville and Luna together. That's another thing. That's
I like
popped
that.
into my head.
I like that. Yeah,
Random, but I'm here for it.
absolutely.
Two very kind, good-natured.
Yeah,
characters.
Luna is great. She's just proven herself to be like
By the way,
right
why,
about pretty
why do
much
people when she says something and they're like, oh, Luna, but this.
Oh my God, Luna.
Here goes Luna again.
Yeah.
Every time she speaks, she's
always
speaking
right.
facts. Why, like, people need to appreciate her more.
I guess that's the point of her character, is that even though people sort of see her as weird, it's like she's always
You're
consistently
just the same
right.
as I am. Yeah, one of her first lines. She, introduced in Order of the Phoenix.
Order of the Phoenix, yeah.
Brilliant all the way through,
Yeah.
basically.
And it's great that they
And her link
introduced
to
the character
Ravenclaw
so
as
late.
well. Her
and
link
that-
to Ravenclaw.
Yeah,
Ravenclaw
yeah, yeah.
gets actually a bit of lore.
That's true, yeah.
In this one.
Big up.
Helena, Ravenclaw. That was cool.
I really did like seeing Aberforth, and like I like
my
sort of
God,
the
yeah.
implications that
The
like
fuck?
Dumbledore isn't. They're trying to play with like Dumbledore isn't as trustworthy, and that's the movie kind of proves that, because obviously Dumbledore is he is kind of like coercing Harry throughout all of the films to ready him for this role.
As Snape says, like a pig for slaughter.
You're raising him for slaughter.
Yeah.
Like a pig.
I mean,
Don't tell me you've grown to care for the boy.
yeah, I'm not falling into that, to be honest.
You don't like, yeah, you're just like, nah, he's good.
I'm not gonna allow myself to think that. But even no, let me entertain it. Actually, let me entertain it. But even if he
did all of it for a noble
as fucked up
goal.
as it is in Dumbledore's eyes the right thing to do.
To,
That's
like,
the
destroy
only,
evil.
The only way for Voldemort to go is for Harry to die, according to him, because he, or even if maybe he knew all along. He gave him the Resurrection Stone, and that was enough for Harry to know what's up.
Well, he must have given him that because he must know that he needed like something to.
Well, he
like,
knew that he had
talk
to die.
Talk to and
So
things
he
like
was
that. Yeah. Yeah, seeing Aberforth was great though. I like how he's like the complete opposite of Dumbledore. Like he runs like a pub, and he's just like nobody knows who he is.
Yeah, he's not in the spotlight.
And he shows up and like destroys all of the Dementors, and then just goes back to like making coffee.
Yeah, that scene where he just takes like 1,000 of them out. At one
He's got to
time.
be extremely powerful. I feel
He just probably likes to live a quiet life,
Yeah,
out of
just,
the
like,
media attention.
owning
Yeah,
a shop.
he doesn't
somewhere.
want the Daily Prophet making an article on him.
God,
anytime
no.
soon. He just wants to
Absolutely
live in his
not.
little cave.
No.
But yeah, he's a good character. Even the fact that you find out that he's been like working with the students left behind.
And he's trying to like put up this front of, oh, I'm giving up.
Yeah,
But it's like, nah,
yeah.
you ain't giving up, bitch.
We know you ain't. Otherwise, why would you have sent Dobby?
I think he's trying not to like draw comparisons with his brother.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
like, I don't help
I
students.
want to know what the beef was between them when they were.
I know that would
alive.
be interesting to explore.
Based on what I know, yeah, I would love to know more about Dumbledore and.
Well, there is a film series after these ones which are prequels, which are set like I want to say in the 1920s or 30s.
This is Fantastic Beasts.
Fantastic Beasts, yes.
Yeah, I've seen this come up on my Netflix.
That's true, yeah.
So
I don't think
I know a
I
little
think
bit
we should
about
wait until they're all out, because they're only like 3 movies in, and I think
they're
gonna
still
do...
releasing them.
Yeah. They're still releasing those.
Damn.
And I think they're only 3 movies into what are supposed to be 5, so we'll definitely come back to those. I've got sort of mixed feelings on them, but how are you feeling immediately in terms of the ranking of this one? Because obviously we're going to do a
wow.
final thing, but in the moment.
Shit, I don't know, man. I actually don't know, because like when I was watching it, like the last 10 minutes, I wanted to be like, this is the best one I've seen, but it's too early to tell.
That's true, yeah.
Because, like I said, it's the early movies that make this one so powerful. I would say absolutely top 3, though, for sure.
Think so,
like,
yeah.
I can say that, like, absolutely.
And what I love about this movie as well is that when you rewatch it, there's like so much going on in the background of like
Bro, I
little
can
wizard
imagine.
fights going on. Or, like there's a brief moment where like a Death Eater comes through a window, and then Kingsley Shacklebolt like pauses him in air and like rewinds time and throws him back out.
Oh, yeah,
and then Arthur Weasley is like connecting with someone. I love whenever ones connect. It's so fucking
looks
cool
cool,
visually.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
so fucking badass, and I'm not gonna fucking pretend it isn't. God damn it.
McGonagall's a top 5 character.
Oh, dude.
I'm actually not gonna fucking lie to you. I actually love Miss McGonagall. Oh my god, she came. I loved her before this movie, but in this movie she comes into her element.
Came in clutch.
I've always wanted
Absolutely.
to do that spell or whatever. And when she's
Molly
fighting
Weasley as
Snape,
well, when she's fighting Bellatrix.
Get away from my daughter, you bitch!
The delivery of the bitch is so brilliant.
Dude, she must have
The
been...
conviction behind that bitch was just... I felt it.
Because you got to remember that they all fought Voldemort before. Like, they have years of experience,
Oh, yeah.
like, fighting but back in the day when he was first
There's
around.
history behind that fight, and I mean, those are two sort of underrated fights in this one. Is Mrs. Weasley killing Bellatrix and McGonagall versus Snape in that.
But now,
And now it makes Snape sense.
why he retreated?
Yeah. Because in the thing, I was like, oh, I wish that was longer, and Snape didn't really put up a fight in that one. It's because he doesn't really want to fight her because he knows that he's on their side.
And also, if you notice in that fight, when he's deflecting her fire attacks or whatever, the two Death Eaters behind him get knocked out. So it's almost like he's deflecting them to knock them out so that everybody's safe.
Is that serious?
In the room, and then he
wow.
backs out. Yeah, give it a rewatch and you'll see.
I should, yeah. Like the fact that Hogwarts looks so gloomy before Miss McGonagall lights it up in the Great Hall, and it's like, yeah, we're back, and finally all the fucking pricks are out of here.
Absolutely.
Sends the Slytherin house to the.
Everyone to the dungeon.
Honestly, just abandon the Slytherin house.
I've been saying that, like,
you should just stop that house existing.
even when you look at like their house traits, it's all like negative things. It's like cunning, self-serving, at like reckless ambition. It's like nobody wants to be in that fucking house. Ban that goddamn house.
Literally just get rid of it.
So we are gonna, not for you, but for us, we're gonna have a little break in between, and then we're gonna rewatch the movies, and then we'll do our final film tier list.
We're gonna come back in 10 years.
We'll be back.
Finally finished.
We'll be back when all the cast dies.
Take a decade-long break.
Absolutely, and we'll return. But
my final rankings on the movies, and you'll give your rankings as well, right?
Absolutely,
Let's
I will.
go.
No, I won't. I'll just have you say, and I'll be very vague.
You'll be critical of me.
I can see why you would choose that.
I'm actually interested to see how ours compare.
I know, yeah. It's going to be interesting.
I think different people will value different things differently.
That's true, yeah.
But that's the great thing about this is there won't be like a clear lower tier.
There's not a clear rank, yeah. There's not like a clear one where it's like,
it won't be like,
this is obviously.
I'm going to start off with this film. Let's talk about why it sucks.
Yeah.
There's going to be none of that.
This is not a Walking Dead season 3 situation.
Like, Walking Dead is my favorite game, and that has a terrible season, and I can admit that it's objectively terrible. Watch the video on it if you haven't.
But there's no movie here where it's like, okay, this is obviously going to go lower. It's gonna, and it's like, I think our opinions
that's
really
why
will
it's least
change.
favorites and most favorites.
Yes.
It's not, I don't like this film. I will rewatch any of these films.
Yeah. I think all of them are at least, for me, at least above an 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10 movies, like great movies, all of them. So, yeah, I guess this is where we leave you off, and the next time you hear us, it would have been, how long do you think, how much of a long break do you think it is?
What, like for real?
For us, yes.
Well, I'm going on holiday for a week.
Okay.
Actually 10 days, but after that I'll come back immediately.
It's going to be 10 days, and then we will...
Imagine for them, the video just ends here. And then...
Yeah, the video is like 240 hours long, just to mimic that.
That would be so funny.
But, yes.
No skipping, either.
For us, it will be as simple as an editing trick,
yeah.
But then we'll come back to our final rankings and all of that stuff. So, I guess this is sad, but let's do our last clap. Will this be a sad one? But we should be happy that it's happened. It's a bittersweet clap though, because it's going to be.
What's that really cliche cringe saying? Don't cry because it's over.
Cry because it happened.
Smile because it happened.
I don't agree with that. I'm crying because it's over.
Yeah, but I think it can be a solid clap.
A clap of achievement of we've made it this way.
Recognition of great.
But there will never ever be another clap again.
There'll be like the somber tint in the clap.
That's true. There will be a sense of dread within the clap.
So much in one clap.
Absolutely.
Anyway,
so much so. Okay. Why don't you count us in this time? Because
really?
I've been counting. This is your character moment. Okay. This is your Neville Longbottom moment.
Wow, I don't want to.
Don't mess this up in front of our audience.
3, 2, 1.
All right, we are here. We are at the part of the video where we do our definitive film rankings, and we've got all the movies here, all of them, and we've taken a break. We had a 2-week-ish break.
It's the longest break in between recordings.
That's true that we've ever done, and
I think it was necessary though.
It was necessary.
Give me a chance to rewatch some of them.
I mean, Edward, you were like on holiday. You said you had to go to Florida, Mar-a-Lago, I believe. Mar-a-Lago. You had to like meet someone with documents. I don't ask questions, but I'm sure you had a great time.
I can't actually go into any more detail on that. That'll have to just be surface.
Yeah, I'll cut this out. But no, we watched some of the movies. You watched them all at least another time.
Yeah. So I've watched all of them twice now.
Okay.
But I've watched Chamber of Secrets 3 times. That was just coincidental because my sister and her boyfriend were watching it. I decided to join in.
All right. Yeah. Makes sense. And then I've watched them a few times as well. So this will be our definitive list, and we will never change our minds on this ever.
Yeah,
and you can hold us to
This will be
this.
cemented in history.
As we all know, opinions never change and they're permanent.
Right.
So this is how it's going to go. So what I think would be fun is, and these we're going to do 2 lists as well. So there's mine and then there's Ed's.
Yeah.
So we're going to flick between that to see how closely our lists match up.
Yeah.
So what I think is going to be fun is we're going to say on the count of 3, which movie we're going to put in this position. Okay, so number 8.
Can I just wait, but let me just preface by saying, like, I've been changing my list, like, over the last day or so, and even, like, today, I was switching 7 and 8 around, so this is very close, actually.
Very fluid stuff.
Yeah, but I've decided to go with the one I believe to be my least favourite.
The worst movie of all time.
Alright, okay.
I'll count us in. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Philosopher's Stone.
Wait, really?
Yes.
You agree?
Yeah, I agree. It's
I wasn't expecting that. I actually really wasn't expecting that.
It's mid, buddy. It's mid.
Okay, so we have the same 8th placed one.
Yes. Well, Philosopher's Stone quickly.
It feels weird because it's such a great film.
Great movie. Obviously not a bad movie at all. Like I think I've said before, all of the Harry Potter movies, I don't consider any of them bad. I don't consider any of them just okay. I think all of them are great.
I think they're all objectively good.
Great movies.
Even.
And yeah, the thing about Philosopher's Stone is it does have its appeal. I think obviously the younger actors' charisma with each other is really what carries the movie. But I think because it is the introduction to the world, the mystery isn't as deep. It isn't as kind of dark, and there isn't. And a lot of it kind of lacks rewatch value when you've got like learning about Quidditch again and things like that. And some of the sequences, especially compared to later on, they're still trying to find their footing. But with all that being said, like we said, it's still a really solid, fun movie. And I would never be like, oh, you can skip Philosopher's Stone. Like, it is still essential to establishing you into the world.
Because it
and
sort of
everything
sets
like
the
that.
basis for everything you know about the Wizarding world.
Absolutely,
Introduces you to Diagon Alley.
Absolutely,
Hogwarts.
all of the concepts.
Yeah,
and
so
it serves its purpose there.
Yeah.
But
Can't skip over it. For me though, it's the most obviously kids film.
Yeah,
which is why it's probably it has
doesn't appeal to
value.
us.
It has less rewatch value than the other ones for me personally. And I the reason I thought you'd place it higher is because for nostalgia purposes. Obviously, I don't have that, so for me it was a bit easier to put in like the bottom ones. But yeah, I think that being said though, I think it is one of the quintessential like family films.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely, and like
perfect for all age groups, but just preference wise.
It's a good one to flick on at Christmas because it's a very Christmassy movie. I feel, and
sure.
there are a lot of warm moments in the movie, and it has a unique vibe for that.
Yeah.
So it absolutely has its place, and it's by no means bad. It's actually a great movie, but just for the purposes of this, it's hard to rank these movies because they're so good. But that's our number 8.
Yeah.
So now moving on to number 7.
Okay.
And I'm gonna count us in.
You're gonna do it again, yeah? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I'll count in. 3, 2, 1.
Deathly
Chamber of
Hallows
Secrets.
Part 1. Okay, so the first
Okay.
disagreement, I guess.
Right. Let's put Deathly Hallows Part 1
your
for
one?
you, and then
Okay.
Chamber of Secrets for me, and then
I'm putting that
there.
there.
Okay. So, do you want to go first for your Deathly Hallows? Because honestly, I put Deathly Hallows Part 1. I've put is my number 6. So it's only a position.
Okay, so we're not that far out on this one.
No, it's just I get
Okay.
slightly edged above. So let's
For
go
me,
Deathly Hallows.
The sort of thing, the main thing I sort of based this on was how much fun I had watching them and how enjoyable they are. Like, obviously, I based it on other things as well, but that was sort of the main factor. And I think when I try and think about watching them in the future, I think this will be the one I rewatch the least because to watch the last one, you have to watch this one as well. You can't really watch this one as a standalone. I mean, it would take up a lot of time. But also, it's a very different film. Like, obviously, you're not in Hogwarts anymore. There's no lessons going on. And for that, I was like, I can't have a film that doesn't have Hogwarts being that high up. So I decided to go with it here. I think it's more of like a psychological thriller than the other ones. And I do like that. I do like the sort of characters fighting their demons and stuff, but
so I'm wondering because you were on your phone and I could see when we were rewatching some scenes from the movie just to kind of like get ourselves back into the movie.
yeah, so I was
and I could see you going at your phone. So
I made one change between these and then I actually changed it back.
Okay.
So that's
so
what
did you
happened there.
Did you originally have Part 1 as your
No,
lowest?
I originally had Philosopher's Stone. Last second now I switched them and then I switched them back.
Okay.
another bit
Yeah.
of thought.
What was it
So
that kind
close.
of pushed Part 1 up? Just thinking about it.
More mature. I think it was more of an engaging watch than the first one.
I think because it is so unique and it's not like the others, like it really does have its own unique vibe. Whereas with Philosopher's Stone, it is a lot like maybe Chamber of Secrets and a lot of like
there's much less of
like
the
that.
Wizarding world as a setting in this one,
which I think is pretty unique.
very
and standout.
London based,
Yeah.
which is cool and all. But I love the thing I love the most about these films is like they're in Hogwarts, they're having lessons and all that. You're in.
That's absolutely understandable, and I mean like even for my ranking, it's not super high. And I will say, I think nostalgia really does play a big part in this because I said this was the first Harry Potter movie I actually saw in the cinema. I've watched it a bunch of times along with part 2, and yeah, like I said, I know that I can fully acknowledge that it isn't the most exciting of the films, and obviously it doesn't have a lot of what people would consider, core to Harry Potter. But I think for me, I appreciate the change in tone, the change in setting, the feeling of being in like this war movie that you're on the run. There's loads of great moments. Like I really enjoy Rufus Scrigmore as a character who shows up and then introduces all like Dumbledore's will. I really enjoy the moments at Godric's Hollow. It's a very atmospheric movie, and I really appreciate its slower tone. And there's loads of great shots of the English countryside, and I think everything at Malfoy Manor is great. And I love the little ministry setup and everything like that. But no, I fully understand for some people if you would consider this their least favorite or near the bottom. I fully understand.
The tone is very dark in this one.
It is, yeah.
And it's just a dark movie from start to finish, basically, because the war's started and there's no conclusion to the war, so it's just a very sort of depressing movie.
But yeah, and I think on its own, it's probably a lot of people probably don't like it. But I also want to give it some slack for being essentially a first act of a movie. Like if you were asked to watch just the first 30 minutes of a movie and then you were just asked, oh, what did you think of that? A lot of you are going to go, well, it wasn't very exciting.
As a standalone, it's very tough.
Yeah.
Like, so when they show Harry Potter films on TV or whatever, it'd be a bit weird to sort of just jump into Deathly Hallows Part 1.
But no, I respect, what it's doing.
Well, no, I think, for me, it's like, I have a lot of respect for it because it allows the second one to be so good.
But yeah, summarising, I get why Deathly Hallows, a lot of people don't see it greatly, and a lot of my thing is nostalgia, but I appreciate it for being different. I respect that it had to be a part 1 of a part 2, and it couldn't do all the exciting stuff that part 2 did.
But it has to exist.
Yeah, and I respect it for that. And
I should probably say, seeing as you've done your first 3, and our first 3 are actually all the same in different orders.
Okay, yeah,
Chamber of Secrets is my 6.
Okay, yeah. Do you know what? I was expecting Chamber of Secrets to be a little bit higher
for me.
For you, yeah.
Oh, why's that?
Because I think you've probably rewatched it quite. You've rewatched it quite a bit.
Yeah.
And I remember when we were watching clips, you were like, you really love Gilderoy Lockhart and
true. Before
like
I made the permanent list, I sort of like last week I would just think about, okay, I wonder what my rough thing is going to be, and in my head I also thought I'd put Chamber of Secrets higher. But once again, it's another kids film along with like in the same bracket as the two Columbus ones, like along with Philosopher's Stone, but I feel like Chamber of Secrets is better because it sort of expands on the themes, like,
and it is a little darker.
You get an upgrade from Troll to Basilisk and Aragog, for example. Characters are developing, and it also has Lockhart, which has like I find Lockhart actually hilarious.
Lockhart is hilarious, yeah.
He is so funny, and he's only in one film, and he has like such a lasting impression on me. Like that scene where he flicks the snake into the air,
yes,
and it just
Ascendio,
and it just does nothing.
Nothing, yeah.
It's so funny.
Lockhart is definitely.
So I think this
fantastic.
is actually one of my, in terms of like humor and like comedy, this
An
is
enjoyable
I find this to
watch.
be one of the funniest.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
yeah.
the thing is, like, even though Lockhart, who you at the beginning, or like since he's the dark arts teacher, you sort of led on to that, oh, maybe he's going to be evil or whatever. Even though he's not like the main antagonist, it doesn't matter because Tom Riddle in diary form is scary enough as a villain.
Yeah.
So it allows Lockhart to be hilarious.
Yeah.
Like when he's making Harry like sign his autographs.
All his autographs
as for
and everything
detention,
like
I
that.
just find that so funny.
And I really do like Lucius Malfoy in it as well. I think, yeah.
He's at his most confident in this one.
That's
like,
true,
for
yeah.
sure.
And the performance is great and everything like that. And yeah, like I said, I do like Chamber of Secrets, and I think it does the formula of the first movie, but I think a little bit better, a little bit more mature.
Even the Chamber of Secrets itself is more interesting to me than the Philosopher's Stone.
More of an interesting mystery, yeah, definitely.
And because Lockhart is there instead of like Quirrell, for example, who is kind of...
He was just a whatever, and you barely got any sense of who he was.
He was just kind of there in the first film.
You didn't really get a sense of who he
like,
was.
I feel like it's once again another kids film, but expanded and like better. Like they're really they're finding their groove now. Dobby was a bit weird in this one though.
Yeah, I would say the only thing that kind of puts Chamber of Secrets for me below Deathly Hallows Part 1 is some of the weird like annoying characters in it, and like not like really annoying, but I'm talking about specifically. I'm thinking of Dobby. like the mandrake section, which I don't like. It just it makes my. I know that's the point of the mandrakes, is that they're very loud and
Obnoxious.
and in your ears, but it's
Yeah.
still like I'm still watching this. And then the pixie section as well is like it's okay.
Especially, imagine watching that with headphones. That would be hell.
Oh, it was hell. And the thing with the pixies is like I like the jokes that Lockhart does, but it's just like they're swatting at just like blue CGI fairies. I'm like,
So
it's
like,
like
do,
this.
so do you reckon like the lessons are less good in this one then, or that lesson specifically? Because I do love learning about the origins of Hogwarts. Because I think this is the movie you find out, right? You find out about this, like the Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff. Founders.
Yeah, all of that. Whenever they do, like,
I really like that.
I think all the serious scenes work very well in this,
Yeah.
and like the comedy with Gilderoy Lockhart works, but like just specifically stuff with Dobby doesn't work at all for me, really.
The humour kind of feels a bit outdated.
Yes.
A little bit.
And like
But luckily he's great in part 1, so he makes up for it.
in Deathly Hallows, yeah, like that's why I like
Deathly
part 1
Hallows.
as well, is because it makes a character who I found quite annoying actually kind of likable before he
improves them.
dies.
What I will say as well, another thing that it's not really like a problem, but like Quidditch does get kind of dull in this one. Like I've seen, like, because they spend so much time on it. It's not just highlights from a Quidditch game. It's like a full-on
Match.
It's like a whole scene, and it's just kind of boring at that point. I guess like I get Malfoy's like.
That adds a new
on
dimension
Slytherin or
to
whatever,
it a
but, like,
little
I'm
bit.
just kind of like, this is kind of dead now.
Yeah, but no, I will say though, I do enjoy the core mystery element. I like seeing the spiders. I like the flying car opening, and yeah, Gilderoy Lockhart's great. So yeah, it is a really good movie, and I think it does what the first one does better. But for me, there are just certain like kiddie elements of it
They're
that kind of
still
hold
there,
it back a bit.
which is like fine, but like,
That's what it needs to be for this like period of time in Harry Potter, and I respect that. But just part of personal taste.
Yeah, and like I'm an adult now.
I'm a grown ass man. But you can like this
also,
whatever age. It's
oh
still
yeah,
fine.
I mean,
It's all personal preference.
one of my
really.
favorite endings as well in terms of like how wholesome it is.
Sentimentality,
With
yeah.
Hermione like running down the hall, and you really feel like okay, you have a real connection to these characters. Now it's only going to get stronger as the movies go on. And Hagrid is just
And you know, I think
Incredible.
it's a great message for.
so lovable.
I think it's a good message for kids about the whole mudblood thing and sort of introducing you to the concept of that, and like how Hermione, despite not being full blood or whatever, is one of the best witches. So I think it's a good,
the smartest witch,
Yeah.
So yeah, good messages.
and it's done well.
fine.
And yeah, so I respect Chamber of Secrets, and I think before we did these movies, it was probably my least favorite. But I think over time, I've warmed up to it and sort of bumped
I
it
thought
above.
something else would have been your least favorite. I'm not gonna lie, and I'm actually surprised it hasn't come up yet. But are we ready to anything else say, or should we get on to?
I guess all I got to say about more onto like the first two movies, I think the John Williams score is honestly fantastic. Like the music from those first two movies of like the main theme and like all of the things that play into each other. A few tracks I want to highlight just very quickly because I did listen to.
This is research.
Yeah, Hedwig's theme is great, which is the main theme. You got Arrival of Baby Harry, Harry's Wondrous World. Write this down, guys, for the tracks.
Write this down.
Diagon Alley, Mr. Longbottom Flies, Invisibility Cloak, which is the creepy music in the library where it's like, I'm not doing it well, but you know what I mean. Leaving Hogwarts, which is the thing where it goes, and then
I feel like I'm watching a Harry Potter film right
You've
now.
been taken there. And then for Chamber of Secrets, Gilderoy Lockhart's theme I really enjoy. A track called The Spiders, and Fawkes is Reborn is a track I also enjoy. And a lot of these tracks get reused again. Even to the last film, they still use the main Harry Potter theme of like the da-na-na-na-na-na. And I gotta respect, John Williams obviously did great work there, so I just want to give them their kudos. And like I said, it's all personal preference, and just for us in particular, that some of the kiddier elements don't work for us as much. But, still great movies, obviously.
Yeah.
All right, now let's move on to number 5. So this is going to be at the top of the bottom 4. But still a very good movie, and at the top of the bottom 4, but still hasn't reached the top 4. So, I think. Wait, let me just do one last thing.
What about your order?
I think I know.
Yeah. I'm gonna roll with mine.
Okay. Number 5. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Goblet of Fire.
All right. Cool.
Okay.
Nice.
We're on agreement now. Okay. Goblet of Fire.
See, I thought you would put this one lower.
You think so?
Based on what you were telling me when we were watching it like weeks ago.
I do
thought
not.
You'd have it lower, but
because a part of me was like, oh, should I? Was thinking Goblet of Fire should be lower, but I think I keep thinking about like sure some of the stuff with the Dragon Task and Lake Task I felt didn't have a lot of rewatchability for me personally, but like then I just sort of kind of thought about it outside of my own rewatchability and just thinking like those are such cool sequences, and like how well they're done. And like even the stuff that I love unapologetically, like the stuff with the Yule Ball and the maze task, I think is great. You won me over that this is Voldemort at his best in that whole graveyard section is fantastic.
Yeah.
And
then
then
most menacing for sure.
and then just thinking about like how well the whole Mad Eye Moody stuff was done, like really rethinking about it, I was like, I really do enjoy all of that stuff.
Just watching Mad Eye Moody is so interesting.
Great performance.
One of the best teachers.
And like,
even if it is Barty Crouch Jr. or whatever, the actor's performance is great.
And just thinking about like all of the little extra details we get about even outside of Hogwarts, like learning about the different schools, I thought was interesting. Even though they don't go super deep, it's still cool to see them. And I think the movie is unique in that it does show that perspective.
Yeah. For me, it just reminds me. It feels like I'm watching like some sort of glorified sports day.
Yeah, it's
on
like
acid.
a big sports event. Yeah.
So I like it for that reason. Like earlier, I said one of the main things I based sort of my order off of was how much fun I had watching it, and I think this is one of the most fun watches for me. With like even the Quidditch World Cup to start off and all that, I just found myself having fun watching it. I actually think it's probably the second funniest in my opinion. I'll get onto that later.
Yeah.
But
I think Goblet of Fire has a lot more variety in terms of like the fun segments, because like with Philosopher's Stone and Chamber of Secrets, you get a lot of like repeating. Oh, they're doing Quidditch again, or they're doing sort of like this vaguely magical thing. But
you get something brand new this time.
You get like a dragon task, you get a lake task, you get a maze task, you get the Yule Ball. It really does. It has a lot in it, and I respect it for that. I guess the only things that were keeping it for me from the top 4 were sort of things like I felt, you know, even though it did create good drama, I felt that Ron was just a little bit too pissy.
So yeah, when I was writing, like, because it's hard to write sort of like critiques or whatever, but like one of them is that Ron is just way too grumpy in this one.
In a way that doesn't feel super natural, like for him.
Yeah, I actually think this film is probably one of the ones that is the most sort of chaotic in things that are going on, but.
Yeah, it's absolutely packed.
That's honestly one of the reasons.
I believe that this was one of the first. This was like, I think this along with Deathly Hallows was the one where they were like, oh, should we split this into 2? This was one of the first times they considered.
It was the biggest book, right?
Splitting it. No, Order of the Phoenix is the biggest one.
Yeah, my bad.
But Goblet of Fire was the first one where they're like, oh, we should split it up. But no, I think they do fit it all in very well, and it keeps the pace going. And no, like I said, I do enjoy it, and like I said, I do appreciate the dragon task and the lake task for what they are. But it's just, you know, specific things where I'm like, you know, when I'm watching those segments, I'm like, I kind of want to get onto like the Yule Ball stuff. I kind of want to get onto the maze task.
One of the things that sort of carries for me is just like Dumbledore's aggressiveness, and I just find that so. No, but I find it funny.
It is funny.
I find it actually hilarious to watch. Like me and my sister just laughing out loud.
It is funny, but I don't know if it's intentional or not.
Oh no, it's not intentional at all. But that doesn't matter to me. If I'm watching a film, it's like, am I having a good time? No. Yes.
But yeah,
and I also think the ending is the best up to that. Oh no, never mind. Sorry, completely forgot about the third film, which we'll get onto later.
Yes.
But still, the ending is great. I love Voldemort like finally coming into full form and being as like scary as he is. He looks the best. He not only does he have the best performance in this film, he also looks the best because he looks a bit thinner and more like veiny.
Yeah.
And at the beginning when he like transforms and you see the snake eyes, which they should have kept by the way. So that's another reason.
I do think.
It makes him seem
most
the most
intimidating
scary.
Here, yes.
Yeah.
Was with the others, he either isn't there like that much really at all compared to like his little underlings.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think he's great in this, and yeah, so much of this movie does work, but it's just like the little things that like sort of push it down a bit is just like Ron being annoying. Some of the tasks I think get a little bit slow, and there's some awkward stuff in it where I'm like, But Moaning Myrtle, I did not need to see again in a film. She returns, unfortunately, and I was like,
I don't really mind her that much, I'm not gonna lie.
But no, look, I really enjoyed it, and the music is great as well. Patrick Doyle is the composer. It's very loud and sportsman-y. There's lots of great. There's like the main and Cedric's death is done really well as well. Speaking of the music and like that music sort of fading out, all of that is done.
I mean, this is
fantastic.
the first film where there's like proper grief and death.
That's true. Yeah, this sets up kind of this is the last.
It sets the tone for the next ones that are coming. You know?
It's the last of the self-contained adventures.
From now on, they're gonna make sense all in order.
They're gonna kind of follow on from one another. But yeah. And also, we should point out that the band, the Weird Sisters, has 2 members of it from Radiohead.
Yeah, mid band.
Just in case, the middest band of all time, and we always talk about how mid they are.
I'm joking, by the way. Please, don't crucify me.
Radiohead fans, do not crucify us.
Please, I like Radiohead. But yeah, they're cool.
Yeah, right.
They're cool.
But that's just a cool thing. And yeah, I enjoy all of that, and some songs I want to highlight is The Story Continues, Frank Dies, Quidditch World Cup, Harry in Winter, Potter Waltz, Hogwarts March, which is the Death of Cedric, And some of the tracks from the Weird Sisters band I actually really enjoyed. Like Magic Works, I think is great. Like If Magic Dies or some shit like that. Actually a fun song. And yeah, it's a fun movie. It's got loads of good stuff in it,
It's
but just little
chaotic,
things.
it's fun, it's weird, it's wacky.
And there's a lot of it.
And it's, yeah. I also should probably have... I have one, like, other gripe as well, other than Ron, and that's just, like... This is very, like... I don't think many people would agree with
The
this.
haircuts.
No, I like their haircuts.
You're controversially a fan
I know,
of the
I know.
haircuts,
That's
yes.
like controversial. I actually do like Harry's hair in this. But no, what I was gonna say was that I don't actually like David Tennant that much as Barty Crouch Jr. And I know I said that like I don't know if I said that the first time after I
You
watched it.
did.
I said it to you maybe.
Yeah.
But I felt it was honestly an even stronger feeling on the second watch. I just find the tongue thing cringe. No matter how much, no matter how much context there is that I'm missing, it's still just cringe to me. But other than that, yeah.
I
I
like
just
it.
wanted to say that.
It works for me. But anyway, yes.
That's fair enough.
Both agreement on Goblet of Fire there. Okay, so let's move on to the number 4 spot. 3, 2, 1. Order of the Phoenix.
Damn,
Okay, yeah,
this is really similar.
We are
I
syncing
swear,
up,
guys, we
baby.
didn't even speak about our orders to each other.
We don't even talk to each other outside of recording.
I don't know your name. I just kind of like show up at your house and say, "Yo,
Yo,
Harry Potter
Edmund.
recording today?"
No, Edmund. Like, what's up?
Yeah, yeah.
But no, Order of the Phoenix. Yeah, this is like the bottom of the top 4, but still great. I really enjoy this movie. I think I love the rebellious, the idea of like this rebellion happening, and like all of the little drama things. The montages are great. The editing is great. The music is great. Dolores Umbridge is a great villain.
Luna's introduced.
Luna obviously is great. I like that there's sort of a bigger, a more expanded view on like the rest of the school and the rest of the classmates outside of the main 3. Like you get moments with Neville and Luna and Ginny and Fred and
Yeah.
George and stuff
talking
like
about
that.
expanding, it also expands on what you know about
The Ministry.
Yeah, the
Ministry of
Ministry.
Magic. Yeah,
learning
absolutely.
about how the political world works.
And I loved
I
seeing
like that.
moments of Sirius and Remus and like the Order and sort of getting the sense that a war is coming. When they're talking at the table and they're all like, it feels like it did before, and I really enjoyed all of that. And I think they give, despite Sirius not really being in it that much, I think he does a great job of establishing that and like
Yeah, there's some
getting
good
us to
scenes
care
between
about
them,
him.
Yeah.
I also think Daniel Radcliffe is at his best here, performance-wise. Like he's got a lot to do with like feeling tortured and like all the moments where he's got like Voldemort taking
Yeah,
over him and he
completely
feels confused and like persecuted, and it feels in a way that isn't too out of nowhere. Like it makes sense.
Yeah, that look at me scene in particular was one of his highlights.
Great scene, yeah,
Of any
fantastic
movie.
scene. And I mean, like the last 30 minutes as well is fantastic as well. Like it's the
That's
first
the
time.
best wizard fight.
Absolutely best wizard fight, and it's like the first time we properly saw like wizard on wizard battles.
Yeah, when you've got
and
Death
all of
Eaters
that.
versus the Order of the
Yeah,
Phoenix.
and all of that is done fantastically well,
Yeah.
and it's just really brilliantly executed. And like, yeah,
It really feels like the movie's starting to mature when you get to this
mature,
point as
yeah.
well.
And yeah, Sirius Black's death is done very well. That get Bellatrix Lestrange is introduced in this as well, who's a great villain.
I couldn't believe that she'd only joined at the 5th film. I was like,
I know.
she must have been around for longer than this.
Same with
Ah.
Luna. It's like despite being a late inclusion, they
Yeah.
really make their
They make their
stay,
impression,
and
yeah.
Order does a really great job at that. And I like how for most of the movie, like the main threat isn't Voldemort, it's the Ministry. Like it's an interesting change on things
We
that
should
like
probably talk about Umbridge being an incredible villain.
great villain, like hateable villain, and fantastic.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Probably
all of
one
that
of the
stuff
most
is great
notable.
with like them changing the rules of the school, and I really respect it as like this. It really feels like a teenage rebellion type thing, and it really hammers into that rebellious spirit, as it were.
Definitely.
And I mean, in terms of negatives, there aren't like really any other than Gwarp, which is just like cut that
Yo, Gordon,
entirely.
why is that's so weird to
Why
me.
is he in the movie?
Well, I'd get it if he actually like did something. At the
But he
end.
picks up Dolores, but it's
And
like
then
the centaurs were
the
already coming
centaurs
for her.
and also he just doesn't show up ever again.
Yeah.
That's really weird.
And I think he's not even that more prominent in the book.
In fact, it's actually so odd that they decided to even include that.
Yeah, like cut all of
It's
that
like
crap.
you needed to include a giant. Like we've seen Harry Potter do really cool creatures before.
That's
we
true,
We
yeah.
don't need that.
We don't need that.
Yeah.
But no, outside of that, it's the reason why it's not higher is less so because of things wrong with it, but just because of like things that are
Plot wise.
that are like bigger in other like are just
Yeah,
it gets
yeah.
elevated above it. But it is really great and it is in the
Yeah.
top 4.
For me,
And-
like the three I've chosen above it all of like evoke stronger emotions when I'm watching them, and that's the only reason. But this is still like
yeah, and I do think there are great emotional moments in this as well, like with kind of Harry thinking about all the memories of previous films. That really does get me in isolation for some reason, and then Sirius's death, and yeah, like we said, that final 30 minutes is fantastic. And this great music as well. Nick Hooper is on the track. Some of the great stuff like the and you got some tracks: Fireworks, Professor Umbridge, Flight of the Order, Dumbledore's Army, The Room of Requirement, The Kiss, Death of Sirius, and The Ministry of Magic are some of my favorite tracks. We're just about to kiss then. We just had a moment there. Just like Cho and Harry.
If only they could see.
That stuff wasn't great.
I don't like Cho and Harry.
Anything with romance between Harry and a girl
I don't like Harry
fails.
and anyone. Not because I don't want Harry to get with anyone, but because it's so awkward.
It doesn't work.
There's no chemistry. Daniel Radcliffe has no chemistry with any of
women other
any
than
of the
Luna.
other female characters in this.
Let's get Harry and Luna together. That's the ship. That's the necessary ship we need to start talking about. That's an underrated ship. Harry and Luna.
J.K. Rowling, go back.
Listen, J.K. Rowling.
You need to rethink.
Get off of Twitter. Get off of Twitter and posting about whatever you're posting about, and go back and rewrite it for God's sake. Anyway, great movie, and I'm surprised. I thought you would put Order of the Phoenix lower for some reason. I imagined it sort of being lower.
What did you think I'd have a problem
I thought you would have it lower than like. I think I just imagined Chamber of Secrets being so much higher that I was just like.
I thought Chamber of Secrets would be like my ultimate.
You would be above.
My favorite.
I thought it would be in the top 4. To be honest.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
That's interesting, but yeah, that's us there. Okay.
I guess second watches really change like a lot of what I'm thinking.
That is true. Get kind of rewatching it can
you pick up on so many like new things. That
details
can change how you think about it
and things like that. And yeah, also some great lines in Order of the Phoenix as well. Like, I'm so angry all the time from Harry. I respect that. You're a good person who bad things have happened to, and it's not how you are, like it's how you are not.
And get away from my godson.
Get away from my godson, and I have no intention of going to Azkaban.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Really just terrific stuff in Order of the Phoenix, and I really do think it's a little underrated, so great. All right, now, moving on to number 3.
Top 3, this is like the top end. We're in the top tier now, basically.
These are films.
These are films of which...
that were released.
Yes.
Between 2001 and 2011.
For sure.
Ultimately, at the end of the day.
And that's why we're doing this.
Okay, number 3. 3, 2, 1. Deathly Hallows Part 2.
What the fuck? We're just fucking agreeing with each other.
Yeah, I mean, just a great conclusion to the story. It's got action. It doesn't need to worry about, obviously, establishing anything because it's all been established previously. Everybody gets a little moment to shine. Snape has, obviously, his great, kind of moment of, or the reveal of everything, and all of that is great. So many great little moments, and the battle, it's great that the battle is actually a major part of the movie rather than just like the last 30 minutes. It is like the movie, which if this was just one movie, you would have that issue of the Battle of Hogwarts being too short, but luckily they take the time to focus on it. Yeah, great little character moments, and
gives characters that you liked from the other ones like their limelight, their moment to shine. Like Mrs. Weasley has a moment,
like Neville
Luna,
Mrs. Weasley
Luna has a moment,
and like all stuff like that is great. Even Aberforth, who was just introduced in this one, he gets a little moment to shine, and I think it's all done perfectly well. The action is great. It's just like this great conclusion to everything. Everything gets answered. You get a satisfying
it's just a
ending to everything.
Ending.
And it's remarkable that it did turn out so well, and it turned out in a way where you feel like
this
everything
is the
was
movie
answered.
that could have gone the most wrong in a way.
Absolutely,
when you're wrapping things up.
This could have been near the bottom if they didn't do it right, but they did it really, really well. And
I think the reason it didn't make top 2 for me though is just because I had to have my 2 favourites. There had to be Hogwarts lessons.
Yeah.
It had to be like a normal Hogwarts school year.
I was thinking that because that's why it's not in the top 2 for me as well. Is because
is that your reason? Yeah.
Is because it is basically not a Harry Potter film. It's like a war
film. It's Harry Potter war, but I have to have Hogwarts lessons, and the usual formula has to make up my top 2 because that's what I love so much.
Yeah. And because it is purely focused on like the war, so there isn't like the little comedy stuff that you add in, and like the day in the life stuff.
Very dark.
But no, I think it's great. It did need more hugs. Ultimately, I think at the end of the day, there needed to be more hugging.
More hugs, please.
Don't hold hands at the end of a goddamn bridge. Hug each other for God's sake.
Who holds hands anymore?
Give them a goddamn
hug. For God's sakes, you've been through so much. Just hug, man.
I know.
Is it really that hard?
Also, the stuff with Ginny also just continues to suck. Like, why when they bring in Harry's dead body, right? Why is she the only one that screams?
Because she loves.
Because she goes,
him.
No!
Because Ginny loves him.
And it's like Hermione or Ron should scream.
I don't know, man. Ginny's always
been
closer.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm just thinking back and I'm like, Ginny really, she like
while
loved each other.
While that moment was happening, I actually like sort of had a highlights reel going off in my head of just watching all of their great moments, and it made me think, wow, this
like
is
the
really
time when
powerful.
they like awkwardly stood in front of each
when
other.
she like tied his shoelace when it came undone. At the Burrow.
That moment makes me cry every time I think about it.
So emotional.
But no, just the Ginny thing is not working. Just I don't care if it's like. People say this.
It isn't even this movie's fault that the Ginny thing isn't working. Like, it hadn't been working up to this point.
No.
It hadn't been working for a while now.
And it's just like, I guess we just can't completely abandon it, so we've got to give it its due, even though it didn't work. But
yeah.
Oh well. I mean, people talk about how it's so much better in the book. It isn't so much better, okay? You goddamn nerds reading your goddamn books.
Don't annoy the nerds.
It's a little bit better in the book, but it's still not on that level, okay? And Harry needs to be with Luna, and that's ultimately what I'm saying.
I would say, do you think they just wanted him to have someone? But at the same time, I swear the Ginny thing was hinted at like really early on.
Yeah, in Chamber of Secrets, they like look at each other and it's like a crush thing, but it's not. But they don't develop it, which is the issue. Yeah. I think that actress and Daniel Radcliffe just don't have chemistry.
There's no chemistry there.
Is the issue.
There's no flames going off. It's just kind of flat.
I know, yeah, but.
That's such a minor thing.
Yes.
Like, I don't really care about the
what accounts to like maybe 2 minutes of screen time is like just like you're just like, this isn't great. Yeah, but like when there's so much other good stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, Deathly Hallows Part 2 really is a great conclusion, and I think
that's one of my favorite scenes, which is when he uses the Resurrection Stone and temporarily dies, and he's in like Heaven World.
With Albus Dumbledore. They get everybody back. You see the ghosts of everything, and even that Snape sequence we just need to talk about is a brilliant way to tie everything together and give this character like a big, like, wow, this is just it's really incredibly done.
It's got plot twists and all.
Yeah, and it's just great, and the music is great as well. There's Lily's theme, which is the one where it's like, am I doing it right?
Bro, I'm there.
And they reincorporate that in the score. Loads of great songs. You got Lily's theme, Statues, which is the main battle theme, where it's like, that's a great song.
Miss McGonagall's rocking out to that song.
And then in that scene with the Resurrection Stone, when it like switches from character to character, like the music changes subtly. Like when it goes over Lily, it plays Lily's theme, and then like it starts to fade out when it goes to somebody else. All of that's done by really great music. Alexandria Desplat, I thought the music would be worse because Nick Cooper isn't on it, because John Williams isn't on it, but he did a pretty good job, and I've got to respect him for that, and I'm sure he cares about what I think.
Yeah.
So good job, Alex. You've done a good job. Good job, Alex.
I'm proud of you.
Good job, bro. But no, other than more hugs and less Ginny, great movie.
Yeah.
Really wraps up everything perfectly, and
Agreed.
It's just great. So anyway, moving on to number two. Now this one,
I really want, because obviously. Oh, okay.
This one I've honestly I've been going back and forth between what's 1 and 2.
So have I.
I
have as well. I actually feel like it's hard to make a placement and then defend the placement, because I'm like, well, I don't know. They're just this. Like, I like them just as much.
Pretty much, yeah. Okay, so let's.
It's hard to make a placement, but I guess we have to.
Let's do number 2. And like I said, like it's literally swapping back and forth in my head as we speak. But I'm just thinking, okay, this is what it is. Okay, so number 2. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Half-Blood Prince. Okay.
So we disagree.
Opposite sides of that. Okay. And obviously, this means that you think that Prisoner of Azkaban is a terrible film.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the worst movies.
Objectively terrible.
One of the worst films that's ever been released, and I also think the same for Half-Blood Prince. Okay, so yeah, these two are fantastic movies. Obviously, great films. Really well directed. They stand out so much in the way they're directed and edited, and the sound design and everything like that. These are the peaks of Harry Potter as a series in terms of how well the scenes are done and the acting and all of this. These are the apexes.
Harry Potter at its best.
Absolutely, of all of these moments. So it's gonna be hard to think, but why is Prisoner of Azkaban your number 2 and not your number 1?
I should probably give it its credit first.
Absolutely, yeah.
Like, honestly, the last hour of Prisoner of Azkaban, I actually wrote this down, is that I think it's the best hour of Harry Potter.
It's like the best hour of filmmaking. Yeah. It's like insane. Like everything.
That hour is the best hour
committed to the screen.
To that time span.
Like everything with the werewolves in it fits the time traveling so well without being overwhelming. Like it's a perfectly paced script in film, and it has so much style, like with the Dementors and all of the little things, like the Toad Choir, like the fading in, the fading out, and like the little shots of the Whomping Willow when the seasons change. It has a unique vibe that's unlike anything, and you get
definitely has a unique vibe.
That's when you get an Alfonso Cuarón. It has a uniquely gothic kind of dark vibe. It
symbolizes the change from children's film to
teen films, kind of young adult
darker
kind of
themes.
Movies. Yeah.
It definitely perfectly transitions it.
And
it doesn't even feel like it's so good. Like even though it's so different to the first two, it doesn't feel like this change of direction is sort of out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere,
it
like
feels
whiplash.
right. It feels right.
Because they are entering their teen years, and they are things are changing, but it's still very much a Harry Potter film in the essence that you see different classes. There's like a teacher figure who you talk to. There's an underlying mystery.
There's the new Defense Against Dark Arts teacher.
And I think it's just
mystery
there.
around him.
And when I think about Prisoner of Azkaban, there just isn't a single thing where I'm like, To me, like there's nothing that I can think of where I think any of it is bad. Like I just love every little bit of it. And this one is probably nostalgia as well, but this is the one that I probably feel the most nostalgic for because it's the one I watched probably the most as a kid, and I love all of it. It's just fantastic, and
and it introduces so many new characters as well.
Yeah.
Lupin, Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew,
Yeah.
all of the mystery. About...
Lupin deserved more, okay, because he's great in this movie. He should be more important to Harry than Sirius Black is.
He has
low key.
He definitely has more screen time alone with Harry than Sirius Black does.
Yeah.
Because in this movie, he's like his mentor when he's the Defense Against
Absolutely.
Dark Arts teacher.
Lupin is fucking great, and I
I was
love.
honestly shocked that he wasn't in the other movies more.
Yeah, like he does show up,
Like
but
obviously he's in the Order and he like shows up every now and then when they need to save Harry, but
like
there
he's
was-
really the only consistent like.
from this
figure
movie
other
on, they
than
lose
Dumbledore.
the intimate moments between them.
That's true, yeah. But no, I think all of that is done wonderfully well, and the music is fantastic as well, which is I didn't expect, but it's still John Williams who's doing it, who did the first two, but he really did.
Let's go, John.
Absolutely, John, and evolved his style to make it creepier. There's a lot of like, just great tracks. Some of my favorites are Night Bus, Apparition on the Train, Double Trouble, Peter Pettigrew, which is the dun 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 dun, like that creepy ass track.
Yeah.
Lupin's Transformation, Buckbeak Flight, A Window to the Past, and Forward to Time.
Yeah.
All great tracks, and like the little we were watching the scene, it was like the little ticks of the clock in the background when they're in the time turner moments.
It just gets all the small details right, which add to the sort of atmosphere and feeling.
All fucking fantastic stuff.
Yeah.
So
The first gloomy film.
yeah, and like all great creatures and everything like that, and it does so many things well, and it's a pinnacle in its genre.
Pathetic fallacy.
Pathetic fallacy, for
adding to
God's sake.
everything.
Alfonso, put it down.
Yo, best spell goes to Prisoner of Azkaban as well.
Expecto
For
Patronum.
introducing Expecto Patronum.
Absolutely.
Man.
Still Harry's like most powerful like
That dude took out like
Demonstration of
100
magic,
Death Eaters
yeah.
with one.
absolutely.
With one spell.
And yeah, all of that is great, but I guess let's move on to Half-Blood Prince, and then you give a little bit of a spiel as to why you think it is your favourite Harry Potter film. Let's see all those goddamn notes you've written down.
I haven't written that.
I've got a
yet.
bunch of notes as well, because I really, kind of rewatching these movies with you really gave me a
think-
newfound appreciation for this.
I think Half-Blood Prince is like, for me, the most emotionally charged film.
I agree with that,
So
yeah,
like,
I agree.
I remember watching it with you for the first time and just being like silent for the last sort of however long it was when the whole Dumbledore situation was going down. And I didn't really have that with any of the other films where I had like an extended period of time with just no talking because all of the thoughts were going on in my head, just trying to like take in everything that's happened. But in general, to summarize it, I would say it's like this movie is just, it's such a good mix, right, of comedy, of mystery, of action, and of emotion. It just mixes it all beautifully. And when I said earlier that I thought Goblet of Fire was the second funniest, I think this is the funniest, which is weird because it's also the saddest.
The saddest one,
The
yes.
saddest film and the funniest film at the same time, and not feeling weird and unnatural.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
gotta be...
Because I think maybe
given
that's why
props.
some people kind of view it a little bit lesser, is because maybe they don't think the tonal changes work. But I just think for us, like, I don't know. When there was a funny moment, like I wasn't thinking about that funny moment wasn't distracting me from when it got serious.
No,
like
yeah.
I was able to kind of move with the rhythm of the film.
Just, yeah.
And kind of
like, you would still
get into it.
You would laugh along with the jokes, even if they had this sort of like melancholic undertone.
Or that you
throughout
knew
it.
something was coming, or like it would quickly switch from something funny to something dark.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you
were
flowed
engaged.
with
Like,
the
I
movie.
was completely immersed in this one.
Nothing beats like Dumbledore's death as like a
The
purely
ultimate sad-
visceral moment.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think I genuinely think like the cave sequence is one of the best sequences in Harry Potter. Like if we're talking about a pure sequence, a pure scene.
But it's so different from the other
Yes.
ones. Like we're used to like the pivotal moments in Harry Potter films being action centric, and there's this creature and this is going on, and then you'll have the sad moment at the end. But that scene where there's just like no music in the background, and it's just complete
dark,
pain where like Harry's giving Dumbledore that cursed water or whatever, and it's just so sad to watch because the acting from the what's the name of the Dumbledore?
Michael Gambon. Yeah.
Michael, bro.
Fantastic.
Incredible. I thought like I was watching like someone I knew, some old fellow that I knew. Even like once you finish with like the scene, the emotional scene where Dumbledore's being fed the water and he's like screaming, "Kill me!"
Yeah.
whatever. And then it leads into like this is all part of the same thing. It leads into when he like goes into the water and those humanoid figures, which are actually disgusting and sort of add to the horror of what you're watching.
That's interesting that, like, for us, like, the two films that are the closest to sort of, like, straight up horror and darkness, like, some of the darker movies are some of the best ones. Because I think
That might just be preference, yeah.
Harry Potter rides that line so well of, like, still appealing to kind of, like, a family audience, but getting in those darker
because it never feels like too gory filled. Or
No.
Or like there's never any look away moments. There's just captivate.
Like, you keep looking because you're like, damn, that's creepy as hell, but I'm still looking at it. Like,
so that whole sequence might be one of my favorites in the entire.
Absolutely,
franchise.
I would not dispute that.
Probably, I mean, it is.
I think that's like tied with the Shrieking Shack and like the werewolf transformation.
For completely different reasons.
And even Dumbledore's death is fantastic as well as a sequence. Just like the tension of Draco coming in, then Bellatrix comes in, then Snape arrives, and especially when you don't know, when you watch it for the first time, like the tension of that is fantastic, and Snape is fantastic in this, and just so many great
obviously,
moments.
like in terms of you've got lessons in Hogwarts in this one, which is what I said is like had to be a factor or whatever when it came to the ranking. And I think some of the lessons in this one are my favourites. Like when Slughorn's introduced.
Slughorn is great.
I think it's an awesome potion.
He's really is kind of an underrated. People don't really talk about him as much as like some of the main teachers, but like he's not just like a fun teacher to be around. Like he can do the comedy stuff, but like the emotional stuff where he is like conveying how like ashamed he is of giving the secret away.
That he is responsible for Voldemort's fate and how he turned out.
And like
because
how
you can really see it,
terrified he feels, and like how guilty.
He also gives one of my favourite lessons, which is the love spell potion and the when they're competing for the liquid luck.
Liquid luck, yeah, that's
honestly one of my favourite like lessons of the entire thing.
Absolutely, I agree.
Even like from the very beginning when Harry and Ron are like just fighting over the
book, yeah, and all of that is done so well.
With Hermione like being flustered at the thought of Harry being better than her at a subject.
Yeah, and I love the Slughorn Christmas party, and I love all the little moments with him, and like. Even his introduction in the sofa is just fantastic, and like just a real great bait and switch. And like I also really love his little story about Lily, where he's like, and I believe this Lily story is exclusive to the film, where he goes.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
He talks about how like Lily Potter gave him like this little fish or whatever, and he kept it, and then the day that she died, it shriveled up. And then Harry says like. That the bowl will always remain empty, devoid of hope, unless you tell me, and all of that is fantastic. And yeah, little Tom Riddle is great as well. That actor is fantastic.
That boy is creepy.
And like getting little.
We're talking about when he's like year 7 age, when he's like posh, pompous private school. Era.
I came across a piece of brown magic. Like all of that is done well, and that is peak Voldemort to me. Is that weird, creepy little kid, and you don't fully know if he's just being curious or if he's fully in control. Like all of that is fantastic. Goddamn dogs barking. They can sense Voldemort is being discussed, and they're terrified of that.
Shaking in their boots.
Yeah, but no, all of that is great. And even though some stuff was cut out from the book, I think enough is kept in there to kind of get what's going on. And the movie balances all of that stuff really well. Like I like the burrow attack, which isn't in the book. I think that's a great sequence. And yeah, the only stuff. For me, that is weak.
I have one weak point as well.
About Half-Blood Prince, which is the stuff with Ginny, which is just not. It's just no good.
It's so awkward.
It's no good. It's unbelievably not good.
Yeah, because this is the one that has the sort of most Ginny and Harry moments.
Yeah.
So yeah, tough decision as to which one went above the other. But I think I'm gonna stick with my
Half-Blood Prince.
Half-Blood Prince being higher, because I think as great as Azkaban is. Half-Blood Prince is the most, like, the stakes are at the highest they've ever been in the franchise up to that point, compared to Azkaban. So the stakes are higher, there's more on the line, which makes the emotional impact even greater. And because I find it funnier than Azkaban, I think it made it a more enjoyable watch just about. So that's sort of my explanation.
And little things of Half-Blood Prince, which I do want to mention, because I do want to give it its kudos. Alan Rickman is great. Like, he's just fantastic. He's so cool.
I don't even know if we have to say that.
See, Alan Rickman, he looks great in this. He's very cool,
what do you mean
and I think he's my. Shut the fuck up. He looks hot in this. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. He looks great for his age.
How old is he in this?
Like 60, I think.
Shut the fuck up.
Like he looks great.
Shut up. That man is late 40s max.
Max, bro. Absolute max.
The makeup team.
Good job.
Props to you.
And he probably just ages well. Who's to say? But I also really like Narcissa Malfoy being introduced. I think she was a great character. I really enjoy the scene of the unbreakable vow. Although a part of me does think. Should they have cut that scene?
Which one? Sorry, the Unbreakable Vow.
Yeah. Just to make it more sort of ambiguous.
So we don't know what Snape's doing.
Yes.
I was thinking that it's kind of weird that they just kind of start it off with, okay, so Snape's a bad guy, or like you're led to believe that. I kind of agree with you on that.
They should cut that.
Yeah, but this is definitely this is Malfoy's movie,
Absolutely, yeah. And
which sort of goes with his mum being introduced and whatever. And
yeah, and she's
become
great, so I don't
sympathetic.
mind having a scene of them together.
She's got more balls than Lucius.
Absolutely. She's great.
She just hangs out with Bellatrix. Like that's just normal to her.
I think they're sisters.
That's just two sisters like hanging out.
Or like sisters-in-law or some shit, but
I reckon it's sisters as in like, oh, they're best friends, because she can't be sisters surely, because that would mean that she's related to Sirius Black.
I think she's a black. I think she's serious.
What the are you serious?
I believe so.
I'm learning something right
I
now.
might be completely wrong.
I thought they were just like, yo, that's my sis. You know, like, that's my girl.
And her name is Narcissa, so you could just say sis.
Yo,
like-
that's my sissa.
Yes.
That's my sis.
But no, she's great. Alan Rickman is great. This is his best performance. I think Michael Gambon is also in a peak of his performance. I think all the scenes are done super well. It's dark. It's beautifully shot.
It's moody.
The music
it's
is-
melancholic. The grey picture during the emotional scenes adds to the sort of sadness and darkness.
There is so much fantastic music that I've written down too much, and it will take too long to say it out here. But
Holy moly.
the whole album is great. Specific things I want to mention though is Slughorn's theme, where it's like. When he's like talking about
That's Slughorn's walkout music.
And then Dumbledore's Farewell, which is the music when he dies, is like fucking fantastic. It's like
Fuck.
it's actual instruments in pain, like the and it gets reused again, I think, during Snape's kind of
We haven't
reveal
even
of
spoken
everything.
about that.
Snape's reveal.
No, that the Snape scene at the end when he says, "I'm the
I
Half-Blood
am
Prince."
Fantastic scene.
That is,
Beautifully shot.
yeah. I mean,
Hagrid should have died in that house.
Hagrid
burnt
should not
alive.
have died, and that is actually blasphemous.
That would have been the
that
most
he said that.
insane moment, though. If he
No, 'cause
came
I
out of that
would- no,
house
'cause- no,
burning
bro,
alive.
Shut the. If Hagrid died, it would have been way too sad.
No.
I wouldn't know, because I would have gone through and like I wouldn't enjoy the movie anymore. I'd be like, oh, okay, this sucks.
This is just awful.
I'd be like, I'm not watching the next one then.
Because you're like, I don't want to see I've seen Dumbledore die.
Dumbledore and Hagrid are like my two favorite characters, man.
That's true. But that would be that would.
Oh,
that's
now I'm
just
going
a
into a
thought.
4-hour combined 2-part war.
Yes,
That would have been too depressing, man.
I get that.
Although I did remember I was worried about him though when they did his house.
That's
When they
true.
rebuilt
Yeah,
the house.
you worried for a bit. I said so many great stuff, but just for me, I think the fact that there is at least one thing that I can say that I didn't like
Thing
is
is,
what
like,
puts it.
That's
Prisoner
the
of
weird
Azkaban
thing.
above.
Like I feel like I can find more faults with Half-Blood Prince than I can with Prisoner of Azkaban, but I still prefer Half-Blood Prince.
That's fine. I think if the emotional moments
like I feel
work
like
for
I
you-
shouldn't. Yeah, like I feel like I wouldn't. It would be wrong of me to judge it off of. Oh well, this one has less things wrong with it. When actually,
Hmm.
like I did enjoy Half-Blood Prince more because it's more mature. There's more stakes on the line, and I was just more emotional at the end.
So you think
And that's
Prisoner of
why
Azkaban is terrible?
And that's why I hate every single film apart from Half-Blood Prince.
I agree.
How
I absolutely
dare
agree.
you waste my time with
But
this fucking video?
I agree. I'm sorry, and I agree that Half-Blood Prince is great. And like I was saying, I was kind of going back and forth on it. So those are definitive opinions
Yes.
on the
never
films, and these are others. This is mine. This is Ed's.
Have you
I'm
oh, no,
surprised.
Have
that
you
there's-
updated yours actually?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
you have, good.
Prisoner of Azkaban. So yeah,
Let's have a look. Very similar, bar. Is it like 3 changes?
Yeah, I put-
So
I-
6, 7, and 1.
Yes.
Are different. But
So yeah,
everything else
that's
is the same.
pretty similar.
Honestly, that's
so-
closer than I thought it would be.
Same. I thought we'd be much more different, but
Yeah.
yeah, those are our thoughts on the individual movies. And but anyway, I wanted to talk a little bit before we head off to our house sorting section about kind of the series as a whole. And there are 3 issues that I had kind of rewatching these movies with the series overall, and no particular order, of course. But number 1 is just I think Voldemort should be scarier than he is. I think we mentioned this a little bit, but honestly, I think Snape and Bellatrix are more intimidating as villains. Even though Snape isn't a villain,
Bellatrix
but like
especially.
yeah, Bellatrix, and even like the weird werewolf man Fenrir Greyback in the background is scarier than
Yeah,
Voldemort
yeah.
is. So it's like he should be scary. I think the design, like I think we said when we talk about Goblet of Fire, keep the snake eyes, maybe make him a little bit creepier because it's like
I would want to see him more veiny as well, for example.
you want him to be a giant vein.
I want him to. No, I want him to
essentially.
look like really unnatural
and weird
and sort
looking.
of. I want him to look as if it makes you feel uncomfortable
Hmm.
looking at him. Like just looking at him makes you feel repulsed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So he just needed to be creepy, and I think the guy playing him is obviously having so much fun playing
Oh,
him
yeah.
that like that like outweighs it being scary because you're watching it and you're being
Yeah,
like, wow,
yeah,
he's
yeah.
like having so much fun. This is so entertaining.
You know what,
But like it takes
especially-
away from the scary.
Especially in part 2, I think.
That's true. Yeah.
He has a lot of moments where he's just taking like just being too
Savoring
being
everything.
too talkative.
And, like, it's fun to watch, but it does sort of like counteract the part that he's supposed to be like the scariest thing ever, and everybody's afraid of him. But it's not a massive issue because you
Especially
do
since,
have your Bellatrixes and your.
Especially since in 4, like in the 4th one, I still don't think he's scary enough. But in that one, he's a lot better.
He's definitely
I also heard that in the books he has like red eyes or something.
He does have red eyes in the books, which I don't like that, but he could have had like a good snake eyes. I like the idea of him not having human eyes. At least I think is a good idea.
Make him look less human, please.
Give him snake eyes is all you got to do. But the only other thing I can think of as cons is just that I think Slytherin is too cartoonishly evil.
They are cartoonishly evil. Like there is no redeeming qualities about them. Like
No.
even in the last film, when McGonagall is like trying to prepare Hogwarts for the fight,
Oh, she just throws them all in
she
the
literally
dungeon.
just says, "Oh yeah, go in the dungeon."
Yeah.
She just sends them all to the dungeon.
And it's
She's
like,
why is this house even here?
existing, yeah. Because it's literally just like there's not a single bad guy who isn't a Slytherin.
Right. And I mean, Salazar Slytherin, the founder, was the first one to sort of
He was a blood racist.
philosophize this sort of idea that
Philosopher's stone. He philosophized
He
stone.
philosophized the stone, but he was the first person to sort of have this brainstorm that
Wait, racism?
that like that like those who aren't pureblood are less
than like
less worthy of being a wizard or witch.
Yeah.
And
So
it's like, okay, so clearly the general consensus has changed, and the people who are now in control of Hogwarts disagree with his sort of like his beliefs or whatever.
So yeah, why keep that house?
So why is he still like a major part? Like even like when they're learning about him in the Chamber of Secrets, and it's like, why are we still learning about this guy?
Oh, I guess it's that you could. There's the bullshit excuse of like it's part of a history. You know, it's part of it. It's like the people who keep up the Confederate statues, right?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you got to keep them up, otherwise we'll forget.
And it's like, but it's like she's like teaching them about how, oh yeah, he believed that
He created racism.
he believes in purebloods and whatever, and it's just like there's Slytherin members in the class just looking like, yeah, that's my house.
I'm for that. And it's like this house has so clearly been like a cesspool for creating Death Eaters.
Yeah.
Just get rid of it. Or change it like massively. So I think that's a little bit of a flaw in the writing. Like the only bad guy who isn't a Slytherin is Peter Pettigrew, is a Gryffindor.
What the was that said in the
Yes.
thing? When was that said?
Well, because I don't think it's said in the movie, but it's said in.
Oh, because obviously James,
because he hung out with
Sirius,
them.
Lupin and whatever.
And in this
God.
universe, you have to be in the
they're
same house to
friends.
be friends with
Yeah.
someone, pretty much.
Which is also a kind of flaw in a way.
Yeah, well, I was getting
Speaking
onto that
about
as well.
houses,
Is that like
there's not enough
outside of Gryffindor and Slytherin, like Hufflepuff and
yeah.
Ravenclaw really don't matter
Yeah, they
at
really
all,
don't.
and they don't really play into
It's a real
the
shame.
narrative. And it leads to a lot of times where like a character doesn't really suit the house that they're in, but like for the sake of the plot, they have to be part of a Gryffindor. They have to be part of a
Especially
Slytherin.
Gryffindor. There's so many like characters in Gryffindor who would be better placed in a different house.
Yeah.
I don't get the whole thing about like them not being allowed to talk to each other or whatever.
I think it's just the way that it was written is that they all sit on separate tables, but it's just like write it so that
That
people
would be
can
a way
like
that
sit
they can
next
have
to each other
personality
and
type
talk.
discussion. Like there's different characters.
I mean,
who
even
are,
later on, like Luna is sitting on the Gryffindor table.
Like like I guess Luna is a Ravenclaw. Cho was a Ravenclaw, and like Cedric was a Hufflepuff, I guess. But like that's it. Like when it comes to characters who are in different houses.
and for
Slytherin
Cedric and
and,
Cho, like they don't even really represent like the actual ideals of their house.
Like Cedric is the archetypal
Gryffindor, or even like a Slytherin with like he's ambitious, he wants to be the center of attention type thing. Like there's nothing about him which is like modest.
I guess Luna works as a Ravenclaw for sure
because she's sort of like a creative.
But I guess
outsider.
later on we'll like discuss that.
We'll discuss that.
That should be pretty fun.
But no, yeah, those are really like my only major issues. Are like just like other houses not being given enough due, and like Voldemort not being scary enough. And then there's also a few things from the book that I wish were included. And there's really not much, because honestly, I'm being 100% real here where I say, like, I think a majority of the changes from the book were either necessary cuts to make a movie work, and, it's not too big of a deal that they were cut, or I think that the cuts were just for the best. Like, I think that about the majority of the cuts, except for these. I would have liked to have seen more Marauders stuff in Prisoner of Azkaban, like we said, maybe add a line in the Shrieking Shack where he says, "Oh, me and Remus, we made the map. That's why we trust the map so much." Because outside of it, you don't really get why they trust the map so much. But it's still not a big issue. But I would have liked to have seen that. In Order of the Phoenix, I would have liked to have seen the scene where Harry confronts Sirius about bullying Snape, because we don't see that in the movie, but in the book there's a little scene about that.
Loved that.
I don't think it's not pushed majorly in the book, like not as pushed as much as I'd want it to be, but it still would have been nice to see him be like, "Oh, why did you guys
Harry
bully?"
being taking the moral high ground,
and to talk about him and kind of be like, "Why did you guys bully him?"
Yeah, that would have.
But I don't even know if in the timeline of the movie that would allow for that, because I think the Order stuff is before all of like the revelations about Snape happen, so you'd have to restructure it. But it would have been cool to see that. I think in Half-Blood Prince, I would have liked to have seen. There's actually a reveal in Half-Blood Prince, the book, where Lupin says the other werewolf guy, Fenrir Greyback, the weird big dude.
Yeah.
He's actually the one who gave Lupin his werewolfism. Like, he's the one who made him a werewolf.
Oh.
And in the book, there's like a little scene where they talk, and he's like, "Oh, you know that weird werewolf guy? He's the one who actually made me a werewolf or whatever." In like a fight.
It just gives some clarity.
Yeah.
To that.
So it would have been cool if you just added in a single line. You know, there's like the scene in Half-Blood Prince where they're at the Burrow, and Harry's like, "Oh, I think Snape's the guy," and then Lupin's like, "No, I trust Dumbledore." Or just add in a line where he's like, "Oh, no, the reason why I got this was because of Fenrir Greyback." And even though it doesn't play into the narrative at all, it would have just it doesn't have to be like a big scene. You just add in a few lines or so to add to that.
I get what you mean. You don't have to have whole scenes, but yeah, just like single lines would have made a difference.
And there's also a big cut which people generally tend to dislike from Half-Blood Prince as well, which is after Dumbledore is killed, there's like a little fight in Hogwarts, like a little bit of a battle between the staff in the book that happens. Just between the staff at Hogwarts and between like the Death Eaters.
Oh wow, okay. Oh wow.
So when they're leaving the Astronomy Tower, they have a little bit of a fight in the corridor.
I don't know how they would have fit that in the movie though, because that's like right at the end, and maybe.
Yeah. So and I was thinking.
I feel like you dedicate if you're gonna do like a wizard duel or whatever, or like a fight.
And I believe they said that they cut it because it would be similar to the fight that eventually happens in part 2 with another fight in Hogwarts, so they didn't want like a little smaller fight.
Don't want too much.
And I kind of like the moment being focused rather than on a fight on like Snape and Draco's emotions as they walk away from it, and they just effortlessly walk through the castle.
That film lets you sit with the
death a little bit more. Where with a battle, it would have maybe taken away from that moment, and it would have been too much.
Like Dumbledore dying.
Yeah. So I like I said, I don't mind that cut, even though a lot of people would have liked to have seen it, but I really don't mind
worth mentioning
that cut at all. And that's the thing, is those are the only things that I wish were included, and it's so little compared to everything else that was included. Like, it's insane how much I think was done well. And it's why I personally feel that this HBO Max series they're talking about is a complete waste of time. Holy shit, this was a long-ass segment. I thought this was going to be like...
How long have we been recording?
Probably like fucking 40 minutes or so,
I really thought this would be like a 10-minute thing.
That's what I goddamn thought. And we haven't even gotten to the goddamn
Your rant went on.
character sorting yet.
Oh yeah, that should be fun though.
Alright.
That's like a nice sort of
Let's
break.
detox. The future of the franchise is ruined and everything I love will die. But let's sort into some houses, people. Anyway, we are back here. We've seamlessly cut to this section of the video, and essentially what we're doing here is we're just going to sort characters into what we think.
Because we know better than the sorting hat.
We know better than J.K. Rowling, certainly.
Yeah.
And so yeah, we're just going to go through some of the main traits.
So many.
Gryffindor.
You want me to put animals in this?
I will do that if you can't. Okay. So we've got Gryffindor, which is bravery, courage, and chivalry. So basically, what you would see as the typical brave character from a film, like the main character type of syndrome. Slytherin, you've got cunning, ambition, and self-preservation. So think of like a business smart guy who's looking out for himself, but he's also got a little bit of cunning. He's a little smart, but you know, there's.
But they have selfish undertones.
And this is important. This is important. Is the self-preservation aspect, because I think a lot of people who sort of imagine Slytherin in their head forget this aspect of it. Like, they just think, oh yeah, Slytherins are just like cool, badass, edgy boys who like wear black and are just cunning. But it's like, no, the way that it is written, this is a pretty big aspect of it. So I'm just going to say this. If there's a bad character in here, an evil character who we don't like, I'm just going to put him straight into Slytherin.
Oh, you are just going to put him
like, that's just how the books are written, is that bad people go there. So even though that's not how a lot of people want it to be, that's just how they're written.
I think that will be the least changed house.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. And then we've got Ravenclaw, which is intelligence, creativity, and wit. So that's basically artists, scholars, things like that. Book-savvy people. Then Hufflepuff is loyalty, kindness, and modesty.
Put others above them.
And not looking for the limelight. Like good friends, but people who don't necessarily go out of their way to like, oh, look at me, I'm doing a lot of humility. Sit down, be humble, as Kendrick Lamar once said.
For sure.
Don't we all? All right, let's start off with Tom Riddle.
Oh, that's always
I mean, straight in Slytherin. Let's be real here.
I don't know, Hufflepuff.
He's giving kind. Also,
He's misunderstood. Okay?
we might as well just put racist in here as well, because that is like half of the people.
Yeah.
Almost everybody in Slytherin is a racist, so that's probably where they're going to go. Moaning Myrtle.
Ooh.
Now, do you know her
Ravenclaw,
house?
I'd
Do you know
say.
what her house is?
Ravenclaw?
It is ordinarily Ravenclaw.
I would keep her there, to be honest. Where would, unless you had any reservations.
She's very annoying
True.
and irritating
Is there a?
and dumb.
Would those sort of characteristics put her in a house though?
Would being a dumb idiot put you in a house?
But wasn't she an outcast when she was younger though, and she used to like go to the toilets and read?
Well, no, that's I think no, them like being bullied into it was when she was already a ghost because they would throw books at her,
Right.
and that's when she was a ghost.
But was she an outcast when she was a student anyway?
Maybe.
I feel like there was that, and
So
there's nothing about her being like nerdy or anything.
Yeah, but
I think
she has
because
glasses though, Edward,
and
that is obviously
that
as
might
we
be
know
the
the
tipping
universal sign.
No, but I think because there's not enough about her, we should stick with her assigned house, which is Ravenclaw, because there's nothing to go against Ravenclaw. There's nothing about her that you can say she's not that type thing.
Okay.
Like, yes, she's annoying, but she's not evil.
Okay. I'm gonna actually say
She helps Harry sometimes, but she's not a Hufflepuff.
I'm gonna say. Fuck yeah, she's just nothing. Put her in Ravenclaw.
Yeah, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say maybe Hufflepuff just because she's like modest and quiet. Well, she's not quiet.
Well, she's not. I don't know.
Goddamn
yeah,
loud.
She is loud. Yeah.
Let's play Gryffindor actually
And she's
because
not
she shouts loud.
But she's not modest, I'd say, because she is quite like.
She's like trying to sexually assault Harry like
Yeah.
every 5 minutes.
Are you gonna put in Gryffindor?
Yeah, because she's loud. And there's not enough about her that like indicates that she's actually intelligent or like creative.
But
The main thing about her is just her confidence. Is that she's confident enough to stay in a toilet and harass underage boys. Well, she's underage as
She's
well.
brave.
She's incredibly brave.
She never leaves the girls. Like other ghosts in Hogwarts move around the
Well,
castle
can she
freely.
leave?
We don't know.
Fuck, dude.
I reckon
this is
keep
only
her in,
the second
I reckon
character.
keep her in Ravenclaw, man. I reckon keep her.
I'm gonna say Slytherin because I don't like her.
Also, I think there'll be less people in Ravenclaw by the end. So I
all
think
right,
let's
all
keep
right.
that balanced.
McGonagall. Now this is interesting because actually, she's one of there's this thing in the Harry Potter universe called a hat stool, and that's where the sorting hat switches between two, and it takes like 5 minutes for it to finally pick.
Is that like what happened with Harry then? Slytherin.
Well, that was only like a second, like not super long, but like a hat stool is supposed to be like over 5 minutes long, like properly long time. Everybody's
just-
waiting, like checking their
What
watches.
the fuck is that hat doing?
What's it finally thinking of? But the two houses that she was
yeah,
choosing between were Gryffindor and Ravenclaw were the two houses that
I would put her in Ravenclaw.
you think so?
Yeah. There are arguments for her to be brave and courageous, but
Where she like shows off against Snape and then like
the
during
main
the whole battle.
main sort of vibe she gives me is being super wise, intelligent. Yeah.
Always sort of tutoring them, I guess.
She could even be.
mentoring
She
them.
could. There's for me. There's an argument for Hufflepuff because she is very kind.
Oh yeah, this
she's
is
very sympathetic.
this is an
towards
important
them.
thing to say off the front is that like putting someone into one house doesn't necessarily mean they're devoid of any of the other house's
You
traits.
can have
It's
characteristics
just-
from other ones,
yeah.
but it's what you are mainly.
It's
right?
just like what trait is
Defines
the most
you.
prominent of them. What single thing defines you? But no, just like you can be brave, you can be smart, you can be loyal, but
Yeah,
there's
but
one
which
thing
one
that
are you more
sticks out
so?
to you, and you think
and which characteristic is more prominent?
yes,
Yeah.
and you think like her being sort of wise and,
I think that
sagely
yeah.
sort of fits in. Big lady from Goblet of Fire.
What the fuck can I?
She's
even
ambitious.
say?
She's a teacher. Put her in Ravenclaw. Ultimately,
Really?
Grindelwald, evil racist, Slytherin.
Yep. Okay.
Goyle,
Slytherin.
although
Oh. What?
he's an idiot,
He is an idiot.
so he's not very cunning.
But he's also a.
He's a henchman.
There's not like because he's such a side character. It might be different if I had knowledge of the books, but like based on the movies, there's nothing to say he isn't a Slytherin.
Oh yeah, they
He
cut out
joins
the,
in like for me. He's like if you're hanging out with Draco consistently,
Hmm.
you've got to share some of his beliefs. You've got to be. Like he's got to fall into the whole he hates half-bloods and
All of that
muggles
shit,
and
yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I reckon he just stays because he's like a follower, isn't he?
And I guess there's
Well,
an,
he's not smart. He just follows the herd, and his herd is Slytherin.
Yes.
So he's just gonna believe all that.
and
stuff.
I guess there's an element of self-preservation in like being around like the rich guy who knows what he wants. Like he goes to him because he's like this guy knows what he's talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
He's the rich guy. I
Yeah,
should
yeah.
probably bring around him. Anyway, that's the Goyle, the Crabbe or Goyle analysis that we've all been waiting for. Grigorovich makes wands. Ravenclaw. That's like a smart thing
Okay,
to do.
right, yeah, because he's yeah.
Bathilda Bagshot. We
You
don't
only see her as Nagini.
Nagini, yeah.
So
She did write a book though, so I'm going to go Ravenclaw because writing books. Hermione. Okay, this is interesting. You think Ravenclaw?
Yeah, definitely.
That was pretty instant from you.
She's the honestly, she is the smartest student that we see.
She's the archetypical. I
Genuinely.
feel like she really is the archetypical Ravenclaw.
I mean, you hear about her spending all her days in the library.
reading books. Like, that's her whole personality. Is
She's the smartest when it comes to
solving problems.
not even like spells. Like she'll know how to like cast enchantments and stuff, which is the sort of stuff you would only learn by studying.
Yes.
So I reckon she's got to be Ravenclaw for that. But then again, she is incredibly brave and courageous.
But like we said, she's obviously brave. She's like a kind, loyal person.
But her main,
the intelligence really is what sticks out in
overshadows
terms
the
of her
rest.
character. Trelawney.
Ravenclaw again, I'd say.
I believe she actually is in Ravenclaw.
She gives me the vibe that she doesn't talk to many human beings.
Okay.
And spends her like time just buried in books.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna go with Ravenclaw.
But like I'm Ravenclaw, so are you saying that's kind of like what I get? Bill Weasley.
Now, obviously, I hear that in the book he's a lot more.
He's more prominent. In the books.
But I don't know anything about him, so I literally have nothing to base this off. This is on you, mate.
Okay, I'll go. I'm gonna say Gryffindor because he's part of the Order, so he like fights in the wars. He has like the scars from battle over his face.
Is he one of the Dragon Keeper dudes, or is that someone else?
That's Charlie Weasley, I believe.
Who?
Charlie. He's not
Am I
in the movies.
supposed to know who that is? Oh, okay.
No,
good.
that's fine.
All
But
right.
no, he's. I feel like he's giving Gryffindor.
Lavender
Brown.
Ooh.
Lavender Brown.
Because I think she wishes she was like a Hufflepuff.
You think
But
so?
she's incredibly selfish, and she rubs it into Hermione's face when she's with Ron. Like she obviously knows Hermione has a crush on Ron.
Yeah.
But like when she's like, oh, I think this room's taken or whatever, and it's just like bitchy stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So she's not a kind person innately.
Bitch. Into the bitch house.
But her, can she, honestly,
I don't think she shows enough of anything else.
she's nothing.
No.
She
That's
is none
ultimately
of
why
them.
you've got to keep her in
But
there.
yeah, honestly, yes, because in a way, I mean, she's probably been stalking Ron for a while,
And that's pretty
and that's
ambitious
pretty
of her.
cunning as
That's
well.
pretty
to
cunning.
get to Ron. So
Yeah, there you go.
She can go into
Angela Davis.
Do you want to go to the ball with me? By one
She
of the
was
twins?
pretty brave for agreeing
She
to
said
that.
yes.
Yeah.
And that's pretty. She's on the Gryffindor table in the movies, so she's Gryffindor,
Yes.
right?
And she's also part of the Quidditch team.
Is
That's
she?
sort of brave, yeah, I believe she is.
Alright.
I think it's a different actress in the
Yeah.
earlier movies,
Okay,
but still, yeah.
Gryffindor's cool.
One of the Carrow twins, he's a Death Eater, put him in Slytherin.
Cool.
Aberforth Dumbledore. Now, this is
Okay.
interesting.
This is very interesting.
Because
For
he's
me,
not
Albus is so obviously Gryffindor, but you don't know as much about Aberforth.
Aberforth. So it's clear that he's, like, more reserved, clearly, than... But he's also not... He is brave, because, like we said, he does actually help the students, and he shows up at the Battle of Hogwarts. He just doesn't, like, make it known that that's the case.
For me, when I think of him, I think of someone who doesn't like to be in the limelight. He let his brother do that. He's cool with just being in the background. But you're right, he did take action when they needed him, which is a very brave thing to do.
Honestly, I'm feeling Hufflepuff, I think.
Because he doesn't. Yeah, I mean, he didn't have to help them.
That's true.
He didn't really have to help them. So that's just a kind thing he did, and he didn't make a big fuss of it either.
That's true.
Because he's not a name that everyone knows in the Wizarding world. I mean, Harry didn't even know Dumbledore had a brother.
Yeah.
So Albus Dumbledore had a brother. So yeah, I can back that Hufflepuff.
Absolutely, there we go. Fight us in the comments section.
Slytherin for Barty Crouch.
Barty
Jr.
Crouch Jr. Weird
Definitely
snake
the-
man.
Fleur.
Fleur de la Couleur.
I would say she's either Gryffindor, because she put her name in the Goblet of Fire,
That's true.
so that's a pretty brave thing to do. But she wasn't the best.
She just came last at like every
She was the
single
worst
thing.
of the contestants.
I honestly think maybe a Hufflepuff is giving.
I was
Hufflepuff.
gonna go with
Yeah.
that as well. I mean, she makes sure to thank Harry and Ron whenever they help her during the Goblet of Fire thing, and she also
Although,
says goodbye to them. There's acknowledgement there in that she's been helped.
I mean, she is. Remember, in Deathly Hallows Part 1, she is part of like the 7 Harrys, and she drinks the Polyjuice potion to become Harry, which I think that's pretty brave to like put yourself
It's another brave thing to
in
do.
there.
Eh?
So I think, do you know what? I think she is
and you
brave, but I just don't think she's very competent.
Yeah, so like because I guess that is Gryffindor doesn't state how
Necessarily.
successful you are in your brave acts.
You're
I mean,
just
like,
brave, and bravery never doesn't necessarily correlate.
You
to
can have
competence.
blind bravery,
aka stupidity.
aka being dumb as fuck. So
Absolutely.
I'm joking. I like Fleur though. So yeah, okay, yeah, Gryffindor. I agree with that.
Luna,
She's Ravenclaw.
Ravenclaw, yeah.
Through and through.
I think some people argue that
They got
she's a
that right.
Hufflepuff, but I think
Oh, there's definitely a shout.
because
for
she
that.
is sort of reserved and kind, but I think I think she gives off more like a creative art
Yeah.
student type of vibe.
I agree,
And
definitely.
plus her dad, it like runs the Quibbler, and like she gives off like an art student
For
type of
Hufflepuff,
vibe.
I don't know why, but for me it gives off sort of Actually, wait, never mind. That doesn't make sense because we got Aberforth there. I was gonna say it gives off like socialite, putting other people's needs above you.
But no, there's a level of modesty which would like disqualify somebody from being like a socialite who goes out.
Because it's innate kindness.
Which is why I think a Gryffindor would be more open to like the idea of being a socialite who like goes out. And it's like, look at me, because it's courage and confidence.
Who sort of relishes the attention.
Yes.
I'd say Ravenclaw.
Ravenclaw, then yeah, that's good. Buckbeak.
Um,
Very brave.
Yeah.
Ultimately, very brave.
Dude was about to be executed.
And he stood that.
And he took on Lupin as a werewolf.
That's true. Maybe it's because he's a dumb animal, but ultimately, who's to say? Oh, we got
Animals
the cat.
are brave.
I don't know if that's
not Hermione's cat.
Oh, that's Filch's cat.
What the? What?
Probably a racist like him.
Yeah. You can't say that about the cat. The cat's just following his owner.
That's true. Loyal then.
Hufflepuff, because animals are pure.
Very loyal.
Animals are pure.
Ultimately, yeah. Dolores Umbridge.
Oh, Slytherin.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Evil bitch.
I mean, she literally sums up all of those things, I think, because she's cunning in the way that she sort of gets herself up through the ranks in the ministry. She's also ambitious in that sense because she keeps elevating, like, even when she's got to Hogwarts and she's got this role of changing their curriculums and stuff, she continuously goes higher up the ranking to the point that she's, like, is she headmaster by the end?
Yeah, High Inquisitor, the name changes.
Right,
for
so
it,
she literally, she's ambitious in that sense when it comes to her career.
Even in Deathly Hallows, she's still, like, kicking about, trying to get...
Yeah. So she's always thinking about her career and where she can get to when it comes to whatever, like whether she's working in Hogwarts or in the Ministry. But she is an evil bitch.
Absolutely.
So she must go in Slytherin.
Giving Slytherin.
Yeah.
Filch.
Slytherin.
Well.
No, I think he's Slytherin.
Here's the thing about him. Is he ambitious?
No.
He's
content in his job.
And in all honesty,
I see what you're saying.
I honestly think he's Hufflepuff.
Hufflepuff.
Here's the thing: he's not kind.
He thought that he commented
screams
on the
of the
punishments at Hogwarts, and he said that he wished it was like it was before.
But here's the thing: where they were screaming in the
I
dungeon.
loved hearing their screaming.
But here's the thing, right? He is loyal to Hogwarts because he never actually
loyal to Umbridge as well in Order of the Phoenix.
But he's just loyal to whoever leads Hogwarts. Because think about it, he's not helping the Death Eaters.
But at the same time,
in the Battle of Hogwarts,
we put Crabbe in Slytherin for being a sheep, in the sense that while he isn't the smartest,
well, I feel like
and Crabbe is loyal.
He's doing that. I feel like he's doing that to preserve himself because he sees Draco as someone who's powerful. But like Filch is just following anybody who is head of Hogwarts. But he, like regardless of if it's Dumbledore. But you can tell he
enjoys like students getting in trouble, and being punished. Like in the Chamber of Secrets, for example, when Harry is the one accused of. Well, no, sorry, he's not. He's accused by Filch of being. He really wants him to be punished. So I would put him in Slytherin, man. I really would.
All right, yeah, it's a less controversial decision, I feel. So we'll go with that. Quirrell Quirrell.
God, this guy is the most irrelevant villain in the entire.
Piece of
like,
shit.
Of all the movies, he's the most irrelevant villain. Like I don't care about this guy at all. Although he does have an iconic line when he runs through the hall and he's like, "Troll in the dungeon." That line sticks out. But I'll put him. Where should we put him actually?
And do you know what? It's
he
hard
would just have to be Slytherin, wouldn't he? Because he's.
But was that done willingly, or was that against his will with Voldemort on the back of his head? Or was that he was like possessed?
I can't remember. Do they explain that?
No, it's not really elaborated on.
I feel like you can't put him anywhere. I wish there was a box that was like, "You are nothing."
You are nothing, but that would be a cop out. I feel.
Yeah, because there would be so many.
Well, his house, his official house is Ravenclaw.
He ain't Ravenclaw.
I think Hufflepuff because
what the fuck?
He's loyal to Voldemort, and he doesn't like make himself known. He's modest.
Being loyal to Voldemort is a complete contradiction with being a kind person.
But it's still loyalty. Like I said, you don't have to have all of the traits. You just have to have,
I guess you're right.
And there's literally nothing else to go off.
I'm looking at all the traits and stuff, and that is the only one I guess that could be attributed. Okay. Yeah.
And the fact he doesn't make himself known. Yeah. God. Mad-Eye Moody.
It's so hard with this one because in your mind, you think of him in Goblet of Fire when that actually wasn't him. Great character in general. I loved watching the actor of him. But in terms of the real Mad-Eye Moody, he would have to be a Hufflepuff, I think. Or no, sorry, a Gryffindor.
I was thinking Gryffindor because I was like, he's not kind at all.
Yeah,
he's kind of a prick.
Actually, well, remember, is he? are you
Well, no,
blinded by
I'm
Goblet
thinking
of
even
Fire?
in Order of Phoenix and Deathly Hallows Part 1, he's like no nonsense.
He's aggressive.
Military
He's definitely-
drill.
Yeah,
like,
you know what?
come on, we gotta get along with
and
this.
he leads them out in the Deathly Hallows Part 1.
Yeah.
So yeah, brave. Yeah.
I think I think he's a soldier ultimately,
Yeah.
and like he's not trying to.
He's not trying to make
kind or
friends. He's just
anything.
trying to get the job done.
Get it done. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Dumbledore.
Gryffindor or Hufflepuff, but I think more so Gryffindor because the amount of brave acts he does.
I think Ravenclaw.
Ravenclaw. Oh, yeah. To be fair, yeah. Fuck.
Because, like, to
Yeah.
me, the thing that sticks out about Dumbledore to me is, like, how he has a plan for every plan.
I think
He's always thinking ahead of everybody
Wait, let me just
else.
get this. So,
And he's always giving
the
advice.
thing is, Dumbledore is brave, he's courageous, he's chivalric, he's intelligent, he's creative, he's pretty witty at times.
He's
And
always
he's
got the
very
little
loyal, and he's
slogan.
very kind, and he's also modest. He's Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff.
He's by Housel, or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
But I think for me, personally,
Which one is the most?
I think for me it's Ravenclaw because whenever I think of Dumbledore, I think of a guy who's giving wisdom, he's giving advice, and he's got
even
a
though-
plan.
And you know what? Even though he is so famous, he's never like attention is never his main goal.
No.
Which is what I would say if he was Gryffindor. And also, yeah, okay, yeah, okay, fine, yeah. I'm happy with Ravenclaw.
You're happy with him in Ravenclaw?
But he could literally be any of the.
Oh yeah,
three.
definitely. It could go either way, really, with
Yeah.
him. Forks.
Bird.
Bird.
Gryffindor.
Gryffindor.
Yeah.
Red. One of the girl. I think this is
One of the girls that dance.
Padma Patil, I think, or one of the other ones who danced with Harry.
Do they only have the one in this?
Who's to say?
Doesn't matter.
But we'll get there.
Why are you waiting for me to speak? Have you got any thoughts?
It's giving brave.
Why is she brave? Well, it depends. If she's the one who
Because
like.
she asked Harry, right? Or no, she didn't ask Harry, but she was like,
Hey,
she
Harry.
like giggled. She had the confidence to giggle towards
Hello,
him.
Harry. Yeah, but she also, if it is this one I'm thinking of, who was like,
That's the one who was with Ron.
oh, okay. The other one had.
Oh,
the
the one
best
who's like,
time.
who's
arm,
like-
leg.
He's
I'm
like,
yours.
Can I have your hand? Arm, leg, I'm yours. So that's definitely confident.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Put them in Gryffindor. They had to put up with Ron and Harry's BS. at
Bullshit,
the
yeah.
ball,
Very
so
brave
fair
of them
enough,
and courageous. One of the snatchers. I think that's Scabia. Slytherin.
There's not much
Prick.
to be said about this guy.
Remus
He's
Lupin.
also just a creep around Hermione.
Remus Lupin.
Initial. I'm getting Ravenclaw as an initial inclination. What about you?
See, I've sort of gone back and forth over the years, over my many years.
Gives me reserved vibe.
Because I've always thought
And very intelligent.
of like, I feel like he could fit into either Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. And I think Gryffindor, because it's obviously brave to go through of being a werewolf and like dealing with that.
on
And
a
he did
day-to-day.
fight. He did
Yeah.
fight as part of the Order and everything like that. Hufflepuff, I think, because he's very kind and he doesn't really make himself known. He's pretty modest.
Yeah,
You know, to talk
he
to
acts
people.
as a family figure for Harry.
Yeah.
He gives him someone to talk to about
and then
his past.
and then Ravenclaw, because he's obviously he gives wisdom. He's a teacher and
Yeah.
and things like that.
gives Harry advice and on spells, and he teaches him the Expecto Patronum.
But here's the thing that's preventing me from saying Hufflepuff, even though that's kind of what I thought initially, is because when Sirius Black was accused of obviously ratting out the Potters, like, he wasn't so loyal to him that he went, no, there's no way he could have done that, right? He sort of looked logically and went, well, Peter Pettigrew is dead. You were the only other person who knew about where the Potters were.
Wait, did he think? I thought it was just that he was too scared to take on the Ministry or whatever. So he knew Sirius was innocent, but he just.
Well, no, because remember, he says, I thought it was Sirius until I saw Peter Pettigrew on the map.
Oh, I thought it was someone else until someone I thought to be dead.
Until
Oh,
I
yeah.
saw someone on the map, or whatever.
Yeah, you're. That's actually kind of weird. Now that you've said.
So
that.
I feel like
That
he
would even
looked at it
believe that
logically
he would do that.
and went, oh, there's no other options to this. Because I feel like if he was a Hufflepuff loyal, he would
It
never
wouldn't
stop.
matter. It would be
He'd be unquestionably
yeah.
loyal that Sirius never did it, but he did believe that he did it. So that makes me think of a Ravenclaw type thing.
Ravenclaw was my initial thing anyway. So
Absolutely.
let's put him in
Ravenclaw is now the most popular one, despite
Yeah.
your initial.
I thought Gryffindor would be.
Yeah. Colin Creevy.
Hufflepuff.
He's got courage though
Yeah.
for constantly asking Harry for a
He
picture.
does, but taking pictures isn't exactly.
But he's not. That's not very kind though, is it? To just take pictures all the
No, but
time.
he's just innocent. You know, he's full of joy.
He's a prick. Put him in Gryffindor.
You want him in Gryffindor?
Yeah.
I mean, he's a Gryffindor anyway, isn't he?
What is modest about constantly asking someone for a photograph?
He doesn't even ask most of the time. He just takes.
Bloody brave of him. That's what I say.
Chivalric.
Madam Hooch.
She's only in like one film, isn't she?
That's true.
Like
Yeah.
the Quidditch teacher.
Quidditch teacher.
Quidditch referee.
Yeah.
Terrible referee.
Terrible rap.
Literally ignores all of the abuse.
Multiple
happening to
children
Harry
die
and-
on her watch.
Yeah. So
I think Gryffindor because it's like sports is brave.
Yeah, like to be fair, yeah, sports is a big part of Gryffindor, so yeah.
Give it that. The nurse. Nurse.
Hufflepuff.
Kindness.
Yeah.
Bellatrix Lestrange, straight, and let's not even have a debate here, really.
I don't know, man. She gives Hufflepuff.
She gives creativity.
Kindness.
She's so creative.
So modest as well.
Just the worst piece of work.
More scary than Voldemort at times, if not overall.
Yeah.
So.
Bill Weasley is on here twice, so I'm just going to ignore that.
Oh, yeah.
Cho Chang.
Do you reckon that was meant to be like... No, because Charlie isn't in it.
Yeah, he doesn't even show up in the movies, so... Cho Chang.
She gives me quiet, reserved vibes. I don't think she does anything particularly brave.
She doesn't really do anything smart.
She doesn't really do anything of note.
No. So I think Hufflepuff. Because she's reserved.
And the way she was actually really nice to Harry after, you know, when he asked her to the ball, but it turned out Cedric had already asked her. And she was really nice about letting him know that, you know, I really am sorry because I'm with
somebody else.
But I have to be loyal to what Cedric's asked me. He asked me first, so yeah, Hufflepuff.
Yeah, okay, Hufflepuff. There you go, Cho. Cormac McLaggen.
This guy's a cunt. Sorry, that's a... that was a strong... Jesus, you can cut that if you...
God damn!
Beep that out or something.
I'm keeping that in, baby.
He can go in Slytherin, honestly.
Yeah.
This guy's just like he just gives me sexual predator
He
vibes.
gives getting cancelled.
Just being like
Me-too'd.
That girl loves to run her mouth, doesn't she? Your friend loves to run her mouth.
I like to get to know her more than on a first name basis,
Shut
if you know
the
what I'm saying.
fuck
Fuck
up. I'm
you,
so glad that
arsehole.
Hermione was too smart to like even entertain that.
Yeah.
Even though she was trying to get back at Ron, he was so hideously gross and
There wasn't even a
perverse.
second where she thought, like, with Crumb, you
Like,
could say maybe
and the
she
thing
was
is,
like
like,
into him, but not that guy.
You would like sometimes you might think that maybe because she's trying to get back at Ron she would go with anyone, but no, she's like this guy is too perverted for me to so he can go in Slytherin.
Yeah. Fleur Bellicler's sister. Probably the same as her oldest.
Well,
Boom.
she didn't do anything brave though.
That's true. Coward.
Hufflepuff.
Draco. Interesting, this one. Draco.
Wow, I hadn't even thought of this shit.
Because I feel like with Draco...
Not brave, by the way, I would say.
No, definitely
He backs
not
out
brave.
a lot of confrontation. Well, he doesn't back out of confrontation, but when it comes to like really important stuff, like stuff with the Death Eaters, Voldemort, he seems very sort of
He gets his mum or
nervous.
his dad to step in.
There's a lot of
kind
anxiety when it comes to out of Hogwarts things.
Yeah.
So I think that rules out Gryffindor. Slytherin, a lot of his sort of evil nature is down to just being brought up by
Raised
Lucius.
that way, yeah.
So I really don't even blame that on him. And while like Crabbe is a follower, I feel like Draco, he's on the brink of having his own sort of beliefs on things. Like I feel like he's just about he's on the verge of being his own man and thinking, you know what, my dad's wrong about this. And I think that's what is hinted at the end of the last movie. But do we base it on that? Do we base it on where we leave with Draco, where he's got this sort of he's about to walk out to endless possibilities as he walks across the bridge where he could be his own man and start thinking differently? Or do we base it off of the movies where for a lot of it he is sort of following in his father's footsteps and being a true staple Slytherin?
I think it's probably a safer bet to just base it on what the movies show us, because if we get to the point of just like theorizing what he becomes, then he could just be anything.
So in that case I would go with Slytherin, but I think that Draco would have the potential to become any of the other ones if he really put his mind to it.
And I think the thing, even in the last movie, I still think he's a Slytherin, because I think a part of him going to his mother is part of self-preservation, right? Because he just sees his mum going here, and he's not standing alongside the Gryffindors bravely. He's like, I'm not going to make it out. I need to make out. I need to go to my mum. Like, there's a sense of I need to preserve.
I really love the sort of ambiguity of him walking out over the bridge with his mum, thinking that he can really be his own man now.
No, he should have thrown the wand to Harry and gone, Potter!
That would have been too intense. Also, that would have gone against his mother, and his mother is so smart in helping Harry while simultaneously still appearing to be on the dark side for her own safety.
Yeah.
So he would have just completely overridden his mother's intelligence in that moment.
Yes. And
that would have been over the top.
And he's a coward.
So he can go in Slytherin. And he is a coward.
He's a horrible coward.
So yeah, Slytherin.
Ginny.
Yeah, that would have been like, Ginny, one of the most... Actually, I can't say that. No.
One of the characters.
Actually, that's a perfect way to describe Ginny, actually.
A character who was written into a series of novels and then adapted into film.
Ginny Weasley is a character in Harry Potter.
And she may have influence on the plot or not.
She sometimes has lines.
Who's to say, ultimately?
She speaks, even. She has dialogue.
Yeah.
Sometimes she'll appear next to Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and that's pretty cool.
She was in theatrically released
She
films
has no
and written into a script.
She has no personality, so I really
No.
in the films. Sorry, please don't attack me. I've only watched the films. She has no personality based on what I've seen, and therefore it's actually really hard to make an assumption. But what I will say is, I'm leaning towards Gryffindor because in the Order of the Phoenix, she picks up the spells really quickly, and she's one of the first people to stand
Do a
by
big
Harry
fight,
and
yeah.
going to the Ministry. So I'm leaning towards Gryffindor.
And she's in Quidditch in Half-Blood Prince.
That's
which,
true.
You know, a type of sportsmanship.
But yeah,
type
that was
of
just a
vibe,
chance
so-
to rant about her sort of lack of characterization.
Absolutely. What's his name?
What is this guy?
Neville. Neville. He's in Order of the Phoenix.
Is he the guy who gets like he's like in the lessons who like he like stupefies Harry or something?
Yes, and then Harry's like, oh,
And he
bloody
gets his
hell,
name
Neville.
like he gets scarred by Umbridge.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
then Fred and George are like consoling him.
Mm,
Or do you not want to rank him then?
brave.
Also put. Oh, okay, good. You put
Brave
Bill
of him.
Weasley at the bottom. That was annoying me.
Yeah. Anyway, I think Phileas is a
He's a
Ravenclaw.
I think he's a sheep, by the way.
You think so?
Yeah, I think he doesn't like speaking out when things are going wrong. Like in the 5th film, he doesn't speak out about Umbridge. He's sort of reluctant to show any signs of happiness that her demise is imminent.
Yes.
So like he
Disloyalty.
does that little punch in the air. But that being said, I think he's obviously a good guy. He's he's a kind dude. He loves Harry and the gang.
He loves Harry and the gang.
And yeah, but you don't see like he's one of the less he's one of the teachers of the least screen time.
Mm.
So it's hard, but I'll back you on Ravenclaw because I can see him. He's an intelligent teacher. But he doesn't like to be in the limelight.
And do you know what?
He doesn't do anything brave of note.
And he actually is the teacher who teaches them Wingardium Leviosa.
In the very first film,
Yeah, it's just the design is completely different in the first two movies.
So yeah, he'd go Ravenclaw.
Genuinely don't know who the fuck that is. Is that Paul Dano? Who is that? He looks kind.
Is that a girl or a guy?
I think it's just the date someone brought.
What the fuck? Do they even have a line?
I don't think so. This might be a character people like make fan fiction about.
Because he's got the long.
Like he has no
luscious hair.
lines. Yeah. He seems kind. Put him there. Ollivander.
Ollivander, Ravenclaw, I'd say.
Brave bloke. Not brave. Intelligent bloke.
Yeah.
Bloke.
Intelligent and broke AF.
I can't even talk.
This guy has no money.
Absolutely. Zero money.
Yeah, no, Ravenclaw. You got to be smart to study
Wands and-
wandology or whatever it's
Wand
called.
law.
Wand law.
Wand
that's
law.
it.
The other one.
Slytherin as well, same reason as Crabbe.
Giving.
Doesn't really need to be
Is he
said.
crap? No, he's Goyle. Yeah, isn't he Goyle?
Yeah, yeah. He's the one who didn't get thrown in prison mid movies or whatever.
That's true. Yes.
Dobby. Oh my! Wow. Let's see. I'd say he is brave.
Hmm.
You know, in the Chamber of Secrets, we talk about how annoying he is. Like when he tries to basically
Murder
He
Harry.
tries to like maim Harry on the Quidditch
Permanently
field.
paralyze him.
So that's brave in a bad way.
Yes.
But he is also brave in part 1 when he comes and saves them.
Saves them all.
and
Yeah.
honestly, these elves are powerful. I don't know how they ended up as slaves. 'Cause
Absolutely.
These guys can, like, with the flick of his fingers,
Just to disarm someone.
disarms Draco's mum. So
Yeah. Do you know? I think I was thinking a Hufflepuff at first, but like he's not really that loyal. Like he's not with Harry the entire franchise. Like he just shows when he
Dobby
shows
is
up.
always there to save Harry Potter.
Only when he's like literally just there in front of
Even
him.
though you haven't been there for the last like 4 movies.
Yes.
I would say Hufflepuff though, because I reckon he's in the books a lot more.
He is, but like it's not like he's not like part of the main trio.
Part of the gang.
And like
Well, he's not a Slytherin because even though like he
No,
annoys,
I was-
because even though he's not annoying, even though he's annoying in Chamber of Secrets, he does it like with his intention is good, but he
Yes.
just goes about it in such a terrible way. But he's also not like incredibly intelligent.
he's pretty obnoxious.
He is at times.
I'm going Gryffindor.
I would go.
because I feel like he's not modest, is he?
I would lean towards Hufflepuff over Gryffindor.
Really?
Yeah.
Is
Although
he
did-
kind?
He did try and injure Harry.
He's not really kind.
He's
He's loyal, but he's not kind
he's
or
kind
modest.
with his words. He's kind with his words.
But only to people who he knows personally.
Yeah. Okay, Gryffindor. You've swayed me.
Absolutely. Nagini the snake. Loyal. Goddamn loyal, is what I say.
Is he kind?
Yeah, yeah,
Slytherin.
reckon. Hagrid.
He is the stereotypical Hufflepuff.
I feel,
There
yeah.
is just nothing like he is the kindest.
He's a
dude,
kind old
I
man.
think.
Zachariah Smith of Hufflepuff. Probably a Hufflepuff. Not in. He's barely in. He's like a background extra. Mrs. Fig.
I'd say Hufflepuff.
Because she's caring. She's
not
loyal.
brave, is she? I mean, like, she's stuttering when she's in the Ministry.
Oh, you stuttering bitch.
She gives me the vibe that she doesn't really want to go out of her way to... Well, she did go out of her way to help Harry, but she doesn't give me the vibe that she wants to be...
In the spotlight.
Dramatic.
Okay.
You know? So I'd say Hufflepuff, because she's loyal to Dumbledore as
Absolutely.
well. So, yeah.
Fenrir Greyback.
Well, he's just a...
Bad guy. Yeah. Cornelius Fudge.
Oh my god, wow.
I think he's Slytherin as well. Just because, like, think about the whole...
him being... He's almost like mates with Lucius. There's, like, multiple scenes.
And the whole of him, like, trying to convince people that Voldemort isn't back just so he can keep his job. Like, that's self-preservation to a T.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's a very good example of self-preservation.
There he goes. Madame Rose Mercer.
Who?
She owns the pub in...
Got you. That's the one that... When
Prisoner of
Fudge,
Azkaban.
McGonagall... They're all in there talking about Harry's...
All that was left was a finger, or whatever. She's a brave, independent business owner. It's giving Gryffindor.
Okay.
Bartimus Crouch, Senior. This is interesting because I feel like a lot of people would go, just put him straight in Slytherin, but I think he's actually
Why?
a Gryffindor.
Why would he be in Slytherin?
Because he's associated with the Ministry, and I think most people from the Ministry you would.
He's a good guy from the Ministry, though.
Yeah, because I mean he was brave enough
to put his son in Azkaban
for being a racist Nazi.
Yeah.
So I think that's pretty admirable.
I can think about how tough that would be. Like, even if your child did something terrible, at the end of the day, that's still the child you nurtured from birth. So I would also put him in Gryffindor. Yeah, very brave act.
That's brave of him.
Yeah. To be honest, he's not in it much, so it's hard to make any other arguments.
But from what we know, that's what I'd say. Sirius Black. I think Hufflepuff or Gryffindor.
I was thinking Hufflepuff, first of all.
Because he's definitely loyal to, obviously,
Harry's
parents, and he's kind. But I also think he's brave for being in Azkaban for fucking 12 years and putting up with that.
God knows what he had to put up with in there.
And then also just being a part of the Order is bravery, obviously, to be a soldier.
Yeah. But then what would, like, he's also kind. So, like, there's nothing you can really say against Hufflepuff in that sense.
That's true.
He's pretty modest.
I don't know if he's modest. Like, he's not... He does kind of... He
He's
plays
not
a role
modest.
in the Order. He did bully Snape, though.
I guess you can't be a Hufflepuff if you bullied someone. Yeah, I think Gryffindor.
I think he's got too much confidence.
Yeah.
Slughorn.
He's definitely not Gryffindor, like, absolutely.
No.
He's definitely between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff.
I think he's Slytherin.
You think he's Slytherin?
Yeah.
Why's that?
Because I feel like
because he kept the information from Dumbledore.
And he did that purely for his own...
Self-preservation.
Essentially just so people wouldn't judge him.
I'm so quick to presume that the Slytherin would just be the Death Eaters and obvious evil characters.
Just purely evil people.
But you're right, I need to start thinking about that more. I agree with you.
Do you know what? There could be an argument for Hufflepuff in the sense that he is kind to the students, and I guess his openness to Tom Riddle kind of was the reason why
he was kind enough to get Tom Riddle to confide in him.
Essentially. But, which I guess could work, and he is modest. Maybe Hufflepuff, actually.
He also does give me Ravenclaw vibes, though.
Because I guess he is a potion master. But I guess he isn't intelligent enough to understand that, like, telling Dumbledore would probably be the best thing.
But he's also... If you think he's probably one of the most, he's probably one of the best teachers in Hogwarts history. If you think about it, I mean, he takes a lot of pride in his teaching. He's got the wall with all the people on, which shows that how long he's been teaching.
Oh, but see that also to me screams like a little bit of ego. They're like, oh, look at all the people who've I've taught.
So
like,
another.
He even says to Harry, like, if you're on my wall, like that's an achievement.
Yeah. Because he's so cocky.
He's like a rare.
But he's really weird because when you talk about these Slytherin characteristics, it really does make sense. But then when I think of Slughorn, I think of this sort of reserved old guy who's just like kind of timid, kind of like doesn't want to doesn't like confrontation, but then avoids confrontation so much that it impacts the good characters.
Yeah, and it goes to a point of self-preservation,
which
where
does
he's risking other people's lives to kind of look out for himself.
Could you say that the student portrait thing is ambitious of him? Like, he wants to have the best students possible as
and
well?
Also there's the scenes of him like stealing plants from Mrs. Sprout,
Yeah,
and then
for the
also
black
like
market in,
taking poison
Diagon
from
Alley.
Aragog, which is like, oh, he wants to make money off of that. Type
I would
of
say
thing.
Slytherin. You've convinced me of that.
So look. Slytherin doesn't automatically mean you're a horrible racist bastard, but it does
He's
mean
the
that
first
you're
example
flawed.
of that, isn't he?
Well, maybe Draco as well.
Yeah, true.
So it's hard to say. Old lady. Not even I know, but she was definitely confident enough to say,
I'm trying to
did you
think of-
even know him, boy?
I'm trying to think of like what film that was.
That was part 1 at the wedding. And she's like, really? Did
she
you
was
even
rude,
know
man.
him?
She was rude.
Rude bitch.
To me, that's a really rude comment.
Giving Slytherin.
Um,
Elphias Doge, who's the guy who tells Harry about. He honestly, do you know what? Fun fact, he's actually in Order of the Phoenix.
Who is he?
There's like one of the older. There's like you've also got the main people of the Order who are like Kingsley Shacklebolt.
is he in the Order?
He is in the Order, yeah.
Oh, wow.
In Order of the Phoenix, you see he's played by a different actor, but he's like this old guy.
Oh, but it's the same guy.
Yeah, but it's meant to be the same character.
Say I'd say Ravenclaw, maybe.
He's an old man.
He writes obituaries and articles in the newspapers.
He writes things down.
He's yeah.
He knows Dumbledore, and
I'll put-
Dumbledore's
yeah,
smart, so
Ravenclaw.
there you go. I think this is Katie Bell, who's
Is
one
she
of
the one who gets
cursed
by Draco?
or it might be the friend of the person who got cursed.
Right. There's not much to go on with this.
Dumb of her to take something from a man in a bathroom who just says, take this to Dumbledore, and to accept that.
Dumbass.
But she was also brave to go through what she
yeah.
went.
Oh, I guess that's brave. Yeah.
She was courageous enough to be that
But
dumb.
was that blind loyalty?
To whom?
Actually, it's not really loyal to Draco, is it?
Hey, take
I'm-
this.
I'm
Well, she
playing-
didn't even know it was Draco, because she
I'm
remember she
playing
said
a-
she doesn't
playing
know.
Devil's advocate.
Mundungus Fletcher.
Oh, this guy is
Thief and prick.
This guy's a Slytherin, yeah.
Thief and prick.
Self-preservation, absolutely.
Oh yeah, because he
Like,
just
the
he
way
would just rat on
he
anybody else.
He honestly just steals things from people and then sells them on for his own money without thinking about how sentimental they are or who they belong to or the importance of them. Like, he literally sells a fucking Horcrux to Umbridge.
Yeah. Just
Think,
like,
motherfucker, think.
dumb motherfucker.
Yeah.
Justin Finch
know that.
Fletchley of Chamber of Secrets fame.
Hello,
I'm Justin Finch
I
Fletchley.
remember this guy.
Too forward to be a Hufflepuff, I feel. That's too forward to approach
Also, he does
with the handshake.
he does confront Harry with the snake thing, whereas I feel like maybe Hufflepuff might be a bit sort
Yeah.
of weird about that interaction.
So he's a house traitor. Despite having a Hufflepuff, being in
So-
Hufflepuff officially, he's giving Gryffindor. Because he's not into the snake thing, which I feel like a Slytherin would be. But he's also, there's nothing about
There's
him that's
nothing,
smart.
honestly, that one he could just be tossed in like a void.
Who gives a
that
shit?
character, but yeah, I guess that's fine.
Victor Crumb.
Oh, Crumb's a Gryffindor, isn't
I think
he?
so,
I mean,
yeah.
he's a professional athlete for the Quidditch
And he's
Hungarian team.
too like sporting and like remember he's like, this is the home for
Oh, and
champions.
Very chivalric as well.
Like
you
if
know,
he was a
he's-
prick, he would be like, yo, take a picture of me. Or
Yeah,
some
yeah,
shit.
yeah.
And he's dumb as a sack of bricks.
He does sport for the love of the sport rather than
For the
fame and the
He does it,
money.
I think he does it for the fame, but not in a way that like is sort
doesn't
of
play
ego.
up to
He's-
cameras,
he
though, does
does
he?
the sport, and he's like, I kind of like the fame alongside this. You know, like, I
Quietly,
like both.
definitely
things.
quietly, because he's not like one for the cameras, is he?
That's true.
Sneaking
Narcissa
going
Malfoy. Interesting,
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
because she
There's definitely loyalty in there,
to her family.
for sure.
But then again, do you think self-preservation, like, does that expand to your own family? Because in a way, like, your family is you, and if you were just totally focused on your family, is that like almost self-preservation in a way? Like self-preservation of people
In a
that matter to
way,
you,
yes,
and not thinking
because-
about like other people, but just you.
In a way, yeah, because the way your family is perceived reflects on you specifically
Yes.
as well. So, but at the same time, it's like, I want to be kind towards her, but at the same time, like, how did you fall in love with Lucius Malfoy?
And she was a Death Eater.
I get,
for-
I get the vibe that maybe Lucius was quite charming as a young guy. He's well spoken.
He's got great hair,
He's got
he's
a
got a
good
cane.
voice. But this man is straight up evil. So
And I mean,
I'm
she is-
questioning your sort of taste in men a little bit.
Absolutely.
Narcissa.
I think she was. I think she was a Black or a Lestrange, I believe.
Oh, okay, she was.
So she was. She's part of those like racist
She's
families.
she's in that tree.
But
Well,
so I think Slytherin. I think for as much as people would like to put her into Hufflepuff, and I'd like to, I think she hasn't shown enough kindness to other people. Like she's only really shown kindness to Draco, and the only reason she lets Harry live is because Harry obviously tells her that Draco's fine. Remember, she
is
goes,
that brave in a way to do that?
"No, I feel like that's just like desperately being like,
I want my son to live.
where is my son alive?" Like that's not it's like it's not necessarily a brave thing to do. I feel like if she was brave, she would just straight up.
Right, yeah.
She would like go to the other when Draco's like, "Oh, you know, come here." She would go to the other side if she was brave.
yeah.
So I think there's an element of
She would go and get him. You mean,
Yes.
that type thing. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I guess, yeah. If we saw more of her, maybe that would change, though.
Yeah, if she has like time to evolve and change.
Oh, no.
Whatever.
Mr. Diggory.
My boy.
Oh, no.
Amos Diggory, great
Hufflepuff.
bloke.
I'm just going to put him in Hufflepuff.
I mean, he cried in public. That's pretty brave. He's kind, you know. Ultimately.
Lovely bloke. He's friends with the Weasleys, and the Weasleys are lovely.
Good guys, yeah, all around.
He's got a great relationship with his son. So,
Absolutely,
yeah,
great dad.
I'll go Hufflepuff.
Sprout.
I liked her lesson.
That's true.
Pulling up those
Mandrakes.
Sprout things, yeah.
I think she's definitely intelligent for a teacher, but she's also not accommodating. Because remember, she sort of like is like, come on, everybody, get your bloody
She seems
sprouts
sort of
out.
strict in a way.
Yes, which I think would disqualify her
Have
from
you ever
being
had that
a
energy
Hufflepuff.
from a teacher who's like fair but strict?
Fair but firm, as they say.
Yeah, like she gives that.
So would that be a Gryffindor
But that
or a
doesn't necessarily
Ravenclaw?
make you not kind. It just means that you're fair and you're, you know. I wouldn't say she's Gryffindor.
I'd say Ravenclaw.
I'd say she's Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff.
Because all we really know about
Isn't
her...
she the head Hufflepuff?
She is, yeah. But I goddamn disagree with that. Ravenclaw. Because I feel like...
Honestly, for me, she would be Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. Like, literally, you can just toss a coin and put in one of them.
I think Ravenclaw just because, like, the only thing that we really know about her is her teaching stuff. And, like, we haven't shown enough of her being, like, attentive and kind. Because remember when Neville faints, she's just like, oh, fuck it.
Yeah,
Neville
you're right,
fainted.
actually, yeah.
Somebody grab him or whatever. Aunt Petunia. I think that's
Slytherin.
Petunia. Slytherin bitch.
Honestly, more evil than the parent Dursleys.
Honestly, yeah. Xenophilius
Fucking
Lovegood.
bitch deserve what she got. Oh,
I think
So he writes honest news in a world of fake news and,
fake news. He writes the Guardian, the Wizarding Guardian,
yeah,
the
so
Quibbler.
we like him for that.
So we think we're Ravenclaw, do you reckon?
I was thinking, honestly, either Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, or Gryffindor, because it is brave to write against things that the Ministry would perceive to be against them.
That is true. Although he did sell out Harry to protect
He
his.
did, but I have sympathy with him in that because it is your daughter, and it's,
That's true.
it's such a
But is that brave? It's kind and like sort of sympathetic,
Yeah.
but is it brave?
maybe not.
So I think Ravenclaw because I think, you know, obviously other than the writing thing, I think he thought that the best scenario, like he thought logically, the best way for his daughter to come out alive was to sell out Harry Potter, and he didn't do it in a malicious way. He did it in a purely.
So
This
when
is the
when he
only
was-
way I'm going to get my
When he
daughter
was
back.
desperate, he did the thing that I guess in hindsight is wrong, but based on other things we know about him, he's a smart man
Who's always been on the side of Dumbledore,
Who's an
like he
editor-
says in the wedding.
yeah.
He's like, we're still on the side of
who's an
Dumbledore.
editor of a newspaper that supports the good side. So, yeah, I guess Ravenclaw.
He's giving Ravenclaw.
Creature.
Although,
Hufflepuff.
he's certainly loyal to the House of Black.
Because he has to be.
Because he's a slave.
Yeah.
Yeah, prick.
You filthy mudblood! Blood traitor Weasley.
Yeah, he's a. Wow.
This
He's
is
one of the few Slytherins who like really like voices their outrage towards half-bloods and muggles.
just vocally.
You fucking blood traitor.
Like he literally, like he could, like this guy was mid-conversation and he had to stop what he was saying to Harry to let out his fucking vocal
His
outburst.
vitriol.
Like it was that bad. Like the feeling he had was that distasteful. He had to just let it out.
He's so racist. He couldn't
even
go 5 seconds
He could
without
not
saying
continue
a
his
slur.
conversation without getting that off his chest first.
Yeah.
That is. He might be one of the top.
He's the
Slytherins.
CEO of
Yeah.
racist.
So he belongs there.
Yeah. This is. I think this person was supposed to put the other twin, the
It's
other
the same
Padma, but it's
picture.
the same person. So I'm just going to put that
Yeah. Okay.
away. Rufus Scrimgeour, who's the
He's in like one scene. He gives him
the stuff. Yeah.
the things that were in Dumbledore's will, right?
Mm.
Honestly, he was the best of the
Ministers.
ministers.
Yeah. I think he's a Gryffindor because I think it was pretty brave for him to essentially, even knowing that everyone at the Ministry is corrupt,
Yeah.
to essentially go to
Yeah.
Harry and be like, "Oh, here's the stuff that Dumbledore gave you. I'm pretty much fucked."
Yeah, he also could have folded in the sense that he could have come to power and been pro Voldemort, so to sort of self-preserve his life.
Yeah, but he's not at the table
But
with the Death Eaters.
he
or...
risked it. Like when he takes on being the minister, he risks losing his life, and he does the important job of getting the items to the three main characters. So
Yeah.
yeah, I like him a lot. He can go
Gryffindor,
in
baby. I
Gryffindor,
feel
very brave guy. So is this
George
is
Fred?
this the one who died?
This is the one who's lost an ear, which is the one that doesn't die.
Oh, okay. Honestly, I think you can put them in the same one, right?
Yeah.
They're definitely not Ravenclaw because even they admit that they're not academically,
Our,
suited.
our lives don't seem to lay
Right.
outside of the
Yeah.
boundaries of academic achievement.
Yeah, so
They're not modest because they're like the class clowns.
They're cocky.
Essentially.
They're
yeah.
cocky in a fun way. Honestly, I mean, they
They're
play
ambitious.
Quidditch.
Yeah. Play
They're
Quidditch.
sportsmen.
They're business owners. They're like doing all sorts of. They stand up to Umbridge.
Against Umbridge, yeah. So I'd say both of them Gryffindor.
Gryffindor.
Yeah.
A part of me is thinking Slytherin because Slytherin is ambitious, is a big part, and they're obviously like businessmen who want to, do else. But they're
I feel
also
like ambition isn't their main goal. I feel like
Yeah.
their main goal is just having fun and providing
fun.
a service that people
Yeah.
can enjoy.
And
Like,
also-
that's genuine. Like,
And I was
innate
also going to
kindness.
say, like, they're pretty, like, they usually do things to please people, even if it is for, like,
Yeah.
if you want to theorize it's for selfish reasons. Like, they could have easily just done what Umbridge said and then,
Yeah.
like, made money or whatever, or done whatever, but they specifically do it because they see students are being harmed.
Yeah, exactly. And and of course they help the other kid.
Yeah.
When he's going through it.
So, yeah, we'll put both of them in.
They could be in
Gryffindor.
Hufflepuff too, though, for me.
Cedric Diggory.
This guy's a Gryffindor.
Yeah,
Puts
sorry,
his, Puts
guys.
his name in the Goblet of Fire.
It really is a shame that, like,
Fuck
the
the
only
vibes.
major Hufflepuff character in the series
He is the only
shares
major one, isn't he?
none of the traits
Of a
which the house
Hufflepuff,
has because
yeah.
he's confident. Like, there are times, I remember in the Maze Toss specifically, where he, like, considers leaving Harry behind or, like, shoves him away just to get to the cup in sort of an ambitious way. But at the end of the day, he isn't like a complete twat, and he gives Harry the he tells Harry about the egg, which sort of counts him out as Slytherin because he goes, "Want to dip in the bath,"
Yeah.
type of thing. So yeah, I think he fits into
I agree.
Gryffindor well. Hedwig,
Gryffindor.
brave ass man.
This dude was freed by Harry. He could have gone and lived his owl life, but instead he decided to die for Harry to save him.
Absolutely.
As his first act of being a free bird. So yeah.
Voldemort.
He's giving Hufflepuff on a major...
He was kind of creative.
I feel like he is the archetypal Hufflepuff.
Hufflepuff.
I said pluff. Hufflepuff.
I mean, he's literally called the heir of Slytherin.
Yeah.
So ultimately speaking, there he is.
Go in Slytherin.
Griphook, the weird goblin man. Prick.
He's Slytherin. He self-preserves himself at the end.
Yeah, just that he betrays them for the sake of
Yeah.
just, oh, I'm going to betray you now, bitch.
Yeah, literally, there's no gains he gets from that.
I think he just wants the sword to, like, sell it off or something.
he's selfish.
Give me the sword, you
Very
fucking
selfish dude.
twat.
Kingsley Shacklebolt, brave bloke.
Yeah.
You gotta admit, Minister.
He actually gets quite a bit of
Muggles
screen
got
time
style.
in the Battle of Hogwarts.
That's true, yeah. And even
You
Order
see
of the
him-
Phoenix is
yeah.
prominent in that. And he's a soldier, he's
You
loyal to
gotta
Dumbledore, but he's like, you gotta admit,
What did he
Minister,
say? You got moves or something? He's got moves.
he's got style.
Style, that's it, yeah.
So yeah, he's brave, he's
a
cool.
great guy. I wish he was in it more, to be honest.
Yeah, why not? Blaise Sabini, Slytherin, prick. Put him in there.
Is he like the guy who replaces
Yeah.
Crabbe?
He's in
Crabbe.
Half-Blood Prince. He's like,
Yeah,
got something to say, Blaze?
Yeah,
Say,
like-
when we go to this school. He's just nothing.
Toxic friendship group.
Prick. Corbin
Oh, he's
Yaxley.
Slytherin.
Jeremy Corbyn. Put him in Slytherin. Pius Thickneys.
He's a puppet Slytherin, but he's still a Slytherin.
He's still a Slytherin at heart. Other girl. I want to remember who this is. I think it's either the friend of Katie Bell or Katie Bell herself.
It might be Katie Bell, because Katie Bell has her hair up in the thing, but she's got the same... She looks like she's got a similar face.
Okay, so...
Katie Bell, she's a Griffin...
And her mate.
Yeah, they could just both go in there, that's
Yeah.
fine.
One of the Caro twins, Slytherin, because I believe she is Slytherin. Mr. Dursley. Slytherin.
This guy's a Slytherin as
He
well,
is
man.
courageous.
This guy... These abusive parents. We did put the...
Yeah, let's just put all of
Yeah,
the
put them-
Dursleys in there, pricks.
Dudley, I feel bad for him, though, because he's just a kid. But same applies to Draco, so
That's
he can
true,
stay in there. Because
but
what we've seen...
From what we've seen, yeah.
Like, the very first time you see him, he's just pushing Harry out of the way at the zoo for, like... Well, not the first time you see him, but one of the first times. He just pushes him out of the way for the sake of pushing him out of the way. Well,
Just
do you
to be
remember
a
he's,
prick.
actually, do you remember when he's, like, jumping on the stairs?
Yeah.
I think that's the first time you see him, actually. Just to piss off Harry.
Alright, I think this guy is Jordan Bell. I think his name is Jordan Bell, something Jordan. Lee Jordan. His name's Lee Jordan. He commentates the first Quidditch match. I mean, he's brave for
I think
that.
he's-
Honestly, he has
I'd
confidence.
put him in Hufflepuff, bro.
Oh, this is it. James Potter.
Well, this guy is a dick.
Now, this is interesting because I feel like
He's not the one... By the way, I would say he's Slytherin.
here's
I'm
the
being
thing though.
dead serious.
I feel like all the information we have about this guy is from the perspective of Snape, who was like
Okay,
who literally saw him at his
here's the
worst.
thing. But that shouldn't be ignored though. Just because it's through Slytherin, just because it's through Snape's eyes, doesn't mean it should be ignored. Like he was a, like I think I've said this 3 times now, but this guy went off of school grounds to bully Snape. It wasn't just a. a teasing in the hallway occasionally. It was, I'm gonna go out of my way to publicly humiliate.
To take this man's trousers off.
And I don't care if like he was young. Like dude was what, like 15 maybe, 15, 14. Like you are old enough at that point to know that you shouldn't be taking someone's trousers off by like hanging them on a tree. And also, I would put Lily not in Slytherin, but that's because she's the one who casts the spell. Obviously, he kills her. Voldemort kills James first, I presume. But like,
she throws herself in the way.
She has that, whereas he doesn't. And also, Lily was friends with Snape when they were young. So
he did fight.
Everything I've seen from him, I just think dickhead.
He did fight in the Order though. Like he did fight against Voldemort back in the day. He was part of the Order, but it's hard to say what his motivations for that are. And we don't know enough about him. So do you know? I guess Slytherin is just how it is.
Yeah, I mean,
Dean Thomas.
He's like a people pleaser. He doesn't do anything of note, but he's also like cool with everyone. He's chill with everyone. So I guess maybe Hufflepuff. Yeah.
Okay. Gilderoy Lockhart.
This guy.
Slytherin, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gotta be. I mean, I don't think we hammered home enough the point that his sort of area of specialty as a wizard is erasing people's
stealing other
memories
people's ideas
and giving people like dementia.
And that's
like,
weird
that
to me.
So
is
fucked.
that he is a Ravenclaw? That's his house. That's his official house.
He never like I was.
What about him is intelligent?
Nothing. Yeah, literally nothing gives Ravenclaw. Is that in the book? Do they say that?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's not a Ravenclaw. I mean, maybe the movie had a different.
You could maybe.
Perspective of him.
No, I think he's just as pricky.
But yeah, this guy is cocky. He's arrogant. He's a fraudster. Self-preservation.
Scum.
He's looking for the limelight. But
He was going to give children dementia so he could
escape.
escape.
Exactly. He's always wanting to be. He's the celebrity who loves
the limelight,
status, and in a way he is also cunning to have got to that position.
To get to that point, yeah.
Although I would love to read his book.
Magical Me. 29th week in the top seller in the Daily Prophet, some shit like that.
29 weeks. That's impressive.
That's impressive. Not many books though in the Wizarding world. It turns out. Lily Potter. Interesting.
Yeah, so
I think she's. I'm thinking either Gryffindor or Hufflepuff.
I was thinking Gryffindor because like or Hufflepuff, yeah. But she could be either, honestly.
I feel like if she was a Gryffindor,
people compliment her a lot more than they compliment James. Like just her being a lovely person.
A nice person.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's key to her character is her kindness for both Snape and like Remus. And I feel like I feel like if she was a true Gryffindor, when Snape was getting bullied, she would have spoken up about it and been like brave.
You're right.
But like because she's a Hufflepuff, maybe she's more reserved.
Obviously, she did like cast a spell of.
But that's because of kindness, I feel, and loyalty and like love, which is also obviously ties into brothers. But I think a key part of her is her kindness because everybody talks about that when they talk about her is how kind she was.
That's her main characteristic, isn't it?
Yeah,
and that should outweigh the others in that case.
I feel yes. So yeah, put her in Hufflepuff. Lucius Malfoy. Just a prick.
This guy is. Not only
just
is he
a total loser.
Not only is he a dickhead Death Eater, but he's also like
the biggest loser,
the biggest coward in the entire.
Dear Lord, I mean it's embarrassing.
Yeah, he goes in Slytherin without question.
Yeah, sorry about this, guys.
And you're a pathetic Slytherin as well. Some of these Slytherins, they're intimidating.
At least they can throw a spell, for God's sake. Arthur Weasley.
Oh, he's Hufflepuff for sure.
I think he's Ravenclaw.
Ravenclaw, why is that?
Because I feel like he's part of the Ministry, which is obviously, a position where you need to be intelligent. And I think he has an interest in the Muggle world, like a curiosity about it, and kind of learning about things.
Yeah,
and
I think Mrs. Weasley goes in Hufflepuff.
Yeah, definitely.
And he goes in Ravenclaw. You're right.
I feel, yeah. They're a good match for each other. So I think, he's intelligent and he's got all of that. Random man with long black hair. I believe his name is.
That guy looks like Snape when he was younger.
Wait a second, is this Snape when he was young? He's in Order of the Phoenix, like very briefly.
Dude, can we not? Let's not even rank him. It's such a waste of time ranking like pointless characters.
I remember him being kind of a prick, so I'm gonna put him in Slytherin. Molly Weasley.
Hufflepuff.
She is brave because she stands up to.
In the end, yeah, but I feel like she does. She does. Well, she kills Bellatrix, but I think from what we've seen for most of the movies, she is just that kind, loving mother
figure,
who literally invites Harry to be basically a part of the family.
Yes.
And that is her main trait, and that's why everyone loves her. So she also gives me like leader of student union vibes, like willing to stand up for people who are like in need and shit.
She gives Mike Lynch.
Like fighting for like fighting for the rights of those who are like
downtrodden and oppressed. She gives that.
She does.
We got Harry himself.
Yeah, he's a Gryffindor.
Here's the thing. Here's what I find interesting about him is I'm torn between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Because here's the thing.
No, but think about how many times he's brave. Like he's literally, I would say he's like the most brave character.
But he's really not looking for the limelight.
He's not looking for the limelight, but the things he does are incredibly brave to do. Like even regardless of his abilities, regardless of him being the chosen one and having maybe the ability to do more and better things than others, it's so incredibly brave to do the things he does, and he does it every single movie. Obviously he's the protagonist.
Yes.
But so even though he's never looking for trouble necessarily, he handles it with such bravery, and.
But I feel like he does that out of like loyalty to his friends and like just a general sense of kindness towards others.
I think there's obviously an argument for him to be in Hufflepuff because he does have all of them, but he also has all of the Gryffindor ones. But I'd say his bravery.
No, I don't think he's very like he's not. I don't think he's that confident really. But like, remember, he doesn't put his name into the Goblet of Fire. Like he does Quidditch for like the first 2 years, then he barely does any of it else. Like he doesn't seek
that is a movie thing, I think,
to be somebody who's like, oh, I'm gonna be the champion, I'm gonna be this person. Like he leads Dumbledore's army sort of begrudgingly because people are like, you're the only guy who has experience, and he's just like, oh, I guess I'll do this or whatever. True. Like he isn't like, come on everyone, we're gonna bloody do this. He isn't initiating it. Like he gets into the swing of things, like he isn't initiating it. I feel.
So you think he's Hufflepuff?
I think so. Controversially.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it, to be fair. I don't mind him.
Like, he's much more... Compare him to Cedric Diggory, he's much more reserved than Cedric Diggory is. I remember, he's the one who's actually kind enough to be like, hey, Cedric, I know all of your friends are making fun of me and calling me a prick, but here's advice about the dragon task or whatever.
Yeah.
So I think he takes from his mother in that way, in his kindness.
He does. He's a... yeah.
And I feel like when people will remember him...
He does the right
people will
thing.
remember him for being kind. And, like, think about his magical ability isn't even that crazy.
I mean,
outside of the Expecto Patronum in 3, like, a lot of what he does is usually because he's lucky or because he has help from other people.
In the battle between good and evil, he is sort of symbolic of good.
And I feel like kindness is love. Literally, in the main conflict in Harry Potter is between love and hate.
Yeah.
I feel.
You've swayed me. Yeah, put him in Hufflepuff.
What can I say? I'm kind of good at talking. That's just nothing.
Neville is Hufflepuff. I don't know. He should never been in Gryffindor, but yeah, Hufflepuff.
He was brave at the end.
He was brave at the end for sure, but I'm like, my impressions of what he is in the other ones as well.
Yeah, he stands up to them in Philosopher's
Plus, a lot
Stone,
of Hufflepuff.
though.
I swear, is it Hufflepuff? The head of Hufflepuff, her area of expertise is like
herbology,
and he's a pretty good herbologist.
He likes herbs,
so
but
I like him in Hufflepuff.
He smokes weed, so we'll put him in Hufflepuff.
He's just kind of like a timid but loving dude.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, I think he could grow. I think Rowling has said that he like becomes the head of the Gryffindor house in the future or whatever. Like he becomes brave.
I could see him becoming that, just as I could see Draco becoming a different house.
Yeah, but for now we see him as like
a
a reserved, kind guy.
Yeah.
Nymphadoria Tonks. Lupin's wife, girlfriend.
I
mean, she's brave definitely because she's part of the order and everything.
She is, yeah.
And she's got like a confidence.
She's pretty charismatic as well.
Which I feel like would lend herself to a Gryffindor position, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much of her, to be fair.
Yeah. I think, although her house is Hufflepuff, I believe, like her actual official house.
That's fair.
But I feel like a Gryffindor suits her better.
I can see that.
Oliver Wood.
Well, he's a Gryffindor.
He rides a broom.
There's not much else.
Who's there to say? Her name is
Romilda Vane?
No, Pansy
Oh
Parkinson.
no, I see Romilda Vane later on actually.
Pansy Parkinson, I believe her name is.
Who's she again?
She is like she's like the girl who sometimes hangs around Draco. I think in Prisoner of Azkaban, when Draco's got the cast on, she's like, "Oh my god, Draco, that looks so painful."
Oh right,
like, could have killed me.
Is she also the one?
Grab him! Someone grab him!
Yeah, she's her, isn't
in part
she?
2, yeah.
She goes in Slytherin then.
She just wants Draco, bro.
Yeah, Pettigrew. God, this guy's such a pussy. He's
Evil
kind of like
bastard.
Lucius in that sense. Slytherin, but
The hat fucked up by putting him in Gryffindor, which is like the thing I would least associate with him.
It had to be that way for the story to make sense.
He was very brave. Just have him be Slytherin and have them hang out. Fucking who knows?
Yeah.
That's an issue we already talked about.
Have the houses interact more. She's
Rita Skeeter.
Self-preserving, definitely. She doesn't care about
ambitious bitch.
Doesn't care about what the interviewee says, so long as she can twist it to make her seem better.
Wants the next big scoop.
Very cunning.
Ultimately,
yeah, she can go to Slytherin.
Bitch. Ron.
So I feel like I've heard a lot about Ron being a lot more brave in the books, but I'm not doing it based off of that. And from what I see in the movies, he is a Hufflepuff. because he backs like he doesn't like while he begrudgingly sort of joins Harry when they go to the Forbidden Forest or like they're taking on a certain creature or whatever. He doesn't want to do it. He does it out of loyalty and love for Harry, but he doesn't want to do those things, and he doesn't excel at doing those things.
And I feel like, other than the little conflict thing in Goblet of Fire, like he's pretty content just being Harry's right hand man.
Yeah.
Like in Goblet of Fire, he says like, "Oh, I'm just Harry Potter's dumb friend or whatever." But like past that and like ignoring that one little thing, he's constantly just fine being like the friendly guy.
Yeah, exactly. So I think Hufflepuff is good for him.
He is giving Hufflepuff. Seamus Finnegan,
The guy who blows stuff up.
absolutely. It was very brave of him to blow things
blow
up.
shit
I
up.
feel.
I think to be fair, you got to be pretty brave to
Try shit out.
sort of try and excel at explosives.
Well, that's giving Ravenclaw though. He's a
He's
chemist.
smart, but he's not very. No, but he's clearly not smart though because it always
keeps
backfires.
fucking up potions,
It backfires.
yeah.
He
Okay.
wants to. He wants to be a Ravenclaw, but
But
bro,
he's Gryffindor at heart.
you Gryffindor. Crookshanks.
Hermione's cat.
Is it called Crookshanks?
Crookshanks, yeah.
Hufflepuff. She
Actually-
didn't kill Scabbers, even though that's what Ron claimed.
But remember,
So
I
we
think
know-
I think the reason why she chases after Scabbers is because she can sense something is wrong with it.
Yeah. I put in Hufflepuff, innocent animal.
Yeah, animals, whatever. Igor Karkaroff literally just goes, "Look, we're Nazis now. I have my Nazi symbol." Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as he hears that he's back, he wants to like
Come on,
get
Severus.
back to being a Death Eater. So,
Yeah. But Fang,
You know what this means? Oh, Fang. Oh, he's Hufflepuff.
give him Hufflepuff vibes.
Innocent animal.
Love him.
Is that Percy
oh,
over there?
I think this is actually the other twin, the other Patel
So there's
twin.
3 images that they've put in.
And they've just put one of the other twins.
Put wherever we put the
Brave,
other.
because she said,
They had to put up with Ron and Harry.
and she said, he said, "Oh, can
Arm
I
leg.
can I have your hand?" I think that's the one who actually said
okay.
that. So, bravery in spades. Percy Weasley,
Hardly in the film.
prick.
honestly.
I feel he's head boy.
Yeah, he's the guy.
I'm head boy.
Actually, he's most prominent in the first one, isn't he? When he's like
Yeah.
walking, he like patrols the Gryffindor common rooms and stuff.
It's ambitious to want to be head boy.
Yeah.
And he's also in the Ministry.
Gives
In
private school
we
vibes.
see him in Order of the Phoenix. He's like holding Harry and,
wow.
and Cho, like sort of bullying them about with the Ministry.
Yeah. So I mean, you
He is Slytherin, I feel, because he's a slimy
Is that
little prick.
controversial?
I think most people don't like him, so
Oh, okay.
I feel like I'm safe in saying that nobody will disagree.
Yeah.
Romilda Vane literally tried to give Harry rape potion.
She just basically tried to rape Harry. If we think
So
about
I
it.
don't think that's great, to be honest with you. Xenophi again, but here's the one.
Is
you
he
know what?
is there it again? We've already done him.
Yeah, these 3 are repeats, but Snape is the one
Snape's
I
the
wanted to
last
save
one.
for last.
Oh, okay. You start.
Okay, I think there's an argument
He
that
gives
could
for
be
everything.
made.
He gives everything.
That's what I'm saying. Is that I think there's an argument that could be made for every house to put this guy
Yeah.
into, because he's intelligent in the way that he's obviously a skilled wizard, potion master. I mean, when he was a kid, he made his own spells as the Half-Blood Prince. He created his own spells, which is pretty intelligent. He's loyal in the way that he's constantly loyal to Lily all the time and loyal to Dumbledore. He's brave in that he had to put up the facade of obviously being loyal to Voldemort and all
Brave
of
to
this.
kill Dumbledore. To be the one
Absolutely.
who did it.
And he's a Slytherin in the sense that he was a Death Eater for many years. So, I mean, let's just go house by house and which ones we're going to eliminate. I think the first one to go, I think, should be Slytherin. Just because I feel like his commitment to Dumbledore and Lily, and the fact that he protected Harry even though he didn't need to. Like, Lily was long dead. So there's not really a sense of, oh, I'm only doing it for this
Yeah.
one person. There's a
feel
sense
like-
of courage to that. So I feel like
self-preservation might be his least, the thing he is least of all of these characteristics, because he did things for Lily and then it's all for Harry in the end.
So I think we eliminate Slytherin.
Yeah.
I think maybe the next to go is Ravenclaw.
I was going to say Ravenclaw.
I think because he is smart, and obviously he's incredibly skilled wizard, but I feel like everything he did for Lily and Dumbledore was done out of emotion rather than logic. Because like he purely, when he went to Dumbledore and was like, oh, you've got to hide them, he didn't do that because he thought that was the smartest thing to do. He did that purely like a burst of emotion. But don't get me wrong, he is smart, obviously. Like, creating your own spells at whatever age is probably insane.
The
Half-Blood Prince
book is all the
sort of evidence
you
of
need.
that. So then what does it go between?
But then I don't think I could put him in Hufflepuff though, because you can't ignore those Death Eater years. So I would say Gryffindor for me.
And I think the other thing, but he's so loyal is the thing.
But he's not. Yeah, he is. But
he's not kind.
Kindness is definitely not his thing.
Because he doesn't treat. He's pretty like miserable.
Yeah, and he doesn't treat the students very well. That's fair to say.
Could be a part of a front though. We don't know how much of that is like actual genuine hatred for children, and how much of that is just got to throw them off. It's hard to say. But I think you're right in that Gryffindor is probably the one for him. And I believe J.K. Rowling said that he's an honorary Gryffindor, which must suck for Slytherin. That like. For people who were Slytherin house, like the guy you could point to as like the best guy in Slytherin
is now.
Even the author is like, nah, probably
he ain't Slytherin.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that's everyone.
I think you've done that pretty well.
I think there's not a single thing.
It's pretty even as well, actually.
Well,
like overall for a tier list.
Well, the main two are even.
Slytherin
is just because you just put anybody who's a prick in there.
I was right in saying Ravenclaw would have the least.
Oh damn, yeah, really, it has turned out. But if you took out the
animals. The animals are helpful, but they're on here, so...
That's true, yeah, we've got to count them in, we've got to count them in.
I think there's a decent balance.
Any last minute alterations you're looking at? So peer over?
I think I'm pretty happy with that.
No, I think that's everything then.
Lovely.
And if that's everything, that is the end of this series and the end of this video, which is long time coming. I don't know, when would we have started watching them,
I think it was... When I came back from university, which was in, I think we would have started early June.
Damn, maybe? Yeah. And now we're in late August, or mid to late August.
Yeah, it would be early June. Yeah. No, it would be mid to late June. But either way, that's like
a month's long to get this all done and edited. And I just want to say,
I think we spread it out very well.
Yeah, for the sake of sanity.
Yeah.
But I genuinely do want to say that it's been great doing these with you. Of course, it's always great to do a two people talk about. They come once in a blue moon, generally speaking.
It's like an annual thing,
pretty much. But it's been great doing these, and I've loved rediscovering these movies and rewatching them and kind of getting a newfound appreciation for ones that maybe I didn't like as much. And
I found
it's been so much fun.
A new film series that I love, and I actually can't wait to actually like delve into more of the lore and stuff, which is now on the cards for me. So
that's true, yeah. And yeah, it's been great, and I hope everybody here enjoys the video. It's long as shit in editing process right now. It's like 4.5 hours, but I imagine it'll probably get over 5 hours, which is insane, because the longest one we did previous to this was season 4 of The Walking Dead.
If they made it to the end, that's very impressive.
You were actually deranged if you made it to the end of this.
But
like all the way through, like not skipping shit.
Thank you,
all the way through. Like, yeah, genuinely thank you. Because like, it's insane though. It's actually insane though, because like these are just the two ramblings of two insane people who've watched too much Harry Potter.
Yeah,
are too invested in a children's franchise.
It's crazy how it's become this big.
But yeah, I want to thank you a lot. Who's to say what we'll do next? I mean, it'll probably be.
I was quite sheltered from like the popular films and stuff.
I've got a few ideas of things to do.
So I'm kind of luckily I'm sort of like an open book when it comes to like exploring other
first time watching stuff. Yeah,
do you know what I mean? So it's pretty good. In that
so yeah, I think I've got a few ideas of things to do, but that will be a bit on. And
they
then
could even give suggestions if they want things similar to this.
Do you want to plug anything? Plug your social medias?
No, I don't have social media. Nothing to plug here.
You're kind of off the grid. As soon as we turn off the cameras, you are like halfway on the hill.
I'm a hunter-gatherer. I'm a hunter-gatherer. I live in like a little modest hut that I built myself.
It's giving Ted Kaczynski?
Yeah.
It's giving Ted Kaczynski vibes, honestly.
But I'm not bombing anyone.
No.
So that's pretty good.
But anyway, this is an extended goodbye. But
thanks for watching, guys.
Thank you very much for watching. Smash the like button. Smash the subscribe button. Watch the other videos as well if you're interested in them. Okay.
Get Christian Cryers to 10k subs.
Get me to 10 million subscribers.
Do it now.
Absolutely. Sorry, we dropped the microphone.
That was my fault. I was pounding the table.
You were a little bit too pound-delicious. Yeah. Pound mad.
I like that, pound-delicious.
We need
to end.
Let's never use that again.
We need to end this video.
Anyway, this has gone on long enough. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you maybe not soon, but in a time. We will see you when we will see you next. And thank you so much for watching. And love you guys, and subscribe and hit the bell button.
Bye, guys.
Yeah.
Damn.
2 hours. Jesus Christ.